Yes, hello. Hello. Sorry, like, let me try to get comfortable. All right, so we're doing another all signs reading. This is one that I have not done in a really long time, and I'm gonna get a little extra. I'm always extra, you might be saying. Lisa, when are you not extra with your readings? All right, well, I'm more extra when we're looking into like relationship dynamics because it's kind of my favorite thing. So we're doing that. Today, we're going to look at you and them. So this doesn't need to be, I'm going to stress this right at the beginning because I really get the strong feeling that it might not be all romantic relationships this reading. So it is going to look at you and another important person, someone that you have an important dynamic with currently that you could probably use a little bit more guidance around or just information on what's going on there. So we're kind of going to look at both sides of a connection. Basically, how each person is thinking or experiencing the connection, how they're feeling, what their motivation within that relationship is, and then the current shared energy between you and a possible action in the near future that this person specifically may be taking towards you. Now, keep in mind, things can always change, right? Because everyone has free will. So tarot is just a snapshot of the energy right now when I'm checking in. And that is also all that it is when you're like looking at the future, right? It's like based on the trajectory of where we're currently at now, this is where we're projected to end up. But things can always change if people choose differently or if something happens, right, and throws things off. There's always that element to things. So just keep that in mind. What's up, Yair? Hi, best friend. Babe, got a good sleep today? I did get a good sleep today. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start with Aries, go all the way through to Pisces. That's what we're doing. So I have quite a few cards here, as you may imagine, as I always do. So let me just kind of try to organize this for one brief moment. And we are just going to also take a second to just breathe and again, just kind of like clear the energy a little bit. I think I'm going to start just making this a thing. So if you're coming in after the fact, after the stream is over, there will be timestamps in the pinned comment and the info box down below. If you are here during the stream, then you can always look up in the the top right hand corner of the screen, and there should be a GIF there that tells you which sign we're currently on, okay? So you should know where we are when we are there. Feel free to ask in the chat as well, because I might see it. I might see your comment, and I will have my notes with the timestamps on them. So if I see you asking, then I can maybe let you know so that you can find it, what you're looking for, without having to wait till the end of the stream, basically. Okay. We have a big, fat, full moon tomorrow. Tomorrow, yeah, give or take a day, depending on where you're living, I guess, in Capricorn. So we're feeling it. Are you feeling it? I'm feeling it. Your girl is feeling it. But then again, I do have a Cap Stelly. Capricorn stellium and Cap Mars. So, whoop. There should be a message. Oh, it's not pinned at the top. It should have. Yeah, there should be a message pinned at the top. I just unpinned it. I'm going to repin it, but because it wasn't showing up there. I don't know if you guys can actually see that. Can you see it? There should be a pinned message. But, what's up, Kelly? What's up, Rochelle? GIF. No, I do not say GIF. Like some crazies. I am crazy. I just say GIF the correct way. You can add those notes in it. What's up, Shauna? Shauna in the house. Hi, babes. You can add those notes in it. What notes? The notes in the... I'm not going to do that now, but that's a good idea for future reference. You mean saying like, I don't know how long it can be though. I think that it has a certain amount of characters, the comment. So, yeah. But you guys feel free to let people know if they come in. If you are here and you see them asking, please let them know what I just said. But I can't fit the whole ramble into the pinned comment. Sadly, they limit me. Damn them. So, okay, guys. So we're going to, let's cleanse a little bit here. How are you doing? Are you guys doing okay? I hope you're doing excellent, as always. I am so glad to be here with you. I know, boo YouTube. Every like live stream is just like us shit talking YouTube. If one day my channel is just gone, guys, you know why. They came for me. But yeah. One day it will probably happen because every stream I'm like, here's a running list of issues that I have with YouTube today. Let's start going. Okay, so let's break up the energy a little bit. It is a Capricornian full moon, after all. So the dense energy is real. That's Saturnian energy. It feels like a little bit of a lot, you know? So let's break it up, bust it down. Break it down now. Oh, what's happening? You're running on 2 hours of sleep. Oh Lord. Yeah, if they don't see the gift, they're not going to read the pinned now. It's true, but it is one of those things. I'm like, when you're looking at it, I understand it kind of like fades into the background, or it looks like art on the wall, or like it's easy to miss. So I get it, because that happens to me sometimes too. So don't feel stupid. What's up, Robert? How's the head feeling, hun? I'm doing good. You know, just chilling with the homies, just chilling with you being the homies. So, okay. We did. Okay, let's break it up a little bit. Interestingly, I'm not feeling a lot in like the lower chakras. There's like a little bit in the solar though, a little bit of energy there. Some of you might be being kind of like tested to challenge yourself, or given an opportunity to challenge yourself, maybe to break down some form of old structure, or see if something is, you know, still in alignment with your life. So it would almost be like a double test from the universe, discernment, and also then can you gracefully like let go of the thing that is no longer a beneficial structure for you. That's kind of always the themes with full moons though, like discerning and then being able to release what it is that you're not really in alignment with anymore. You're taking out the staples. Want one. I feel like that's the equivalent of like selling my bathwater or something like that. You know. Okay. Half of one. Don't leave half in. It's interesting. Yeah, the only place I'm really feeling congestion is kind of like here in the energy. So I'm feeling into the collective energy right now. So I feel that just most of us are kind of like, that's the realm. This is the realm of things where we might be sorting through stuff. So your solar plexus and your heart. Fight for your right to party, babes. Beastie Boys said it best. But I mean, there might be fighting for something by letting go of something else. Fighting for the heart and having, I'm feeling your indigestion, having the confidence to let go of things that are not in alignment with where your heart is kind of guiding you at this time. So let's cleanse now with some Palo. With some Palo Santo. setup's a little squeaky, you guys. The couch is a little squeaky. The table is a little squeaky. It's all squeaky. What is up, Yasmina? Good morning, doll. Okay. Couple of big breaths. I'm just gonna write a few symbols, Reiki symbols in. Just basically to clear and ground the energy a little bit and put up sort of a protective little bubble around us here. We're also going to call in only messages surrounding basically like just relationships that are relevant. We don't really want anyone who's just trying to like their way into the energy just for the sake of being there, you know what I mean? So okay. So yeah, we're wanting to get messages for the highest and best good of all. And we're just wanting to look into these relationships and connections, spirit, that the collective will benefit most from gaining some more insight or context surrounding, okay? So keep in mind, again, that it could be any type of relationship. So this could come up as a romantic relationship, and oftentimes it does. But just so you're aware that you can have on your radar that it also could be like a family member. It also could be, where did I put that? Literally was just holding it a second. Okay, here it is. It could be a family member. It could be a friendship. It could be someone you work with. Really, like whatever is prominent in your life that you need more insight into. So don't put baby in the corner by just thinking that it's just going to be romantic, okay? Also keep in mind that with these readings, or anytime you're looking at two different people or two sides of things, the roles could always be reversed. So they could be backwards for you. And that's just because it's not a personal reading, it's a general reading. So because there's so many of you watching it, I can't really be like, you are for sure on this side and your person's on this side. Some of you will be reversed. So just use your discernment and take it how it resonates for you. So if you feel like when I'm talking about your side, that is the person you're dealing with and vice versa, then just trust yourself and take the message the way that it is resonating as true for you. Okay. Okay. I'm doing good today. Thanks, love. Trusting what is, or is it back because I effed up last time? Trusting what is. Well, we're coming up on a Mercury retrograde. Our favorite time, I know, right? And it is in Cancer. So there are emotional themes, emotional returns, potentially. Just gonna lay that out there. There's definitely ties to the past and relational type things from the past specifically. So it doesn't have to come up, but if an ex doth return and knock at your door, then do not be surprised, because it would be pretty on point for this particular, I feel like for this particular one specifically as well. Okay. Good. Energy feels lovely. Books here in case I want to reference those. Let me just figure out what deck I want to use for you, Aries, and we're going to get started. Okay. So I feel like this deck is very Aries. It's the Tattoo Tarot. Okay. Also, I did what I did last time for the all signs because I kind of liked doing this. So I pulled one oracle card. I pre-pulled one oracle card, which is going to go along with the current shared energy between the two of you guys. When we get there, I'm gonna pull all the tarot cards and another oracle card as well while we're just here together. But I kind of enjoyed that, like sinking into the energy and receiving a couple downloads ahead of time and just like kind of premeditating on where you guys are at. That helps me kind of sink into the energy. So I did do that, just so you know. So I have an alchemy card for each of you, and we'll get to that in the reading. Okay. Just give me 1 second to put these decks in order, you guys. I might as well just do them all now. Okay, that one's Pisces. We're using for Pisces and for Aqua. Okay, Capricorn. Oh my, Capricorn, what's going on? Okay. Let's see. If you hear any dog noises, it's my dog, Django, my massive Rottweiler. What's up, Josephine? Hi, love. 3 of Cups and 4 of Cups. Mercury retrograde, yeah. Well, there might be reconciliation. I'm not saying it's always bad when someone comes back, but just make sure that it's not because there is like an emotional pull, right? Because that can pass. And so it's good to touch base, but also know where someone's true motives for coming back are, not just because they felt it like on a whim, but because they've actually changed their ways, you know, taken accountability for something, whatever the case may be. Just throwing it out there just to remind you. I know you guys are smart. I know that you know, but as your internet bestie, I just need to remind you because I care, and we don't want anyone's dusty sons or daughters, you know, in their grimy little hands on my gems. Okay, so okay, so then Scorpio, Libra. What deck are we using for Libra? Okay. Virgo. I didn't pre-shuffle the decks. I didn't have time. Okay. Cancer. You guys see my pendulum just swinging randomly. Witch things, don't worry about it. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. I just needed to focus for a second on that. Okay. Let's get down to business. Thanks for being patient with me. As per always. One of your friends had their partner abruptly break up with them the day Mercury arrived in its shadow. Oh my gosh. Dusty, crusty. Yeah, no scrubs. No, no. Always thinking about what he wants. Just sits on his broke ass. Everybody sing it with me. Okay, anyways. Let me stop. Where can I put this so that I can see? I have no space. I have no space on the table. The struggle is always real. Okay. I know what I'm going to do. All right, there we go. Solution. I swear I have my life somewhat together. I know it never really seems like it during these lives. Do you guys come for the chaos? Do you come to witness the chaos just a little bit? Just a little? What's up, Joey? Hi, buddy. Thanks for saying hi. Thank you. Okay, Aries. Aries, let us see what is going on for you and someone important in your life. Okay. All right, there, that's better. What's going on with Aries? Aries and someone important in their life. Okay. When I'm doing the readings, I'm just going to cover up the chat so you know that I'm not avoiding you. I love you very much, but it will help me not get distracted. And I'm also going to turn down my screen brightness as well when I'm doing that because my laptop likes to overheat. Okay, what's going on, Aries? What's happening? There's a feeling of impatience. With you? Never. All right. I think that you want something and you want it now. That's what I'm getting. Like you want success around something with this person. We'll find out. Okay, are you done being shuffled? Because you're misbehaving. You're misbehaving. Okay, so I'm going to speak as if the first person that I talk about in this reading is you guys, okay? Because I think that it's helpful for you to know if I'm talking about you first, right? It's easier for you to tell if those are your thoughts, feelings, and motivations within the connection, then you know if this is your reading at all, right? Because it might not be. Not every reading is for you, and that is okay. Just check your other placements. And I don't read for a particular placement, so you can watch for any energy in your chart that you resonate strongly with. You can also cross watch, which is just watching the other person in the relationship with you. If you know their sign, you can watch their reading to get more sort of perspective there. But yeah, I'm going to talk as if the first person side is you so that it gives you a chance to discern right off the bat if the reading is for you at all, okay? So let's see. Aries, thoughts, feelings, and motivation within this relationship. All right. You've got a lot to say. Okay. Okay. Feelings. Aries. Wow. And true motivation within the connection here. Okay. other person's thoughts, feelings, and motivation within this connection. And motivation. Okay. And then the current shared energy between Aries and this person. I'm going to leave these actually upside down, the shared energy and the possible next action between or from this person to you. We'll look at those. We'll turn those over when we get there. Let's see. Person's actions in the near future. Okay. All right, babes. Well, let's see what's happening here. Oh, I need one more card, actually. One more. Let's show me, clarify this possible action in the near future. Okay. Hello, Aries. Hope you guys are doing well. So let's take a look here. Keep in mind, I'm going to talk as if this first person is you so that you have a chance to determine right away if the reading is even for you at all, if it resonates with you. But the roles could also be reversed because we're looking at two different people. So the roles could also be mirrored depending on the kind of relationship that it is. So just use your discernment as to which side is you and trust that, okay? All right. So your side of things, your thoughts, feelings, and motivation within this connection. Your thoughts are not so much towards them, but about the experience, okay? Your feelings are like how you're feeling towards them. And then your motivation is obviously what's driving you. So the way you're thinking about this right now, and this is just right now, not overall, keep that in mind, is the Devil in reverse. So this is Capricornian energy. So that full moon in Cap is tomorrow. This could be something that you feel like you need to let go of with that full moon, because there could be an element of some sort of toxic pattern or just unhealthy element to the connection as you see it. It could just be like a little bit of obsession, rumination, overthinking, basically like it's having more of an influence on you than you would like. So it doesn't have to be like a full release either. It could just be kind of releasing your attachment to a specific outcome, basically like healthy detachment. But you're feeling a lack of congruence here, it feels like, between you and somebody. Tell me more about the Devil in reverse. You could also feel as though they cut you out. The Seven of Cups in reverse. You feel like you see pretty clearly why this is happening or why this had to happen. It could be the people that this person spends time around. That you're just like, it's not, like the community around them. It could also be a third party. Like another person involved in the situation here with this other person. So you could feel that if this is romantic, that you have to cut someone out because you're seeing clearly with the Seven of Cups in reverse, like how they feel about you or how you feel. You've gained clarity, emotional clarity, and you're pretty strong on whatever that is. Your response to the clarity that you've gained is quite strong, is what I'm getting here. Because the King of Swords is your feelings towards this person, and Swords is your mind. So in the feelings part of the spread, it's interesting to have the King of Swords there. You're cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love. You know, I don't know. I'm not saying that you're cold, but in your heart space, you're not like in lovey-dovey, feelsy mode right now. You're in like, I need to see something clearly. I do see something clearly. And now it's up to me to like act on what I see clearly with a level of intelligence, responsibility. Tell me a little more about this King of Swords. It's because you see something very clearly though in them that you are kind of like, I'm seeing a lot of fixed air energy, like a lot of Aquarian energy. There's this assuredness, this certainty that you know how you feel, what your experience has been, and what you feel is best to do with that. So your heart isn't, you're not showing me it as being super online at this time with this person. That doesn't mean you don't have feelings for them, but you're putting, it feels like, head above heart or your logic first here in order to walk away from something from the past. Now, whether that's just like an old cycle that you don't want to keep repeating with someone, but you also, with this energy, you could be intellectualizing your feelings a lot with the King of Swords being in your feelings. The Seven of Swords in reverse, you have two sevens here in reverse. The number could be significant. It could be coming up for you a lot. There's a lot of fucking confusion that's been cleared up recently here. Emotional and mental. Like something has come into your awareness. And it really, you may feel like it was even a little bit harsh the way that it hit. Or the way that some sort of information or clarity reached you. Because it just feels a little blunt. It doesn't have to be harsh, but it's like, oh, I didn't see that before, and now, like, I really can't unsee it. Or like, oh, they hadn't told me that, and now they did, and I definitely know, you know? There's something, though, that simultaneously cleared up your head and your heart surrounding this, it feels like. Some of you could be experiencing this as like having changed though as well out of something that was a little bit unhealthy or toxic and confusing and is now becoming clearer or making a lot more sense. We'll have to put this together when we see the core energy that you guys are sharing, because it could be either or. It could be your experiences, you know that you need to let it go, or you have let this go and created healthy detachment. And if that's the case, you're very clear on why that needed to be. Some sort of illusion was broken. Some sort of spell was broken. You saw through something that previously had you, and well, in a stronghold is what I heard. Tell me the Seven of Swords in reverse. What is this that was revealed? The Ace of Wands. Something has been reinfused with fresh energy. Or infused with fresh energy. And it's very attractive energy. You're showing up as a king for some reason. And this person's showing up as a queen. So take that how it is for you. It could indicate that this other side is the feminine side if you have a heterosexual relationship. Or it could just indicate who's in more of a assertive or masculine energy versus who is in more of a feminine, although the Queen of Wands is a pretty masculine feminine energy. She's quite assertive, so keep that in mind too, especially with the Ace of Wands here. She is in her element. I feel like you're seeing the truth about someone and it's not what you thought, maybe. Either someone has changed significantly and you didn't think it was possible or you didn't expect it, or, and if so, you're seeing like things are making sense as to why someone was the way they were in the past. It's like you're seeing that they were working through something, a woundedness or a confusion, and it may have had them acting a little bit, not toxic is a strong word, but just like out of alignment with themselves almost, you know, they were going through something and they just weren't themselves, it feels like. So it became harder to discern for you the truth of who this person is or just what's going on in the relationship between you. Okay. But you're showing me here that what has been revealed to you and what is, you're still not telling me really how you're feeling. You're showing me a lot of desire and energy, sexual energy, and just being kind of like lit up about someone or something, especially now that you see it clearly. That's a strong element is coming through that you didn't for some reason before. And it was a mixture of like mental confusion and emotional confusion that was causing that. But there's someone that is kind of embodying and expressing themselves very authentically and somewhat unapologetically right now. And you're witnessing them in that. It's like they're in control of their life and they're not, it's not like in a controlling, defensive kind of way. It's in a flow. So this person, you're seeing them now maybe be in their natural state of flow, where as before, it feels like something had confused, wounded, or taken them out of that, and it made it more difficult for you to read the situation or this person while they were kind of working through that. Okay, so your motivation is the Star in reverse. So these are both Aquarian cards, Aquarius. That's why I say there's like an element of fixed air here that's pretty strong. Pluto's moving through, Pluto's in Aquarius right now, so that could be impacting things for you. And we're coming up on a pretty massive transit as well that could be significant. You might want to just see where it's landing in your natal chart. But Pluto in Aquarius is going to oppose Jupiter in Leo. And it's going to be quite revolutionary. So see where that's happening in your chart, because I feel like that could have a pretty big impact. But your motivation right now is there's something that's not healed. Maybe you were waiting to even try to heal something because you weren't sure if it required it. Like, not that it didn't need healing, but if it was worth fixing, you know? It's like you couldn't, you were maybe waiting and just observing until you got this clarity. I feel like you'd kind of decided not to do too much, not to move too much. Like, until I see the truth of this person, without me trying to like lure it out of them or manipulate it, until I see what has been confused and blurry cleared up, I'm not going to take action towards this or to more fully extend myself to it in some way. But now you have that clarity, and so now your motivation is the Star in reverse. So the Star in reverse can talk about like a lack of hope, a loss of hope. It can also talk about, yeah, something that just hasn't healed quite yet. And oftentimes it does have to do with like a mentality around something, the way that you're thinking about something, and the need to kind of dissolve an old way of thinking or an old way of seeing someone, perceiving someone. Okay, tell me about the Star in reverse. More about Aries motivation here towards this person and within this connection. What is their motive? Primary motive. The Ace of Cups in reverse. Huh. Yeah, the Hanged Man. You've been waiting. You've been like hanging around here for a moment or two at least. I think that there's something that was unchanging and you watched it like not change for a while. Maybe you were trying to assist it in changing or moving something along and it just wasn't. And so it feels like you stepped back. You took your foot off the gas and you just kind of went into observing mode or witness mode. But now it feels that what has not been healed is there's been a loss of hope or faith, or a loss of feeling connected emotionally to this person. You're focusing on that now. And it's like you're trying to strategize, I think, how you can reconnect this, how you can get back in tune with hope, or how, if it is possible, to calibrate to one another's hearts again. Because it feels like there has been distance, and most of the cards, all of them except for the King of Swords on your side, are in reverse, which is not bad, but it's just indicating to me that there has been a stagnancy. And there probably still is. Like, where the most action and agency is taking place for you right now is in your mind, as you process what you've become aware of emotionally, and the implications of that, and the actions that you want to take based on that. That's what I'm feeling and seeing on your side, okay? So let's go over to their side of things now and see what's going on over here. Okay, so again, yeah, strong Aquarius, strong Saturnian energy in general, because we have Capricorn and Aquarius on your side. So for this person, their thoughts and feelings and motivation, how they are thinking about and experiencing the connection, is the Lovers. Okay. It feels like you guys are getting on the same page now, though, because the Lovers and the Devil are two sides of the same coin. The Lovers is basically radical acceptance and choosing to hold space from a place of grace and love for yourself and potentially another person. The Devil is about a lack of moderation, and not basically accepting somebody else or one another or the connection for what it is, but trying to control through manipulation, obsession, power dynamics, different things like that, right? So you could be seeing clearly where that was a thing in this connection, but this person is like you with the Devil in reverse and the Lovers, how you're both perceiving this now is the same. It looks like this has been clear for this person for a while, and for you, you're showing me that you're just clearing this truth up emotionally. It's something that you're like just fully seeing or able to admit now for some reason. So the Lovers is Gemini energy as well. Tell me more about how this person is perceiving the connection here or experiencing it. So this person knows that they have a very strong relationship with you. The Eight of Wands in reverse. There's no movement right now. The Two of Cups in reverse. So yeah, they are very aware of the energy, the current energy, it's what I picked up at the beginning. There's a bit of a lack of alignment between the two of you currently. I feel like you haven't been on the same page. It looks like you want the same thing. You just haven't been on the same page for some reason. You've either been like interpreting and reading a situation differently. Specifically, it feels like you weren't sure if something was toxic. And this person could have had their questions about that as well. But right now, they're just showing me that they're aware of something and they don't need to communicate it or push it. It's enough for them to just know that they have this connection with you. So this could be someone that you're not talking to right now, or there's been a bit of a plateau, like a lack of movement between the two of you in some sort of way. Okay. And this person, I feel, is perceiving you as not taking action to change that, like not doing anything about that. So if the two of you haven't been talking or hanging out, then they're either seeing you as not taking any serious action, like Maybe you texted them, but you were just like, sup, you know? And they're like, after 6 months, that's all that I'm getting. So, you know, they either see like a non-serious um approach or no approach. Or it's just crickets, or they haven't heard from you, or you haven't taken action. It's either that they aren't taking seriously the action that you are taking, or that that there's nothing really going on between the two of you in the physical realm right now, or communication wise. Okay, so, but they do know what kind of connection this is and how they feel about you. And there is a very strong feeling, a very strong attraction and magnetism. And they feel that it's mutual with the Lovers there. So whatever your experience with this person has been, it's probably been intense and a little bit of a head fuck, honestly. A little bit confusing. With the Lovers, there's always that element. It's not your everyday, average, easy peasy relationship necessarily. Does it have an incredible payout if you're willing to, like, can you grow more effectively into the wholeness of who you are? Can you become your most empowered, expansive version of self? Can you learn how to, like, build your capacity to love in an incredible kind of way with the Lovers? Yes. But does it have its difficulties and challenges? Yes, as well. So you would know, though, if you're in that type of connection. Okay. This person's feelings towards you. The Two of Swords in reverse. So interesting you guys just have all swords in your feelings for each other. Are you air signs? Do you have air prominent? But this person is like, I've made up my mind. And I feel like they have just made up their mind that they love you, you know, because they're perceiving or they're experiencing the connection, excuse me, as the Lovers. The Lovers can also be about a choice, an important choice, like a choice that has massive implications for your life, basically would change your life. It's something that you need to think through. And it has to do with investing from the heart and soul into something that challenges you, pushes you outside your comfort zone, but ultimately could be extremely fulfilling and abundant. You just have to take that leap and trust both yourself and essentially like the universe or life, right, to catch you. But this person here, they're saying like, yeah, they know the truth of their feelings for you. It's funny, you guys are both like, I'm clear on how I feel, I'm just not going to tell you. Is that something that's been a thing in the relationship as well? Like, is that why there's all this confusion? Because you guys know how you feel about each other, but you just haven't been good at expressing it? There's something about communication sort of sucking here, but I don't know if that's always or just recently. Tell me more about this decision in this person's feelings for Aries. What have they decided? I'm hearing the Fool in reverse, the Knight of Coins in reverse, that it's not going to go anywhere. They are not expecting to be surprised, is what they're saying. They have very strong feelings for you. It's funny that you both showed me like that you were viewing the other person in an energy of inaction, like, oh, this person's not doing anything. You're both not doing anything on purpose. You were waiting to observe until you got the ultimate truth of something. And this person, they're like, I've always known how I feel. I still know how I feel. Or I still know how I experience this connection. But it's almost like they're saying, what does that matter though? There's some factor here where they feel that it doesn't matter. Of course it does. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything to them. But it's like they're sort of saying, it doesn't matter how I feel because I know that it's not going anywhere anyways, or that it can't go anywhere anyways, or that I'm not going to take a chance on this or leap out into this with the Fool in reverse. Two of Swords in reverse. That's the choice that they've made. Why? The Page of Swords in reverse. There's a lie told. Potentially like future promising, like building a big vision or dream of the future and then just like taking no steps towards it. So it felt just like a fantasy and nothing more, or an illusion. The love was not fake. I'm seeing that this person has very real feelings for you. They just don't think that it's going to actually go anywhere. So I'm not entirely sure why that is. But it has something to do with maybe something you told them specifically, or there could have been a fight and some kind of cutting things were said, like, I'm not taking a chance on you, or I don't trust you, or I don't know. But it has something to do with communication or a lack of communication. This person also could have like waited on you for some time if there was distance, or again, like a lack of actually being in each other's lives or talking, expressing your feelings. So this is either that there was a lie told, or that there just has not been communication and this person is done waiting. They're just kind of like creating closure for themselves now because they don't feel like, they don't expect any shocking revelation or big change to happen. They're kind of just saying, yeah, nothing is changing. That's not that they wouldn't like it to. That's not what I'm getting. But they're sort of saying that it's out of their control. And what good, like it doesn't even really matter, again, like what their feelings are for you or how strong they are, because for some reason that isn't influencing whether or not things move forwards the way that they would like. So yeah, they've kind of just they've made up their mind to just let go, like take their hands off the wheel. But they are not going to instigate a new beginning, it looks like. They've decided that, yeah, they're focused on themselves right now. But it's because someone was stubbornly not moving forward. So I don't know if, like, I'm sure you had your reasons here, Aries, for waiting until you saw whatever, like until something became clear to you before you moved. But I don't know how long you were just like stagnating things between the two of you, or how long you pulled back for. Also not saying that it was just you that created stagnation in this connection. But from this person's perspective, they're kind of saying that the ball is more in your court, and that you're either choosing not to come correct or not to come towards them in a meaningful way that they can really see going somewhere or take seriously. Or you are lying to them about the future and your intentions. This is how they're perceiving it, by the way. It might not be true, but this is like how this person is feeling, right? Something about that. They feel very shut out from you emotionally, though. It's like giving this, I don't really have a chance or a choice. I have to just like walk away from Aries. The Five of Wands is this person's motivation. They are conflicted internally, though, because they want this, I'm pretty sure, but it stresses them out because it's been very difficult. They've put in a lot of effort to like push something forwards, and this feels like someone who has been pushing and pushing and stressed and anxious and like giving a lot of energy, and now they're just like, you know, like, I'm done being the one, or I'm done because everything I've done, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. And there's a frustration. So they've made this decision, and they're quite like firm on it, that they are not going to instigate a new beginning, or they're not coming towards you, or they are not going to be the one to start a conversation. The ball is in your court, essentially, but they also are very clear on their feelings for you. And they have a lot of love, which is why I think that their motivation is a little bit tangled right now. There's like internal conflict that's affecting that. If there was another person involved, like a third party, yeah, there's some sort of lie that was told, I feel like. This person doesn't feel like they're being honest with themselves, like cutting you out, though, and saying that you're not what they want. Because I feel like you are what they want, but they feel like they have to sacrifice what they want and believe you could be, because there's been something else, the Ten of Swords, that has come in and influenced the situation for them. And it's like they don't feel like they have a choice. They feel as though there was something hidden from them, that you were committed to something else, or just not committed truly to moving forwards with them. There's two really specific storylines that could be for some of you. One of them is that there was another person involved, like you were seeing someone else, or you lied about a commitment. Like a lie is showing up strongly here, with the Page of Swords and the Ace of Swords in reverse. So this is just what this person is telling me again. Keep in mind, right? I'm not saying it's for sure the absolute truth, but I'm reading their energy, and this is what they're saying. They're saying that there was a lie that has been putting them in a state of conflict. And it still has them conflicted, honestly, because they care very deeply about you, but they don't trust you. They don't trust you. And they don't really trust themselves at this exact moment either, because they feel like they're lying to themselves, not moving towards you because they care about you and they want to move towards you. Again, they feel as though this choice was kind of made for them. And there's still some internal conflict around it. They don't feel as though they see totally clear. It's like they feel like they know how they feel and they know what they have to do. And the two are not really on the same page. The other thing that came through is if it's not another person that was involved, like a third party, then it was just they feel as though like the future that the two of you envisioned and planned together was just a lie. Again, that it was like future planning or like love bombing or, yeah, future promising, right? Which is basically where you just promise a whole bunch of things for the future, or like you build this big fantasy and then none of it is really real. And it's to get what you want or to get ahead in like the present moment. So I'm not saying you were doing that, but there's something where this person feels deceived and they feel because of that deception, they have to love themselves and they have to do what's best for them and respect themselves. And for some reason, what is in alignment with respecting themselves is not being the one to take action towards you. But there's something coming up from this person's side. There's still a lack of clarity on their side about something here. Okay, so let's take a look at your overall current shared energy. Okay, so you guys have, wow. Yeah. You have the Hermit here. Virgo energy with coagulation. That is the alchemy card that came out. Interesting. So right now is a period of time where you guys are, you're solo dolo. There's like, you guys are doing your own thing from this person and vice versa. Kind of whether, I want to say whether you want to be or not, that is what is being sort of like solidified right now. It feels like is a phase of time where the two of you are doing your own internal reflecting. Because the coagulation card, it talks about solidity and adherence. Like specifically something that was fluid, taking shape, taking physical form, turning into like a solid foundation or formation. So the ingredients that were once not not adhering are starting to adhere together into a fixed state or unit. And so the result is something that is tangible, visible, reliable, and fixed, right? Concrete. Something is taking shape. The shadow aspect of coagulation, though, is elements coming together without a lot of awareness, and then they become unconsciously attached in that state. So then there can be resentment, then there can be like inertia, like slowness, stuckness, stagnancy, right? And a feeling of I can't separate even if I wanted to because I don't know. I'm still not even aware of what is really like holding us together. So the negative side of this would be like codependency or unhealthy attachment elements in a relationship where both parties feel consumed in a way by the relationship, like so that they are unseen or unknown as their own individual selves within it. So the big work or the big like theme with coagulation is the challenge, basically, is to experience merging with another while not losing yourself. And in the book, it draws an interesting kind of like, it says, think about merging into traffic, right? So no one in Calgary knows how to merge correctly, but I do, luckily, so I can show you. So when you're merging into traffic, right, it's like, and then one car, and then another car merges, and then another. So you are like, you're weaving in, right? So it's one, and then them, and then you have a choice, and then they have a chance, and then back and forth, right? That's how you keep taking steps together instead of like one going way ahead and then the other trying to get caught up. And then, so that's basically how you stay balanced in terms of coagulation. When you're coming together and you're forming a structure, you make sure that the parts are equal by merging in such a way. But with the Hermit, it feels like what is taking shape or formation right now is a separateness between the two of you, a separation, a distinction. This is me, that's you. It doesn't need to be judgmental, but with the Hermit, there's definitely a distance, and that is what is being solidified between the two of you right now. Anything else about that? No, let's take a look at the possible action that this person might take towards you in the near future. Okay. The Magician, the Six of Coins, and Memory. Oh my. This is screaming Mercury retrograde in Cancer. It's screaming Mercury retrograde in Cancer. So this is mercurial energy. The card associated with Mercury is the Magician, and the Six of Coins. Well, this person may try to manifest you, or they may straight up just communicate with you. I'm not really getting that though, because they're saying that they've kind of made up their mind that they don't feel that that would help coming from them. It's like they're sort of saying that they've tried. If there was something to try, they've tried it. There's a level of frustration on this person's side. And there may be on yours as well. It's just, it's showing up on theirs a little more prominently. But so I'm getting less communication and direct expression and more, they're still giving you energy. There's still a physical energy exchange happening here. And they may be trying to manifest some form of communication or getting on the same page, or even like a mutually beneficial like contract or union between the two of you. Basically just getting on the same page and agreeing, and it being balanced, and you both coming and being able to collaborate in a cooperative way. So I feel like that wasn't happening. This memory card is interesting though, because I feel like they're manifesting from a place of memory of the past, but I don't know if that's beneficial because, well, what are they connecting to? What is this memory of the past? The Seven of Wands, and the Eight of Swords in reverse, the Seven of Coins. All 4 sevens are on the table. 7 could really be significant. They're saying that in the past there was a fearless, unapologetic commitment, like claiming this. In the past, they remember a version of you that was not hesitant, that was not just sitting back, observing and doing and saying nothing, basically. And again, you had your reasons for that, right? But this is what this person is saying. They remember a version of you that fought for this connection, is what they're saying, and wasn't crippled by fear or doubt. You saw the investment clearly. You knew it was what you wanted. You asserted yourself in typical Aries Martian fashion, is what they're saying. And they found it very attractive. And that's, well, I'm hearing what once was. I was saying, like, what are they manifesting? What once was. So I don't know if at one point in time the connection between the two of you was very different. But it looks to me like there was a really clear and distinct, non-dramatic, heavy investment in the past into one another. They remember how it felt at that time, and they want the two of you to show up in a similar way to the connection, but they're still saying that they don't feel like that's really in their control fully. So they may have tried to make this happen already, tried to like clear things up, heal, like make something happen. I'm just going to close the door because people are coming home and it's going to be loud in a second. Especially because my Rottweiler's going to freak out as soon as they come in the door. Okay. All right. Yeah. Is there anything else that you want to say about what this person, well, not what they're trying to manifest. They want it to be equal. They want it to be reciprocated as well, reciprocal, with the 6 of Coins and the Magician, like merging into traffic. They want balance and harmony. And they seem to have an idea of what that looks like or what would be required for that to happen between the two of you. So that's what I'm seeing that they're trying to pull in. Yeah, that's all. There has been heartbreak and disappointment here, Aries, and you both see and perceive that clearly. They perceive you as having walked away and disconnected, though, and like you're on to your next win. So if that's not the truth, then maybe your phase of waiting is going to be over soon because you have the clarity that you're saying is what you were waiting for to take action. But it's looking like if you don't, then yeah, this person's just going to assume that you don't want this, basically. They're going to be at peace with their feelings for you, which are very strong, but they're not going to instigate or push it. And it also seems like they need certain things to feel safe within the connection, specifically truth. They need clear, direct, honest, like openness. Nothing off the table, nothing off limits, right? There should be nothing you can't talk about together, is what they're saying. Nothing hidden between the two of you. Okay. So that's what I see, Aries, between you and this person. That one felt like romantic because of the tone and the way that the cards came out. So take it how it resonates for you, but that's what I've got. We're going to move on to Taurus. Taurus. Taurians. Let's see. See where this falls in your natal. You can look down to the degree, but I more so meant your house just to get the general theme of where that will be impacting your life. When you look at where a transit is moving through in your natal chart, that will tell you a lot about how the energy of that transit is going to impact you, or could impact you specifically, like where you could see that unfolding in your life. You can also look at the degree, though, and see if there's an aspect that's happening. So, in other words, like, it could be, like, the moon could be squaring, opposing, trining, conjunct something in your natal chart, which then you would need to see the actual degrees to know if that's happening. But you can also, if you don't want to do that, just look at the house as well. Okay. Capricorn frequently subjects itself to situations initiating the process of coagulation through hot pressing and by loss of water. During Cancer season, it's important to take note of where we've become overly hardened versus where we could benefit from the healthy coagulation and containment of Capricorn and Saturnian parts, says Shauna. She is our astrological guru wizard. Witch. She's a witch. She's awesome. So thank you, Shauna. She's probably gone already because she said she'll be back a bit later, and I just saw it now. Okay, let's move on to Taurus. See what's going on for my Taurians. My Taurian babes. Okay. Taurus has messages for you. Let's see. I'm using my favorite deck ever for Taurus. Then you're going to try to get some sleep. You're not hopping on the until the sun rises bandwagon. It's 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Did you not sleep last night until now? Oh my word, friend. Oh my goodness, you better try to get some sleep. Good Lord. Sorry, it's like I've been talking to too many people in different time zones. I'm like, where is everybody? I can't. Especially you. You move around so frequently that I'm like, can't keep track what time it is, where you are. You got 2 hours. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Do better. Yair's body. Do better. You can do it. It's not too hard to beat 2 hours. So here's hoping. All right. Are these ready? Is that enough shuffling? No. Okay. A few more shuffles. I love doing relationship readings. I love seeing like the dynamics between people and how the cards tell a story of that. It's so interesting to me. But I don't like doing them super often. So like the last time I did a relationship themed reading was like 3 weeks ago with the your truth, their truth, the truth. Just because I think that like consuming too much of that too frequently is unhealthy, right? And can get a little bit addictive, speaking from as someone who like has been there, done that a few times, trust me. So I get it. So I kind of try to moderate like how much of that I put out, but I do really like doing these readings. So I'll probably do one at least every like month. Okay, we're good to go here. So show me Taurian's side of things with this relationship that wants to be highlighted. Their thoughts, feelings, and motivation. Okay. Feelings. Okay. Motivation. You can just see what comes up. I mean, you can have someone in mind, but if I feel like that might like pigeonhole you a little bit with this reading, because for some, I already am feeling like it's not going to be the person that you have in mind. Spirit was kind of clear about that as I was getting the decks ready. They were sort of saying there's a good chance that for some of you, it will be family or friendship or something outside of that romantic sphere of things. So it doesn't hurt to just have an open mind. You can still have someone in mind that you would appreciate a message about. But yeah. Why? Aw, I'm sorry, Kelly. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Way to just dagger me in the chest with that story. Aw. I have that too, where I have love for people and I'm like, I'll never not love you. And there's nothing you can really do. There's that quote that's like, you will never be unloved by me. You are too well tangled in my soul. And I just feel like that's kind of how it is with me. I mean, eventually sometimes I do fall out fully, but it takes a really long time. So sometimes when you're creating your own closure, it's just like, well, I love this person, just kind of like Aries person was saying, right? I love this person, but like there's nothing I can do. So I'll just love them from afar and send them loving energy because that's all that I can really do. Let's see more. Okay, there we go. Right. You know the love is pure when like you see through, even when the person tries to like hurt you, or if they're, I don't know, just when you see someone clearly and you can hold that love. And that doesn't mean be a doormat for anybody. Absolutely not. But when you can be honest about your feelings, but also still take like healthy action, that's maturity. And it's not always easy. So yeah. Creating your own closure can be really hard. Feelings on this other person's side of things. Get one more. Okay. You guys dealing with an Aries or what's happening here? Okay. Motivation. Okay, that's too many. Can I just get one? Whew. All right. Well, they're not playing around. Okay, and then the current shared energy between Taurus and this person. And possible action in this in the near future by this person towards Taurus. What you can expect. Oh, I need to look at that yet. It's going to leave it upside down. Okay. Let's get one more oracle card. There you are, at the bottom of the deck. This deck has element cards and sign cards for all the zodiac signs. It's interesting that you're just right there, loud and proud. Okay, so clarify the near future between these two here. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's get into this. Hi, Taurus. I hope that you guys are doing excellent. So let's get into your reading. Keep in mind that the roles can be reversed, okay? But I'm going to talk as if this person on this first side is you. If it does not sound like you and it sounds like the other person and vice versa, then just take it that way. So your current thoughts or experience of this connection is coming through as the Seven of Swords. Okay. All right. Well, there's something unclear as you would see it. And I think that your feelings are unclear as a result of that. It's almost like, well, if I don't have the truth, then how can I make an informed decision, right? If I don't have the information, then how can I make said informed decision, right? It's like, well, no, I don't want to compare it to that because it might have nothing to do with that, but let's just clarify it a little bit more here. Because I'm seeing in your feelings, the feelings are the Knight of Swords in reverse, which is, I don't know. The Knight of Swords in reverse does not have the answer. And so they're either taking action without the answer, without the clarity, or they're not taking action because they don't know what they would need to know to feel confident moving forwards. So you're saying like your experience is that you're not seeing something clearly, or that something has been hidden or an illusion. And for that reason, your feelings, you're not really totally sure how you feel right now about this person. So let's clarify that. What's the Seven of Swords? Why is Taurus perceiving this relationship as the Seven of Swords currently? Okay. You're getting out of your head around something and you're like, that was some bullshit. Could have been dealing with a Virgo or an Aquarius who was lying, specifically who was the lying person. You don't have to be though, but that's just kind of showing up here. The Five of Swords in reverse and the Seven of Swords and the Knight of Swords in reverse. All of the swords. So many swords. So you're seeing through some sort of games. You also have a strategy about this. You're approaching, maybe you're doing nothing until you have the truth, and nothing but the truth. You know? You could be dealing with an Aries. Or you could have Aries strongly in your chart if you feel like you want to watch their reading and that resonates with you then. Because there's a little bit of a common energy or theme here. There's a thread. But yeah, it looks like you're perceiving something as... You're seeing through something you didn't see before, but it's making you question even more, like if there's more that you don't see. So this could be like, you find out that someone has been playing some sort of kind of like game as a bit of a tactic either unconsciously or consciously. It doesn't have to be super like nefarious and dark. But sometimes people, for instance, play games out of insecurity, right? To test other people to see if they're safe because they are insecure and they don't have a strong sense of self, or they don't know that they don't have the assuredness that no matter what happens in a situation, they'll be okay. So they live from a place of fear instead and like needing to know before they take the chance. And then as a result of that, they will test people or play games or like things like that, right? But a lot of the time they don't know that they're really doing it. That's all happening subconsciously because they're coming from a place of fear or defensiveness. So it could have been something like that, but you're saying that you see where something was not being accurately portrayed or offered, and you're just not accepting things. You're not accepting that anymore. You're not taking any more of that. Okay, what's this Knight of Swords in reverse? The Star in reverse. You don't know if something can heal. You don't know if there's like hope. You don't know if something is your like dream anymore, your wish fulfillment anymore is kind of what you're saying with that. It was at one point, and now you're up in the air with it or about it because of whatever has come into your awareness. This could even be like how you feel about relationships in general at this time. I don't know why that's coming through, but if it's been a while since you had like a solid committed relationship or something like that, you could be seeing these patterns in yourself, like ways that you have been a little bit defensive against love and why. And you could be forming a strategy to kind of like come out of that. But there's almost like this like slight hopeless feeling like, is it even worth putting in the effort at this time to do that? Because it's like you don't feel like you have a huge amount of faith that something is available or would come in, even if you did change something here. Okay. So the Page of Coins in reverse. This is your motivation. It feels like a tender part of you was wounded here. I don't know if that is a wounded inner child, but it is a wounded place, a part of you that just feels or has felt not enough, or has felt incomplete in like learning a lesson or integrating something that would allow you to feel stable and solid in relationships in the way you want to. Tell me more about this Page of Coins. It's coming through as a lack of belief in yourself, though, but it's... that's weird, though, because there's the Nine of Coins. I think that you're committed to yourself right now, Taurus, is what this feels like. Because there's something here about not seeing completely clear. And you're starting to break through that and work through that. That's dissolving. As it dissolves, though, it's like there's either you have some work cut out for you in handling what's becoming clear to you now. So you might have a little shadow work or healing to do, or else you just need to hold space for your own disappointment surrounding something. And I'm almost getting this energy of like building yourself back up. So this could represent like back into a state of financial freedom if you don't have that. or feeling just really confident and assured on your own. Like going from the Page of Coins in reverse into the Nine of Coins basically is what I'm seeing your motivation being, which is tending to yourself, taking care of yourself, and getting back to a place of where you feel good in your own body, grounded, safe, and like you can care for yourself in the physical, tangible realm in the ways that you want to as well. There's something about that. I don't think this is working for me. I think this is what's causing the annoyance. That pillow. Yeah, that's better, actually. Okay. Is there anything else about that for Taurus? About their motivation? No, that's what I'm seeing for your side of things. Okay, so let's move on to this person's side of things now. Okay. Well, they have an ace and 2 major arcana cards. So this person is, they are trusting and they're pretty in flow. Now, they may have been put in a situation where the universe like forced them to surrender, which happens sometimes. Like it doesn't, what something appears on the surface is not always what it really is, right? So if someone is not reaching out, or if someone is in a state of suspension from the outside, sometimes there are forces greater than that person working in their life at the time, right? Things that are out of their control that are taking place, that are making that necessary. And I just say that because the Hanged Man is their current like experience or thoughts of the situation. They are aware that this time, though, of suspension is serving a purpose. It's allowing them to get perspective. It's allowing them to see things from a different vantage point. And that's valuable. There's this energy, though, of like pushing. For you and Aries, there was this kind of energy of like surrendering because you've tried everything else. And then you finally get to the point where you're like, all right, I guess I'll just take a time out and I'll just like allow myself to just hang around here and hope that something else, like a new approach or a new strategy or just something that I haven't already tried that sounds like it could be it could be, I don't know, effective or positive in like improving the situation may come to mind, but it doesn't feel, there's like a sense of frustration behind that though. I can really feel that. Yeah. The Hanged Man also represents Neptunian energy. Yeah. And Saturn with the World in reverse. This person, they feel like a cycle between the two of you isn't over. They feel like something's not done. But they are also aware that there can't be change without change. So like looking at something, perceiving something, and approaching something the same way over and over again will get you the same results over and over again. And is insanity, according to Einstein, right? He's like, there's literally no sense to that. Like just doing the same thing over and expecting something to just magically change, right? So this person, it feels like their new approach is to kind of take a back seat or take a time out for a moment. But again, like with these 2 major arcana cards, it doesn't feel like that has necessarily been their choice. That may just be the way that things are playing out. And they're just kind of accepting that. But yeah, they don't feel like something is complete between the two of you. Something feels unfinished. Their feelings towards you, the Ace of Swords, and you also got the Earth element card. It came out in the reverse. Okay. They feel like they're in their head a lot about you and this connection in an ungrounded kind of way. Like they could get sucked into rumination about this because it is something that is, it's like it's coming through as a loop that is seeking completion. It's seeking closure. So when you don't have closure surrounding something, it's just an open loop and your mind continues returning to it because you haven't reconciled it yet, right? It has something to think about and figure out, and so it will continue to try to do that. That's just kind of how our minds work for the most part. It's like leaving tabs open, right? You're gonna either close that, like you're not gonna leave a tab open for like a year, most likely. You're gonna probably address that and close it so that it's not like making your laptop move sluggishly, or do you know what I mean? Like you're going to want to take care of something, and it feels like that's what this person wants, but they also feel as though they don't have control to make that happen. But they do feel as though they have some sort of truth with the Ace of Swords here. So what is that? The Knight of Wands in reverse. Okay. Temperance in reverse. That's pretty clear. Okay. They could be communicating this to you at some point, but this person feels as though there has been erratic or maybe even irrational action taken. But the Knight of Wands in reverse and Temperance in reverse is like, that is like most likely irresponsible, but also just like a little bit unaccountable, imbalanced. There's an imbalance. It's not, this is someone who's not in a state of harmony with themselves, right? And so they kind of bring chaos. It's like you can't expect peace from someone who's at war with themselves, sort of energy, right? Or you can't expect to come into union with someone who's in this energy and have it feel like balanced and harmonious. So they feel as though they know what the truth is of why something hasn't grounded into reality as well, the way that they would like it to. And it's because they're saying that someone has been, maybe both of you in a way, or at different times within the connection. There's been like erratic, impulsive kind of behavior that came from a place of a lack of internal harmony. And there could have been things as well, specifically like spoken or shared, that a truth shared, maybe about, well, you could have shared a truth with this person that hurt them, or that they are perceiving as what you shared. They're now seeing you in the light of the Knight of Wands in reverse and Temperance in reverse. So they could be seeing that you made a specific choice, but they're perceiving you as having made it impulsively or from an imbalanced or a place of a lack of self-awareness. Essentially a little bit of a toxic place, because Temperance in reverse is kind of like the devil energy. It's just there's not moderation here. And I'm saying that you could have been the one who shared something with them that changed their perspective of you a little bit, because here in your energy, right, you're saying that there was an illusion and now there's not. Something's been put out in the open. Something that was hidden, or a game that was being played before, is now exposed. And it's created a feeling of, I don't know if I can fix this, or there's a lack of hope and I don't really know what to do. So it could be that you shared something with this person, and for whatever reason, what you shared impacted them quite deeply, or shifted the way that they're kind of like perceiving you for some reason right now. Yeah, something was hidden, it feels like. Something was hidden, and whatever it is that came to light, it like shattered some sort of dream or perception this person had. Now, those expectations may have just been this person's like own unreasonable expectations. Like they could have been, for instance, putting you on a pedestal of some sort. Sometimes people do that, right? And then it's like we do something that is out of alignment with their idea of us, not necessarily the truth of who we are, but their idea of us, or who they wish us to be, or who we are in their mind. And then it's like their illusion of us is shattered, and their expectations from us are shattered, because they see like who we truly are, and that's just not the assumptions and projections that they put onto us. Basically, it doesn't mean that we're better or worse, but it just means that it shatters the assumptions and the illusions that someone had created about you, or the expectations. So sometimes that happens as well. I'm not saying that you like specifically and actually like let this person down in terms of not meeting an expectation that was clearly communicated and established between the two of you, right? Like if you guys were dating, then like this established expectation that we won't cheat on each other, right? For instance. And then you breaking that. I'm not necessarily getting that it was something like that. I'm feeling it's more like someone's idea of you was shattered, and you may or may not have even had any idea of that they had this idea of you. Okay, so this person's motivation towards you is justice, or in this connection. Okay, well, I like this because it's not coming, they're not seeking from a bitter, resentful place. They just want what is fair for everyone. What is fair and balanced and the highest and best good for everybody involved in this connection. They want it to be clear. They want it to be spoken truly. I think they want the truth about something from you so that they can close this out. Like they want you to help create this closure, is what it feels like. They might see that as being what is fair. Like if you created the confusion, then you should clear it up, kind of thing. Again, keep in mind, this is just like this person's energy and what they might be thinking. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is the truth. So when I say these things, I'm not saying that this is what you did or who you are or anything like that. I'm just reading from their perspective. Okay. Okay. So clarify justice for the Taurus. Scorpio. Okay. Well, it did come out in the upright, thank goodness. But the Four of Coins in reverse with Taurus in reverse. There you are now at the bottom of the deck. It's not coming from a place of bitterness or resentment, but this person does feel like they are releasing this, and like that is what is fair and aligned. You could be dealing with someone with strong Scorpio or a Libra. There's also Sagittarian energy here. Saturnian, Neptunian energy as well. And then that earth element is here. But I don't really feel like that's indicating a sign. It's just an ungroundedness. This person definitely feels as though the connection between the two of you is, it held like a cosmic purpose or a higher purpose. And it just feels like they're grappling with that now. Like, how do we close this out then? How do we best close this out then? Without carrying those heavy, dense feelings for one another forward. Because there has been something painful and there has been something, I heard like a slap in the face, so I'm not really sure. It feels as though something this person learned was kind of jarring to them and they feel like they need to let you go, or yeah, the Hermit, the Seven of Coins in reverse, be on their own and not invest in this. It could be that you kind of dipped and you're no longer investing in this, and so they feel like they need to just let go now too, because you're showing me, right, you don't have a lot of hope, and you're kind of, your main focus or priority is moving from this to this, where you're feeling like yourself again, not feeling so drained or like incapable or hopeless. So basically you're taking care of what is within your control at this time, but I don't feel like you're addressing the relationship directly. And this person would like that, like they're open to that, but they also, I feel like, don't really expect it. But they might see that your reaction to something, like if you pulled back, if you ghosted, or if they're perceiving you as being avoidant, they could see that as being part of this pattern, or just like even that response to something coming up between the two of you. Like if you just pulled back without communicating or something like that, then I feel that this person is reading that as being like not a healthy response. So I'm not sure about that. They feel like they know who they are and what they're worth. And I think that what they're seeking in this justice energy is just, they want to know that you also see that or saw that at some point, because they feel unseen by you, or disrespected, or misunderstood. There's something here about that. Something about justice being like, there needs to be emotional truth, like vulnerable emotional expression and openness, sharing something from a place of honesty. Even if it's not what they want to hear, they want the truth. And they believe that receiving the truth is what is just and fair in the situation. There's something about this person too where it's not just about what you say. Like with that scorpionic energy, they read people, and they read you probably quite well. So it's like when you guys talk, it's not just about what you say, it's about what is in between the lines, or what is on the edges of what is being spoken. It's very scorpionic. Yeah. Okay, so the current shared energy between the two of you, this is coming through as, okay, the Death card in reverse. Okay, so more scorpionic energy with the Alchemy card of Autumn. Okay. Well, yeah. It feels like nothing changes if nothing changes. But at the same time, something is changing. Autumn of all of the seasons makes me think the most of like change. Whether it's the changing of leaves, I don't know why exactly that is, but like obviously spring is also another transitionary sort of what we would consider transitionary season, but autumn always brings that out for me. Scorpio season is also in autumn time as well, so that could be a significant time for you. Like maybe something significant happened last autumn or will happen this coming autumn. But regardless, the current shared energy between the two of you is one of, it's interesting, it is one of culmination. There is something culminating here, although it's not necessarily the change or the shift that was wanted maybe. But it's about resolution, harvest season, the culmination of something that gives you a broader perspective, a broader view. It's interesting. It is like, if you think about the year and where autumn falls, it's kind of like we start closing out the story or the themes of that year when autumn comes. And with winter, it's like reaching that completion and really laying the year to rest to start something new. So the story of the year finds closure and you start looking towards the horizon of what's coming next with the autumn energy. So maybe that's something that is not happening with death in reverse. It's like this, you're both realizing that there's something, or you're both feeling that there is something that wants to change here. You both maybe want something to shift. There's even an energy of generosity with the autumn card as well. Because it's about giving generously to something, like putting a lot of effort or hard work into something. And then gratitude and generosity come as you receive the wealth of what you have been pouring into and then share it. And then more comes back to you. So yeah, it's not about selfishly, it's not a selfish thing. It's not about like holding the wisdom, the wealth that you have gained. It's about sharing it. So maybe you guys need to share your experience or what you've learned with one another. Maybe that would help. I'm not really sure, but when you do that, you are giving back. But this is an energy of something coming to fruition and then being able to be released. And it just feels like with death in reverse, that is not happening. And I think that there's still fresh pain. The Three of Swords. There's pain because of the way something has gone or the way something has not gone. But it feels... Tell me more about the current shared energy. It feels like this internal pain of like not being able to create the change. What is that song that I'm channeling? Glycerine by Bush. In one line he says, couldn't change though I wanted to. He says, should have been easier on you. I couldn't change though I wanted to. 90s banger. I love that song so much. It's beautiful, but that's very tender. That feels very tender. It's like I couldn't change. There's this feeling of I wanted to. I didn't know how. Maybe for you, it was like you weren't seeing the ways that you were getting in your own head, and maybe there was an element of self-sabotage. Like I said, when I was talking about these energies, it's oftentimes it's subconscious. Like you're not really aware, you're not doing it on purpose. But maybe you're like a little paranoid because you've been hurt, or maybe you're a little defensive. And so you're kind of testing the waters instead of just being really clear and direct with someone, right? Like maybe you didn't want to approach something a specific way, but you did because of something that hadn't healed yet inside of you. And so now you're focusing on healing that thing as your number one priority, and just getting back to a space where you feel more settled in yourself and confident moving. But it feels like you're doing that in an independent way, and you're sort of saying, I need some time to myself to get back to that, to reestablish that, because you're showing me that you're aware that that hasn't been there like recently. There's some sort of change that hasn't happened though. But I feel like there's a natural culmination point that's coming now. And it also feels as though with that, there are things that are like coming into your awareness, both of your awarenesses, like wisdom. And the thing about the autumn card is, again, there's always a gift that comes with it. There's always a harvest, something that you are reaping from the experience, and it's positive. So it's not just pain. So you might be like experiencing pain right now around this, and that's okay. But when that leaves, there's also going to be a gift there too, behind the pain. There's something that you've learned. There's something that you felt. There's something you experienced with this person or this connection. And it is something that I feel like eventually you'll be grateful for. It just might take a little bit of time. And that's natural. So the positive, or the possible, maybe it's positive, but the possible action by this person in the near future towards you. Well, I don't know if you'll feel that this is positive, but the Six of Cups, bless you. The Six of Cups, the card of the past. It can also be a card of like soul recognition in another, like a soulmate, or like on Anne of Green Gables when they say, you're my kindred spirit, you know? I forget what her friend's name was. I used to watch that movie at my grandma and grandpa's house. But yeah, they would say we're kindred spirits, like we're made of the same stuff, we're cut from the same cloth. It's like when you meet someone and you're instantaneously friends, or you feel as though you've known someone for a really long time. You just naturally kind of get each other right away. That can be signified there as well by that. And then these cards, holding together and approach. Well, this person might approach you here. It could happen during this Mercury retrograde in Cancer, which starts on, I believe, the 29th. I think it starts tomorrow, or the last day of the month. It's going to be a bit of an emotional one, it being in Cancer. And with the other things that are happening in the sky during the time that transit is taking place. Not fear-mongering or anything, just like a heads up, it might be a little bit of a tender Mercury retrograde. I feel like this one's less about like, technology glitching and like not being able to like say what I'm trying to say. I feel like there's more of an emotional baseline. A lot of people could be returning to speak something that they couldn't say. They didn't feel that they could say before, or to create closure, or to seek closure in another. But I feel like this person, the Six of Cups, approach and holding together. So approach says advancing, a warm reception, prosperous conditions, increased influence, hopefulness, lightening up, and an arrival. And holding together says union, cooperation, solidarity, membership, teamwork, participation, and making a choice. Let's clarify a little bit, but to me it looks like this person approaching the past to try to create unification or union, like to try to essentially connect with you on common ground. So if there's been a focus on like where you guys are different, Like, you're so like this and I'm so like that. How would we make it work? Or like differences in values or communication styles or whatever the case may be, approaches to certain things. It feels like this person, if they come back, they want to focus on solidarity, on the ways that you guys are the same and how you guys can cooperate and be working together on the same team, basically. Is there anything else about that? It kind of feels like that was at the bottom of the deck and I noticed it before. That wanted to come out. It could be that this won't be until, well, it could be around the time of the Capricorn full moon, which is literally tomorrow, that this happens. But those energies are in effect like for up to 3 days after the moon as well, really, really strongly or prominently. And then even just until the next new moon, really, we're still kind of working within the framework of that lunation of the full moon. So until we get to the new moon in Cancer or Leo, which one was last? Gemini was last, right? Was it? I can't remember. When we get to the next new moon, though, you basically have 3 days from like tomorrow where the energy is super potent, and then like and then 2 weeks overall, basically. So it could be happening within that time period that this person's coming back together with you. But I feel like when they approach you, they're approaching with hope. They're approaching with a hopefulness, which is interesting because that's what you're missing. Maybe they somehow know that. But even if they don't, it's like they're coming to you with exactly what it is you need most. To feel safe is what I heard, but maybe to feel seen as well. I'm not really sure. It feels like they're coming towards you with what you need, though. Okay. Yeah, the 5 of Cups in reverse. They want to heal. They want to heal old pain. This person could be a Pisces or have Pisces strongly in their chart. They don't have to. But Neptune and the Pisces card is here, so that could be. There's also Scorpio, Libra, and Sag on their side really strongly, as well as Capricorn. Okay, that's what I see for you, Taurus. I hope that was helpful. And we're going to move on to Gemini. Yeah, there's a tenderness in the energies in general, I feel like. I'm not sure if that is correlating with this full moon or the energies around right now collectively, but it does feel... It feels like that specific kind of tenderness where when you know that the culmination point of something is coming, it's basically like you know that it's the end of something is closing out, and so it's like a bittersweet energy, kind of. Maybe it's bittersweet because I'm reading the collective energy and it will be sweet for some and bitter for others, like the closure of, well, whatever you're laying to rest, potentially with this moon. But, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Cancer. Okay. Let's see what's happening for my Krabby Cakes. My cute little Krabby Cakes. Krabby Cakes. All right. Let me say hi in the chat. Hi. What's up, T-Baby? What is up, Christina? Hi. How's it going, guidance? Aw, thank you. You're so sweet. How's it going, la la love? It's the 3 days of you subscribing. Oh, now you can comment. Aw. Sorry, I do that for the trolls. Sometimes trolls hit the chat and I'm like, no. Get out of here. But I'm glad that you stuck it out for the 3 days. And I'm glad that you're resonating. And you can join the chat now. Yay. Okay. Let me change this before I forget. Or no, we're not going to Cancer. We're going to Gemini. How silly. How silly of me. Aw. You're so sweet. Thank you, Lola Love. I mean, don't share if anything, if it's putting you in a bad position. But at the same time, any generosity, like, may it just flow back to you tenfold. I truly believe that when we pay it forward, it does flow back to us. So I always appreciate your guys' support, but know that it's not expected. But I do appreciate that. Okay. If you want to support the channel and get something back in return as well, though, I do offer personal readings. I have an Etsy store, and I'm running a sale right now on 15-minute readings. So you can always go check that out. I don't have Cash App. I have PayPal because I'm in Canada. And they don't, I'm pretty sure that we don't have Cash App, or at least we didn't used to, but there is a link. There's also links in the about, or no, the about, down below, in the info. Your husband is an Aries and you're a Taurus. Wow. Wow. So did Aries also resonate for you? Are you in Canada too? Let's see. Fellow Canadians. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. I appreciate you. Arkansas. Ooh. Another country-ish type place. I'm from Calgary, so I'm in Alberta, which is very, very country-ish as well. I've never been to Arkansas. All right, Gemini. We're on Gemini, not Cancer. Not Cancer yet. Gemini, and then Cancer. All right. Let me not get ahead of myself. In fact, how dare I consider forgetting Gemini? I'm going to have some haters. Did I make Gemini live again? You did. You came right when Gemini... I'm literally shuffling right now. It's like I have your psychic telepathic bat signal. I just put it out there energetically and you come. Country girl, yeah. Love me some country vibes. We have the Calgary Stampede every year, which is very... It's about as yeehaw as it gets. Okay. Gemini. Okay, show me Gemini and their person. Okay. Gemini. What's up, Robert? You're back. Just in time for Gemini. Okay. Gemini's feelings towards this person. Currently. Aww. Motivation. You better work, bitch. Okay. Sounds good. You better work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Let's see. I really don't like that Britney Spears song. It's actually a very annoying song, I feel like, but it's another song we could say. We could say work, 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 work. Throw in little Rihanna there. Rihanna in there instead. Okay, show me Gemini's person. How are they thinking or perceiving the situation here? Thinking of or perceiving the situation. Okay. How do they feel about the other person? That, yeah, it gets in your head. Me too. That's a good song, though. The Rihanna song is good. Is that their feelings? Yeah, okay. Show me their motivation. Wow, that card fell and it landed like sitting like this between my couch and the table, just like perfectly caught there. Interesting. Okay. And the possible action that this person may take in the near future. Rihanna karaoke. Yeah, that'd be a sassy one. Huh. Okay. Let's get an oracle card and see what's going on here. Show me the magician in reverse here. Show me this possible action. Oh. Wow. It was the strength card that landed perfectly. The strength card, Leo energy. All right. Let's get down to it, darlings. Let's get into this and start unpacking it. Unpacking it. I take my time even more with these readings where I'm unpacking dynamics because to switch in the middle, well, I kind of switch between your energy to theirs and just, I like to take my time unpacking dynamics. So I also studied psychology, so don't hate me for psychoanalyzing everything. Also, moon in the 8th house. So, you know, it's going to happen. It's going to happen with me. All right. 2, 12, 12. Hello, Gemini. Gemini, my little squishy babies. How are you doing? I feel like I always get cute aggression with Geminis because I love you, obviously. Holler at me, my fellow Gemini moons. All right, my agents of chaos and destruction. Love, though, as well. Okay, so I'm going to talk as if the first side is you, all right? But if it sounds like this is more your person, and the second person sounds more like you, then just take it how it resonates because the roles could always be reversed, all right? Also, I'm just seeing that the number 2 is pretty significant here. I'm seeing 222 on the table. So that might be significant for you. You maybe are seeing 222 or I don't know, something about that might be a thing. You might want to look up the numerology if you're into that kind of thing. Okay, so your current perception or thoughts, basically your experience of the situation right now, you're saying is the Chariot in reverse. Okay. Cancerian energy. You're like, it's not going anywhere. Nothing's moving anywhere. Nothing is happening. Why isn't anything happening? Okay, so the Lovers at the bottom of the deck, the King of Cups, the 2 of Cups, the 10 of Cups, the Seven of Cups. So many cups. All right, well, I feel like if nothing is moving and you want it to move, then there's an obvious reason as to why that might be. But just highlighting that at the bottom of the deck. Okay, show me the Chariot in reverse. Why is Gemini perceiving the situation this way? The Devil. Okay. Well, I'm glad we figured that out. Okay, we're gonna need more. I'm gonna need more. The Chariot in reverse and the Devil. It's interesting because it's Capricorn and Cancerian energy, and they're sister signs that share an axis, or an axis, whatever you want to, however you want to say it, whatever the correct way is. So this moon could be very significant for you as well, Gem. The full moon that's happening tomorrow, it's in Capricorn. And then there's going to be also a Mercury retrograde in Cancer. We're also in Cancer season. So there's something about that, though, the timing and those signs, that's pretty significant for them to come up like that. But Capricorn energy is more, it's showing up as the more dominant or prominent energy of the two at this time. So it's more, there's more of a focus right now from your perspective in this connection on difficulty, on maybe there being the need to face things that have not been congruent or calibrated between the two of you, things that have been out of balance is what I'm getting. Usually the Devil talks about a lack of like moderation. So there could have been an overextension on one person's side or the other person's side of energy, like an imbalanced energy exchange or lack of reciprocity to the same degree, like to the equal or balanced level. But you're saying this needs to be addressed and things can't move forwards until something that has been a little bit off in the connection is faced and dealt with and worked through. What is the Devil? This could also just be a focus on like restrictions that you're currently feeling. Yeah. There is pain there, but I almost feel like there's a past woundedness that has been affecting your feelings within this connection. Like it could be a past heartbreak. Maybe you went through a breakup not long before you met this person and you hadn't fully processed it yet, something like that, or vice versa, the other person. But I'm not getting something horribly toxic here with this Devil. I'm just getting something in the shadows that has been being worshipped without you understanding exactly how much energy has been going towards that, and it's going towards something that hasn't been conducive to the forward motion or growth of this connection. And it just feels restrictive. So this could be self-sabotaging ways. This could be old habits and routines that don't allow you to make space for a connection, or it's like there's something that it has to do with structure and expectation or responsibility that feels a little bit heavy, but it has taken precedence over moving towards something that you feel emotionally convicted about, which is this person, I think. So there's a focus on the restriction, whatever is stopping you from from feeling like you can move towards this in the way you want to right now. So you're really not even perceiving the connection. You're sort of looking at the connection and perceiving it as having a hold on it. until you deal with the devil in the room. The way that you feel about this person is the Queen of Pentacles. Well, you find them to be very feminine, very nurturing, very, there's something gentle, graceful about this person. You also find them to be very attractive. Whether they're man, a woman, it doesn't have to do with sexuality or gender, really. It's more about energy with the cards. This is also someone that you want to take care of in a way, though. You want to nurture them. Tell me more about Gemini's feelings for this person. The Knight of Pentacles, the Knight and the Queen of Pentacles, the Three of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles. Okay, so you're pentacly, feeling a little pentacly right now, huh? A little bit of coin business going down. All right, well, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Step away from the pentacles, Gemini. Step back from the pentacles. Okay. So what I'm seeing here is that you feel as though there's a bit of a disparity currently. And I think that's coming, that is like a bit of the crux of this. It has to do with that. The imbalance or the not being able to reciprocate to the degree that you would like to. What I'm seeing is that you're seeing yourself as the Knight of Pentacles and you're seeing this person as the Queen of Pentacles. You feel as though you need to take care of something before you can nurture this person the way that you feel they nurture you, before basically you can bring to the table what matches this person's freak, basically is what you're saying, what you believe that they're truly worthy of. You want to collaborate and cooperate and even find healthy compromise with this person, it seems. But you're telling me that that can happen after you up level from the Knight of Pentacles into the King. Because then you have a King and Queen who can move together, move forwards together in sync. Okay, and that's also what the Chariot has to do with. It's about two things that need to be in sync to move forwards, and when they are calibrated or aligned and they move forwards together, it's very powerful forward movement. But when they're not, it's not, right? You're either going nowhere or you're crashing violently on a chariot if the two like things pulling it are not on the same page. And I'm just seeing the Chariot as being like the relationship or like all of the love between the two of you and the emotional conviction. The two of you are the ones pulling that forwards or guiding that, right? You feel as though there's somewhere you need to step up. Now, this could even be a slightly unhealthy perspective. Keep that in mind. Like a little bit of a perfectionist perspective. So just keep an eye on that if that's part of it for you, Gem, because there's almost this element here too of like perceiving this as a situation that I can't move forwards until like I'm at this point and I'm not there yet. But that's your own perception of like what needs to be in alignment before you can make something happen. And you might be very critical or hard on yourself. Yeah, that like, I don't have enough to give. I can't show up. And like, this person won't receive as much as I receive from them out of the connection. But they're saying that that is like, that's not true. The Seven of Swords, the Ace of Wands, you have beautiful energy to share and to give. It doesn't need to look exactly like the energy that this person is sharing. You don't need to give back to them in the exact same way. You just need to bring the best of you to the table, right? And that is enough. That's more than enough. So the Eight of Pentacles is your motivation, which I really like. That's when I started singing the work songs, all of the Britney Spears, the Rihanna, all of it. The Eight of Pentacles. You're not afraid to put the work in, to put the effort in. You're actually motivated by the work that you've already done. So it feels like you've been progressively putting one foot in front of the other and moving towards something, even if it's been slow progress. You have been actively and intentionally making that progress towards something. I think that you're not seeing the ways that you've already succeeded, like how much you've already overcome within this. So maybe that's because this connection it's intense, or it's complex, or it brought a lot out of you that you needed to face and work through in order to be truly healthy and healthy within and open to the connection. If that's the case, then like take a second, take one moment, take 5, take a lunch break here, and just look at how far you've come already. Please. Because they're saying that intuitively you know that you can succeed. And a lot of that has to do with you checking in with yourself and being like, look how much I've already accomplished. Let me give myself some credit where credit is due. Because you're showing me a level of humility of someone who's not afraid to do the work, someone who's not afraid to look at their own attachments, patterns, wounds, self-sabotaging ways, defense mechanisms, all of these things. And not everyone is willing to do that. So first of all, that's beautiful. And you're also willing to work with another person, because for the sake of giving them what you believe they are truly worth, which is very commendable. So I really like that. But they're saying, like, to you sometimes the victory, how much of a victory you've already achieved is hidden, although intuitively you do know it. It would help you to remind yourself and to revisit that, especially when you're being really, really critical on yourself about like the things that you haven't yet achieved that you want to in your own personal growth or within this relationship. So let's take a look at this other person's side of things and see what's up with them. I love iced coffee. I love iced coffee. All right. So this person's current perception or experience of the connection is the Justice card. So that is Libran energy. I really like this Justice card. I'm going to show you a little closer up because it's dope. Isn't that rad? Okay. Well, this person, whether they're happy with it or not, because justice is, well, karma or justice is neutral in nature. It's kind of like there was an action taken and this is the response to that action. Or like you broke a law, now you pay a fee or something like that. Or with karma, it's like action and reaction as well. Consequences to everything, right? But it's not good or bad. It's neutral. It's just you kind of get what you give here. So this person is kind of saying whether they like it or not, but let's pull a card to see where they sort of land, that they do agree that whatever is going on in the connection right now is what is just and fair overall for everybody, or what is needed most right now in the dynamic. So tell me more about that. What does justice look like for this person here? The Seven of Cups. There was something that wasn't built on solid ground, something that was unstable and a little bit confusing, and it needs to be knocked down. The Tower. Well, it would take a lot less than the Tower to knock down this House of Cards, so But basically this person's saying that what has not been on solid ground, or what has been deceptive or an illusion, that needs to come tumbling down. And I think that, well, they're saying that this is what's happening currently. It's how they're perceiving or experiencing the situation right now. So they are receiving a level of emotional clarity, but it's through the stripping away of everything that was not real, whatever that was. They think that that is justice, that is what is fair, because they're going to have, like, once they have the truth, they're going to have peace of mind to make decisions about what they want to do, right? But you can only make informed decisions when you have the information required to make an informed decision. So it feels like that's why they think that this is just, no matter what is coming to light, no matter what is being cleared up. And again, whether or not their personal feelings, like whatever their personal feelings are about it, this person does feel as though, I mean, they could have Libra in their chart. That's a very balanced Libran perspective. It's just diplomatic. Okay. Their feelings towards you currently, the Page of Swords in reverse. What's that? The King of Swords. Okay. The Eight of Swords. The Eight of Wands. This won't be everyone's reading, okay? So don't take it if it's not yours, but I'm just going to say what it is that I see. And remember, you love me. And if it's not your reading, then it's not your reading. Also, this is this person's perspective and feelings. So they may not be like the end all be all. It's just what they are saying or feeling, okay? This person is seeing you currently as the Page of Swords in reverse, and they're saying you need to be the King of Swords. You essentially, there needs to be some evolving in self-awareness, and a little bit of growing up. Now, that could just be because they're looking at you like there's something that you are not clear on within yourself, or you don't trust yourself in a particular way. And you can't really trust someone who doesn't trust themselves, right? Because they don't really know what the fuck they're doing from moment to moment, or why they're doing it. And they're very likely to be changeable and just not stable. So there could have been an element of that where there's something that you didn't know, or an assumption you made, or a projection maybe, from a place of not knowing though. And that caused some sort of issue. But what they're saying is that they are saying that sometimes you communicate from a place of fear, the Eight of Swords and the Eight of Wands. Sometimes you get afraid, or your anxieties run away with you, and you communicate from that place. And they're saying sometimes you do that to get, like, to gain validation, but it's in an unhealthy way, right? So it could be like you get worked up or anxious or afraid, and then you communicate erratically with this person, or you communicate in a way where you are like, you're seeking a reaction, and the reaction validates that this person still cares about you. This is just an example, right? So you can kind of like conceptualize what I'm trying to say. But it's like not the healthiest way to go about validating that there are mutual feelings in the connection, right? There are healthier ways to communicate with somebody else about that. So they're just saying there's things that the core of it, there is like assumptions and projections from a place of not knowing, and then acting on those like assumptions and projections, and then kind of like a cycle of just fear based action. So this person, they're very like cut and dry. They're very like Libran, very like this is just, and it's almost like it doesn't matter how they feel. They're not, it's not that there's not tenderness, but there is like a diplomatic neutrality here with this person. They have feelings. They're not cold, but it's like they've laid a hard boundary down here. And they're just kind of saying, whatever this has been with the Page of Swords in reverse, that needs to change. There needs to be, again, like a shifting, an evolving, a growing, a learning, a new approach, a new strategy that is more healthy. And until that happens, well, that's what would need to happen. It's like a requirement for them. So they're not telling me what their like feelings are necessarily. They're just saying they're kind of detached from their feelings for you right at this moment, because they're like, this needs to happen first. If Gemini shows up in this energy, then we'll like get back to the heart of the matter, right? But for now, there's just a clear boundary set around that. Their motivation, though, is the Four of Wands. So they want something solid. They want joy. They want something that feels liberating and safe at the same time. The Four of Wands is like your sanctuary, where it's kind of like your home base, where you can like leave on adventures, but then you know that you're always coming home. And it can be that within yourself as well, where you know, like if you're going through a cycle, you're always going to come back to yourself at the end of that. You're always going to come back to your baseline. So you can take risks, you can adventure, you can be curious, you can try new things. But at the end of the day, you know who you are, and there's a joy and like a healthy pride in that. And there's an assuredness and a safety and a comfort in that as well. So this person, it feels like that's their baseline. Their baseline is joy, consistency, and doesn't have to be consistency in a boring way, but it's like, it's more coming through as authenticity. Like they show up as themselves in any given moment. They're looking for someone to share, to celebrate life with, who shows up in the same way. So that's why I feel like they have a bit of an issue, because I think that they see how you were showing up and they know that it's not like true to you necessarily. It's not your baseline, but that's why they're waiting for that to change, or they're giving you an opportunity to shift that. And I feel like you're doing the work here, because your motivation is the Eight of Pentacles, right? Your feelings, you already said you wanted to level up from the Knight to the King of Pentacles. It's just interesting that they're showing me the disparity in like a mental capacity, in like how you perceive something or how you approach something from assumption or fear or doubt, or projection. And you're showing me the disparity in kind of like a physical growing up. Like, I need to be able to match what this person makes, or I need to be able to match how much physical security I can provide, but I don't know that that's what this person is actually looking for. I mean, obviously that's nice when you're on the same page, but this is why I'm saying you don't always have to like do all the prerequisite work before you come together with someone. You can just come together and then discuss your needs, or what you feel has been like lacking, or what needs work, and get on the same page, so that you know that you're both even working on the same thing, or seeing the same thing as the issue, right? I feel like there needs to be some healthy communication here. Anything else about the Four of Wands? It feels complete, though. This person is someone who's good on their own, and they just don't want to invite chaos into their peaceful energy, because they're quite confident and assured in who they are, and they get thrown off. It feels like being in too close of vicinity with people who don't have a strong sense of self, or who are just like struggling to trust themselves, or believe that they are enough, believe in their own innate worthiness. Because it's like they see the worthiness and potential in you, It would just be like you not seeing it in yourself and then acting from that place of fear. But this person can see, or they're saying that they can see like the breakdown of what leads to that. And they're aware that you have some work to do. But there's not anger here. They want clarity and stability, and they know that something needs to be balanced out for that to happen. So the current shared energy between the two of you is strength, and it came out with the alchemy card of Saturn. So we have like Leo and Saturnian energy here. There's something in my throat. Keep feeling it. Okay. So Saturn talks about structure. It can talk about consequences, and it's very much like authoritative, kind of like daddy energy. I think that what's being kind of balanced out here right now is whether or not your morals, values, and vision is actually truly calibrated and aligned with one another here. That's what's coming into focus, the ways that either that is or is not in alignment. Because you have strong, you're showing me that you have strong established, like a strong established inner compass. You know who you are, essentially. That could come from like a lot of life experience. That could come from being very self-aware or introspective, and you know, that could come from a lot of things. You doing a lot of healing work on yourself, or going through something that really like gave you a lot of perspective. But it's about limitations, rules, logistics, like laws, things that must be adhered to for something to govern effectively. So Saturn carries quite like it's a strong force. And when Saturn is teaching you a lesson, God, when Saturn's teaching you a lesson, it's like it feels, oh gosh, it can be very frustrating because it can take a long time, and it can feel like it's like one limitation after another limitation. Then you hit another roadblock, and then another restriction, and then, but at the same time, Saturn does that for the ultimate purpose of supporting you and strengthening your resilience, so that you essentially can build those that foundation or structure in your own life that will hold you when the going gets rough. There needs to be those Saturnian qualities, for instance, of commitment, of steadiness, of endurance, steadfast presence, in order to truly like bring something creative into being, right? You have to show up with commitment, endurance, like a steadiness, a consistency, or else it's very hard to bring, like, to create something and then sustain it without those things. So Saturn is about like building the structure in your life that will then allow you to hold and create the life that you want this structure to hold, right? The life of your dreams. However, there is a density and a weight to the energy of Saturn. You have to become the authority in your own life with Saturnian energy. That is what it ultimately wants to teach you. And being essentially sovereign and in dominion over your own life, being the central authority, being your own foundation is not as easy always as it sounds. There's lots of things that kind of like can challenge that or get in the way of that, or even bring up things within us that challenge our own ability to do that. So it's kind of this ongoing thing with Saturn. But I feel like that energy is very strongly present and prominent here at this time in between you and this person. So the two of you could definitely be seeing how you have approached something thus far, how you feel about it's almost like looking at the structure that you've laid so far, or the bricks that you've put down to build the structure for this dynamic or connection to rest within. And does it feel like the Four of Wands? Does it feel like what this person is trying to build? Does it feel that way to you? Does it feel safe, liberating, successful, manageable, sustainable, right? It's like you guys are addressing the structure that's been built so far, seeing or dealing with the consequences of any like cutting corners or shortcuts that you may have taken, because you definitely can't do that with Saturnian energy. It will catch up to you. And so then you're just kind of dealing with that. And it feels like there's some restructuring happening here. And that restructuring demands that the two of you be the leaders of your own life. There's something about you choosing things for yourself, you being the authority on your own life, of your own life. Essentially doing what it is that you want, going for the things that you want, living your life in the way that you want, because it's your life. So anything else about that shared energy? It's heart that is behind this, though, and the desire to come in from out of the cold. Yeah, the Ace of Cups is behind that. The Five of Pentacles in reverse, right? It's like this hard work is being addressed, this restructuring and like looking at the consequences of how you've approached things so far. It is coming from the heart. That's what's motivating you to do the work, because you want to show up, to nurture. You feel that this is a nurturing connection. But behind the Five of Pentacles is the Ace of Cups. It's coming from the heart. Leo rules the heart. That's why I was saying that. But that Ace of Cups there, it's like the desire, and the Fool behind that. Okay. The two of you both want this. You want to alleviate some sort of disparity or like lack or longing, yearning that's happening right now. And love is what will solve this. But there's a cycle that's still not completely closed, and it's a cycle of grief that still needs to be processed. Grief that maybe was creating illusions, assumptions, even like just subconscious reactions or patterns or attachments or things that were coming up within the connection. But I feel like those were being triggered. It was like old things being triggered that need to be dealt with, so that the weight of those old things they're not carried into the new structure that you're building. It's like if you're moving from an old house, would you move junk with you and then move the junk into your new house? Or do you do like a refining when you move and like donate some things, throw away some things, maybe buy a couple new things and just take what you need, which makes more sense, right? You don't want to carry like garbage into a new space or foundation. You don't want to carry something that could weaken that structure, which ultimately has nothing to do with that structure. You don't want to take baggage into a new relationship either. The best that you can, not do that. Okay, so the possible action towards you in the near future from this person, it's coming through as the Magician in reverse. So this is mercurial energy. It came out with these two oracle cards, and this is where I saw the 222 at the beginning. The Magician is also the second card in the tarot, though. It's card number 1, but only because the Fool is 0. So technically, the Magician is the second card. It's not number 2, but it's the second card of the Major Arcana. And then these, Transformation is number 22, and Healing Energy is 20. So you have 2222 here with these all coming out together. This person is entering a cocoon or a womb of some sort, womb state, it feels like, to heal something. For that reason, I don't feel like they are reaching out, manifesting actively, or trying to like move towards you at this time, but you also may not be doing that with them. Like, it kind of feels as though you're both working on your own things right now. It doesn't mean that you'll never reach out to one another again, but I'm kind of seeing it being a time where you both have your own things to unpack. And there's a density or a heaviness around those things with that Saturnian energy. So I think that you're doing that privately for yourselves. Yeah, the 8 of Cups. But the Ace of Swords in reverse is behind that. It may seem as though you guys are letting each other go or walking away, but you're not. That could just be an illusion if you're not like in contact. What you're really doing is you're both still thinking of one another and holding space for one another. You both still are holding the same vision of coming together in a celebratory, balanced way. The 4 of Wands and the 6 of Wands, they both talk about celebration. These are both of your motivations, right? And you also are both showing me that you're willing to do the work or to look at yourselves. So I think that you're just doing that. Both of you are doing those things right now. But there's like this awareness, this underlying awareness that it is helpful for you to give each other space while you do that at this time, so that optimal healing can happen. Because I think that there's quite a large shift taking place in like your form. Yeah, look at that. The 2 of Wands in reverse, picking a path of the star. Like very profound, significant healing is taking place here. On both sides. But it's like such a profound healing that you might even be going like shifting physical forms in a bit here. So something very significant could be changing in the physical realm. But it's like when a caterpillar turns to literal mush and then becomes a whole other biological makeup of an animal, which is a butterfly, like something totally different, right? It actually dissolves to become something new. It's reminding me of the coagulation, the dissolving to unite. Dissolve to unite. It's part of the alchemical process. Like destroy to create, right? You have to dissolve or tear down the old form for there to be room for something new. But you're not doing it with the intention of being destructive. You're doing it with the intention of restructuring, just in a very significant way. So it feels like you're both doing this separately, but with one another in mind, and maybe with the connection in mind as well. So I do feel like there's pretty crazy healing and transformation taking place on both sides. So that's what I have for you, Gemini and company. We are going to move on to Cancer now. But I love you, and I hope that you're doing well. Okay. Let's see. How you guys doing? Doing okay out there? Here you are. Dynamic read is very needed right now. You're welcome. You're welcome. Gemini moons. Aw. What's up, Mito? How are you, love? Okay. Just seeing the chat now. It's Gemini moon hour. Yes, Shauna. How's it going? If you could actually get into a cocoon to heal and come out renewed like a beautiful ass butterfly. I know. I wish that we could hibernate like bears and just like, I'm going underground. Just we'll see ya in 4 to 6 months. Goodbye. When I come out, I'm going to be hungry and horny probably, and I'll see you then, you know? Be ready. I feel like that's what's happening. I would appreciate that. I would like to be underground for half of the year and just be like, I'm gonna go do me now. I don't want to be witnessed. Scorpio rising. Is my Scorpio rising showing? I feel like it is. Okay. Oh, also, Gemini, if you guys are still listening, I'm pretty sure your reading and the Scorpio reading are connected just based on the one card that I pre-pulled to meditate on for each of the signs. Your card was Saturn, and the one that I pulled for Scorpio has a connection to Saturn as well. So I just noted that the Scorpio reading may also be for you. That would be especially so if you, that poutine ready. Girl, we don't fuck around with poutines. They are delicious. And if you go look at a picture of a poutine, or even say the word, because it really doesn't sound that great now that I'm saying it out loud, it may not look appetizing. It may not sound appetizing, but you put that in your mouth and you are not going to be disappointed. Let me just tell you. It's basically like fries with cheese curds and then gravy on top. So the cheese melts and it's so fucking good. Oh, it's so good. I love me a poutine. I'm so Canadian right now. I'm so Canadian. Okay, Cancer. Cancerian. Like coleslaw on pulled pork? Kind of. You thought it was gross? Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't think, right? But it is delicious. Things you wouldn't put together. Saturn is the only one you sub for? Yeah, same. It's on your bucket list. Come visit, and I will take you for one of the best poutines that you could possibly have, darling. We kind of go crazy here, though. We kind of do it big. Like, that's the classic poutine, what I just told you, with just the cheese curds and the gravy. But they have many varieties of poutines. You can get it with pretty much anything on top. So, yeah. You love yourself some poutine? Yes, girl. They're so good. All right. Cancer's deck ready? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so let's get the Cancerian cards out here. Cancer, how is Cancer perceiving or experiencing the situation in this dynamic at this time? Okay. Interesting. What are their feelings towards this person? Okay, and their motivation within the connection. Woo. Okay, 3 major arcanas. No big deal. No big deal. That's some big energy there. That's some big energy, darlings. What you doing with all that energy? Watch how you swing that thing. I'm gonna hurt someone. Okay. What about the other person? Let's see their thoughts or perception or experience. It's so stormy outside. It's been storming for like days on end, and I feel like it's supposed to rain on. It's supposed to continue raining for the week, and the mosquitoes are out of control. Ugh, it's been like my personal vendetta against them. But you can't kill them all. They spawn too quickly. Okay. Feelings for this this person has for Cancer. Okay. And their motivation within the connection. What? What? Hold on. Yeah, I don't think so. First of all, way too many cards came out. Let's just get one for each placement. And also, that just didn't make any sense. Let's see. That makes more sense. Wow. Powerhouse vibes. Okay. The shared energy currently between these two. All right, and possible action in the near future by this person. Okay. Okay. Let's get one more oracle card. Let's see. Tell me about that possible action in the near future towards Cancer. What? What's that? Why do weird things keep coming up in your... Okay. Okay. Intriguing. We're going to have to get into this and see what's going on. Okay. Need to know what's going on with this. There's something that I'm not understanding yet, but let's just get into it because it will unfold. But yeah, weird energy that came out of nowhere. Okay. Hi, Cancer. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing wonderful. And we're going to get into your reading here and take a look at this. So I'm going to talk as if the first side, the person on this first side is you. But if it sounds more like the roles are reversed, then just take it as such, because that can definitely be a thing in readings where we're looking at two different people. Okay, so you have three major arcanas on your side surrounding this person, your thoughts, feelings, and motivation. The way that you're perceiving the situation currently is the Emperor, who is called the Defender in this deck. The Defender. Your feelings for the other person are the High Priestess, which is called the Revealer. And your motivation within the connection or dynamic is the Wheel of Fortune. So you have three major arcana cards here. So this does feel like a very significant connection for you. For sure. And it doesn't have to be a romantic connection. For some of you, this is family related. Someone from your family. It could specifically be a mother. But it doesn't have to be. Okay. It could be anyone from your family. It doesn't have to be family though, but that's coming through that is, I think for some of you, it might be a family thing, a familial relationship. Tell me more about the Emperor. Why is this? Okay. The Five of Wands and the Three of Swords. Okay. Well, you're like, I had to take control. I had to, you know, get down to business. I had to basically put my big boy, big girl Cancerian pants on and take control a little bit here because there was chaos and a little bit of pain. You may have laid some healthy boundaries, like it's in the upright here, the Emperor, so I'm not seeing you as being just outright defensive and like a jerk, or trying to become more in dominion through control or power dynamics, which would be the Emperor in reverse, right? The Five of Wands and the Three of Swords, though, this is like things went off the rails a little bit and pain was being caused by that. And so I had to step into my role as, you know, being the sovereign authority or dominion over my own life and kind of step in to create balance, really. What is the Five of Wands and the Three of Swords? What is like the cause of that within this connection? The Chariot in reverse. Gemini had that, I'm pretty sure. Was it Gemini or Taurus? Now I can't remember. But the Chariot in reverse. Something not going anywhere. That was like in the same placement. And Temperance. You're saying something hasn't been moving forwards and it's not because of you, is what you're saying. You're like, and it's not my fault. I'm balanced and in a state of internal harmony. My hair is caught on my, sorry, excuse me while I talk and do this at the same time, but it's caught on my earring. And it's annoying me. The Chariot in reverse, but that's also your energy. You are the Chariot in the major arcana. Temperance is Sagittarian energy. And the then you also have the Moon. You have very strong Sagittarian energy and also Aries and you very strongly as well because the Moon is your ruler. And then Jupiter, which is the Wheel of Fortune, is Sagittarian's ruler. Okay. Well, Jupiter is still in your sign right now, I believe. It's almost moving into Leo. I think that it's still in your sign. You might want to check at what degree that's at. If it's at the what they call the anaretic degree, the last degree, basically the 29th degree of a sign. I'm just taking my earring out. It's going to keep happening. It can basically just bring up really... That's better. It can bring up intensity. And whatever is in that space, it can bring out like an intensity. It's the last degree of the sign, so it's like getting all of it out of its system, like you're about to leave, so anything that's going to come through that still needs to come through or be processed in that area is going to come through probably at that time. So it can feel a little bit intense, but you're perceiving something as like someone wasn't acting based on emotional conviction, or they weren't following their heart. They were in their head, or they were at conflict with themselves, or they were choosing violence. They were like creating conflict in a situation that you kind of had to step in and be the authority again in your life and say, okay, I'm not able to move forwards with you until the heaviness of your behavior until basically you take accountability for how you've been acting, or you change things, or things settle in the connection so that something can actually move forwards. Because if nothing's going anywhere, then what is the point, right? If we're not moving forwards. Show me the High Priestess for Cancer's feelings towards this person. You're kind of hiding them because the High Priestess she holds things tight to her chest. She's the inward facing yin energy, feminine energy, whereas the Empress is the outward, more assertive yin energy. So the High Priestess is very introspective. She's very in tune telepathically and spiritually and emotionally, but internal. But it's called the Revealer. So it's interesting. Have you revealed your feelings to this person, or is that something that you have very deep feelings that are still hidden and you want to reveal them? But it's like you might be waiting on that until things actually feel safe, or feel like they're actually moving forwards, not so chaotically, not so erratically. Yeah, the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups, the Nine of Cups. I saw the Six of Cups too. You told this person in the past, they know that you love them. I feel like you've expressed this. And I feel like you also viewed them as like a wish fulfillment on some level, an emotionally fulfilling, very emotionally fulfilling. And when you put the Ace and the Nine of Cups together, you get the Ten of Cups, which is like you could see yourself leaving just personal, independent, or individual emotional fulfillment to open your life up and share that, like build a family or something long-term with this person. That's something that you very seriously considered, it looks like, or you saw as being a distinct possibility or potential with this person. Okay. But I think that you've pulled that back for the time being anyways. It's like you're now keeping that a little bit close to your chest because something else is happening in the connection right now. Something else is being sorted through. So it feels like you expressed these feelings in the past and you still have them, but you're just holding them a little tighter to your chest at this time because you're not sure if something is moving forwards. Show me more about the Wheel of Fortune and this being Cancer's motivation. You want what is yours. Like you want what is truly for you. It feels like you believed that this was something that was truly for you in the past. And you're just trying to determine clearly if you still believe that, is what that feels like. Because the Five of Swords in reverse is like indicates getting out of your head in some way to maybe just like have a healthy detachment from the situation, so that you can claim your desire for it. You can say, I want what is for me, and I would love it if it was this person or this relationship. However, if it's not, then I still just want what is for me. So basically, manifesting not from a place of ruminating and being in your head about like, well, what if this person isn't the right one, or what if this, what if that? It's like just letting go, not of the person necessarily or the relationship, like not throwing it away, but letting go of the perceived control or the need for control, and letting something just reveal itself to you. Okay. That's all that wants to be said there. So let's take a look at this other person's side of things. Yeah. So on their side of things, the way that they are perceiving or experiencing the situation is the Ten of Cups. Woohoo. So you have the Ace and the 9, which equals the 10. They just have the 10. You both have the 10 of Cups on your side then. So you both do perceive this the same way. Like you both see it as being, you either both see yourself, you see one another as family. So if this is a family member, then the 10 of Cups, that's like your family. And it's someone that you want to make peace with then, if within your family unit, if there's been difficulty there, if there's been like any drama or hurting of one another. It's like with the Five of Wands and Three of Swords, it's nothing that can't be healed or worked through. It's nothing too major. It's pretty minor, but it still is showing up there as a bit of like a thorn in the side that needs to be addressed. So to bring peace and harmony back to like that unit, the family unit. But if it's like you're seeing one another as, you know, like a partner that you would want to build your own family with, then they feel the same way. They're seeing this as that as well. And also something that they've already invested a lot into from the heart. The Three of Cups in reverse. Okay. And the Tower at the bottom of the deck. They do feel like there's been a strong tower, though. Like there's been a walking away or a distancing, or just a distance that has been created between the two of you, whether that was physical or not. It could have been emotional, an emotional distance. They're still seeing and perceiving you in the situation and experiencing the situation as like, basically, you're my person. You're either part of my family, part of my tribe, or just like the person that I would want to build with in an emotionally fulfilling kind of way. You're someone that I could love for the rest of my life kind of energy and build a family with, right? Whatever family looks like to you. But with the Three of Cups in reverse and the Tower, that's like something falling apart that hasn't been reconciled yet between the two of you. So you're still feeling that distance. So they're saying like the love is still very much there. And they don't believe that the foundation of what you have has been impacted or destroyed, but there is a distance or a miscommunication or something between the two of you. Specifically, there's been a strong action that was taken. It's looking like by one person to kind of like step back or pull their energy back for a time. And that might have just been necessary. That might have been appropriate for whatever you're going through right now. It doesn't seem like this person is fighting that. They're like it is what it is kind of how it's coming through. So this would be like if it's you and your kid or something, right? Be like, we had a little bit of a fight. We're not talking right now. Had a little bit of a screaming match, a little bit of a spat. The doors were slammed, you know. But ultimately, the 10 of Cups, like, I know that that's still, like, I know we're still good. I know that I still love them forever and they love me. This will pass. We'll have to deal with it. We'll have to talk about the drama or what was said or done that wasn't great. But it's not feeling like there's going to be like an unresolvable sort of problem. But there is a noticing, like a mentioning of the distance and not loving that. Like wishing that that distance wasn't necessary right now. That they could be closer to you in some way. Their feelings for you is the 2 of Cups. 10 of Cups and the 2 of Cups. Huh. Not too shabby, Cancer. This card actually correlates to the placement Venus in Cancer. So maybe your Venus is in Cancer. Doesn't have to be, but I mean, you're drinking the same Kool-Aid in the least culty way possible. But the 2 of you, you're made of similar stuff. You know, you've got a similar spirit. You've got a similar heart. This person, they see themselves in you and you in them. It's like with the 2 of Cups and the 3 of Cups here, it's very much a positive reflection. It's like a source of pride that they see themselves in you and vice versa. This connection, this dynamic is something that they're proud of. And it reflects beautifully on both of you is what they're kind of telling me. Which I think you'd be saying basically the same thing with that 9 of Cups, Ace of Cups. It's just you're holding it. You're not revealing as much, I feel. You're holding something a little closer to the chest about your feelings with that High Priestess, it looks like. Tell me about this 2 of Cups and this person's feelings. Justice in reverse, 5 of Cups in reverse. Something's happened here, and while they're saying it wasn't right or fair necessarily what happened, it's something that they've already grieved and they're at peace with it now for the most part. If something on their end of things kind of like impacted the way that they see you or feel about you or the potential of the connection, they've worked through that to a degree. There's still something left to push through and they're aware of that, but it's not like an emotional element on their behalf. Their feelings for you are what they have always been, and it would take a lot to change that. Very much like a mother's love for their child or something like that. If you have a healthy relationship with your mother, let's just clarify that, because not all of us do. What still needs to be pushed through? The 8 of Cups in reverse. They want you to stay. They want you to stay. I think you're the one that's pulling back. And you're showing me that you still have the 9 of Cups, the Ace of Cups. But there is something that you were showing me, right? Something that was preventing things from moving forwards. And it could have been, like we said before, something with you. Where you were a little bit, had some internal conflict or pain and you acted from that place. Maybe you weren't completely yourself. And so you've stepped back to kind of like put up some healthy boundaries and see like maybe what made you act in a specific way. Maybe you got triggered a little bit. It happens to the best of us. Trust me, babes. Nothing to be ashamed of, honestly. What is important is just accountability. Just be accountable and come from the heart. Have like a little consideration for other people. That you would be surprised like how far that will get you in life. You don't need to be perfect. No one is, so it's like a lucky thing that no one has to be, right? But they want you to stay, but there needs to be something addressed. Something cannot move forwards unless something is reconciled. And so they feel like there's still something to push through, and it's like the reconciliation of that final thing that will make the situation feel safe, harmonious, stable, and like good again, back to good, basically. I'm channeling the song Unwell by Matchbox 20. Matchbox 20? I'm not crazy, I'm just a little unwell. I know right now you can't tell. But stay a while and baby, then you'll see a different side of me. You might have just gone through something where you weren't feeling yourself. You were feeling a little bit unwell in some way. And you've pulled back into yourself to kind of see. I think that you're being responsible with your own and accountable to yourself. You just maybe haven't come forward to discuss something with this person yet, because it's like you're dealing with it within yourself first, so that you know how you can approach this person, or so you can approach this person with like a readiness to discuss it and an understanding of what you are discussing. Something like that. It feels like you're being responsible. And it feels like this person understands that you are, like, that you have, that the stepping back is what is just right now, is what is needed right now. But their motivation is the Ten of Swords in reverse. Their experience overall with you is the Ten of Cups, but their motivation is the Ten of Swords in reverse. They want to remove they want to reconcile something that's been painful so that the weight of it can be put down, so that it doesn't get carried forwards with you, so that you can not walk away, you can stay, but you don't have to stay and have this energy looming over the relationship, the dynamic. Because until it is addressed and like resolved, it's still going to be there. So their motivation is to clear that up. I'm getting forgiveness very strongly. Forgiveness. Is kind of their motivation. They don't want to they don't want to sweep the pain under the rug, but they also don't want to focus on it to the point, like, they want to talk about it so that they can, for the sake of release, like work through something and then you don't have to come back to it. The only way out is through, right? And the process of moving through something, you alchemize it. It shifts into something else. Like, you address an issue through having a conversation, and by the end of the conversation, well, hopefully the energy has shifted because you've discussed that, you've talked about it, and you've dealt with it. So they want that to happen in some sort of way, and they're open to that, it looks like. Okay, so the current shared energy between the two of you. Okay, well, you have the Iron card from the Alchemy deck. And then you also got the Lovers in reverse here. I need to clear my throat. like aggressively. So I'm just going to mute you for a second while I do that. Where's the thing? Okay, sorry, I had something stuck in there, it felt like. And it kept on interrupting. All right, so that's Gemini energy. So on this person's side, there's strong Gemini energy here. And on this person's side, there was also Mars energy with the Tower there. Okay. The Lover's in reverse. It's just coming through as a misalignment. It's not a lack of love. I don't feel that. It's a lack of alignment right now. And this Lover's card is so cute. It's this adorable little like locket, this heart locket. But it's open, and which means it's not like, it's two halves of the heart when it's open, right? And it also came out in reverse. So it's almost like two halves of a heart like losing each other, and it's like not being able to find their way back to one another because something is jumbled or hasn't been cleared up, is what that feels like. It's not that you'll never be able to span that distance again. And in fact, right now might be a good time, or in the near future, it could be a good time to do this, because the Iron card, this energy, it talks about magnetism. It talks about Mars, actually. It's connected to Mars, and you have the Tower here. So that's double Mars energy. But it also talks about reliability and how it talks about how iron can withstand very, very great pressure, and how it can be utilized to create so much, right? Very strong infrastructures, like bridges, huge bridges, or statues, or highways. Iron is associated with Mars, like I said, and it has this assertive, strong energy about it. But it talks about relying on what you can truly rely on. Like, rely on that which actually supports you. Rely on that which you've already painstakingly put effort into building. Know that you can lean on that. It's at the center of the Earth's core, iron. And so what is at your center? What is steady and true at the center of you? It's about letting yourself be held by the structure that's already in place, the structure that you've already built, that has already protected, supported, and sustained you thus far. Whether that is, well, this is your shared energy, so I feel like it's with one another. I feel like the structure is the Lovers. It's kind of saying allow the magnetism of this, the natural magnetism of this connection to draw you back to one another, and trust what you've already built. Put your words and weapons down. Lay your armor down. Lay your defenses down. And just be present and reliable with one another. I feel like you're both seeking a solution, and you'll find one if you come at it from that perspective. Is there something else here? I feel like you'll find realignment with one another. There's definitely a natural magnetism between the two of you. It's a very heavy magnetism. It's a very heavy attraction or pull between the two of you. And that could be, again, because you have so much invested, like you are part of the same family, or you're already in an established relationship, or with the Lovers, it's just like there is a very strong connection. And it's similar to what I talked about with the Two of Cups, how like you're made of the same stuff. You see each other in, like, you see yourself in the other. There's just a very deep connection and pull from the heart and soul to one another with the lovers, and kind of an innate understanding of the other that also, though, gives you a deeper understanding of yourself, or catalyzes you to understand yourself more deeply. And that can ironically be the triggering part of the lovers connection. It's usually not the love itself, although you could blame it on that, right? But what actually usually causes the demise of the lovers connection is people not being willing to look at their own shit, that the shit that is demanded that they look at by the lovers connection. There's certain things that if you want something, if you want to be a billionaire, you've got to put in the work, right? To show up for work, to like take those business classes, to blah, blah, blah. If you want to be in the lovers connection, there's some shit you got to do. That's not on the requirement list for a normal relationship, whatever that is, right? But if you're in the lovers connection, then, well, you would know that. And if it's a family connection, you can still have the lovers connection with a family member or a friend or anybody. It's just it's a relationship that's very profound, that changes your life, that still has the same effect, right? Like causes you to see yourself and grow. The purpose of it is to help you grow, ultimately learn and grow into a more whole version of your authentic being, authentic embodiment and expression of yourself, which is a beautiful gift. But yeah, it can be a little triggering because it usually causes you to look at the parts within yourself that resist the love that you seek. It's like you want the lovers connection, and it's so magnetic as it pulls you in, but it's also scary. It's going to bring up triggers, doubts, old wounds, attachment styles, defensive patterns or control patterns, or, you know, it's going to bring up these things for you to deal with, because the lovers requires surrender. It requires you to be able to meet both yourself and the other person all the way, and not be afraid to look at whatever comes up within yourself, and then so that you can do that together. So the possible action in the near future that could happen here between you and this person, you have the Six of Coins. Okay. You have the Six of Coins and this Influence card, which is Mercury in Libra. Mercury in Libra. I like it. This is balanced communication, diplomatic communication. If you think about Libran energy, it is the Justice card. It is the scales of diplomacy, of balance, of everybody kind of getting what is just and fair for them. And the Six of Coins also talks about a balanced, like, energetic exchange, give and take. So there's a hand coming from both sides offering Three Pentacles. The Three of Pentacles is cooperation, collaboration, being open to compromise certain things so that you can meet in the middle and have a balanced dynamic where everyone's needs are being met and nothing is being neglected. Okay, so I see you guys coming together and having an influential exchange of energy, and influential conversation. It's interesting. This conversation could also have to do with the influence of something outside of you that was tempting. Wow, I stopped shuffling and the devil's at the bottom of the deck. I was looking at the snake, right? And it's like Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. And the snake is the external influence that affected that relationship. The devil. What? Little snake, you know? What? You know what I think that external influence is, though? I think the external influence is something that has not, it's either something that hasn't been spoken about, or it's just simply not communicating. Like maybe you guys have a bad tendency, like a bad habit here between the two of you in this dynamic, the devil and the magician in reverse. It's Capricorn and then Mercury, but in the shadow, of like just trying to do more without actually speaking to one another about like what the expectations are or how you could work together to make something better. There's this energy of like you guys caring so much about each other, both wanting to build this 10 of Cups energy and come together and make it like consistent and stable and work so that it can drive itself forwards like a well-oiled machine and not be, I don't know, not be so bumpy. But, and I do see that there's a great capacity for you guys to be abundant and successful together. But the devil is coming through as like wanting it so bad that it almost throws it off balance a little bit. Because it could be like you both go like all in and then you both like, I don't know. There's something that's not sustainable about it though, the way that it has been approached. There needs to be more balance energetically. It could be that you just need to balance out your magnetism or desire for one another as well if it's a romantic situation, because that magnetic energy with the Lovers and the Iron card is strong. And the Devil. That's a really strong pull. But it could cause the two of you to sometimes act like out of alignment or not really embody or express yourselves in the most authentic way because of the influence of that. So I feel like that's what needs to be discussed, or that's what is discussed potentially in the near future. Is there anything else before I let Cancer go? Also, happy birthday season, my loves. Happy birthday to you. And I hope that you have the most amazing season, amazing birthday. I have so many important Cancerian people in my life that I love so dearly, and so thank you for being you. The world needs Cancerian energy, and I love you, and I love what you bring. No one else does it quite like you, babe. So keep on rocking in the free world. Have an amazing birthday. And I will talk to you again soon. But for now, we're moving on to Leo. All right, Leo. Let's see. Let us see. Organize this a little bit more. Okay. Stack. All right. Let me come back and talk to you for a moment. Let me say hi. What's up? You're in Arizona. SpongeBob out of water. It is at the anaretic degree. Thank you for confirming, Shauna. Yeah, so you be feeling that, babes. Jupiter at the last degree of Cancer. See where that's hitting for you, because that would be having some pretty big implications. There would be a lesson, a big lesson, a lesson that has felt big in your life, I would say, with it being Jupiter, that will be wrapping itself up at this time, or wanting to find resolve. So let it, because then you can let it go as well. Okay. Leo. I have to go to the washroom, you guys. I'm gonna run to the washroom quickly before I pull these cards. Message. And then I'll be right back. I like this reading so far. It's going... It feels quite positive. It feels like people are wanting to do the work that they need to do, which is vital, obviously, in relationships. So I'm liking that. I'll be right back. Right. And to go grab more coffee too, you guys. So sorry about that. let's see. Is this brighter than it needs to be? Because it doesn't need to be that bright, then by all means, turn down. Turn down for what? Okay. Why do I look so like orange? So pink. I mean, I know I'm super light, fair, pink person in general, but like, why? I think it's because that lamp is a little too close for my liking. It's a little better. Okay, can't move that. All right, we're getting into Leo. Let's see. Leo. What do we need to know about Leo and their person? Leo and this person. Oh, there's something in my eyeball. There's something in there in the washroom, but I thought that it came out. How dare you? It cost my eyeball. What is it? It's a hair or something, isn't it? Another. Might just sort itself out. Let's hope so. Might also be a piece of mascara or something. Just work your way out, buddy. You can do it. Okay. A little bit more shuffling needed. Okay, that's better. All right, show me Leo. Just gonna cover this again a little bit. Sound like my laptop is overheating to the degree that it normally does, which is beneficial. I think that it's because I'm leaving the brightness all the way down on my laptop though. So we're going to continue with that. Okay, so show me Leo's thoughts, feelings, and motivation here within this dynamic. You guys got the Chariot, and the last two signs got the Chariot in reverse, I'm pretty sure, in this placement, which is funny. Finally, we hit our stride with Leo. Okay, your feelings. Okay, and motivation. Oh, motivation. Oh. All right. You'd be an extra with a lot of extra cards, but I love you, so I'll keep them. Okay, what about this other person? Same thing on their side towards Leo. shared energy. That it won't come out, huh? Okay. Possible action in the near future. Saw it that time. I know there's one. There we go. All right. Excuse me, that was probably kind of loud. I don't know why my throat is so annoyed tonight, but it is. At least it is at the moment. Okay, one oracle card. Okay. It's like you'll find out when you get there. All right. Let's get into this, Leo. I need to see. I need to see more. I need to know more. Let's see. Where are we at? The timestamp. What's up, Leo? What's up? I hope that you guys are doing absolutely incredible. Did you like that throwback? Okay, so I also see here that your reading might be connected to the Virgo reading. I haven't done it yet, obviously. I'm doing it right after yours, but I did pre-pull one oracle card for everybody so that I could kind of premeditate on the energies, and the two, like the one that came up for you is correlated directly to theirs. Specifically, they both have a connection that surrounds Jupiter. Okay, so Jupiter might be important, Virgo might be important. Maybe you have Virgo strongly in your chart as well, or you're dealing with the Virgo, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just kind of letting you know that there could be that correlation. So if you want to watch the Virgo reading, feel free to do so. Okay, I'm going to talk as if this first person is you, but if it sounds like it is more opposite, you know, then feel free to take it that way, okay? Just use your own discernment. So the way that you're currently thinking about or perceiving the dynamic or situation between you and this person is coming out as the Chariot. So this is Cancerian energy. There's been a lot of repeating cards, and this is one of them, but it keeps coming out in reverse for signs before you. And finally, we are getting some forward momentum here with you and it coming out in the upright. There's Neptunian energy as well on your side of things here that I'm seeing. And there's also strong Mercurial energy and Jupiter energy here. Okay. The Chariot. Let's get some more on that. I kind of feel as though you're perceiving something as having moved quite quickly, or it is moving quite quickly, or it did move quite quickly. The Chariot, or you might be perceiving that you or the other person moved into this quite quickly. I feel like it's mutual there. The Six of Pentacles and Justice. You're kind of saying that both of you moved into this quickly. it would make sense with that Jupiter energy. Jupiter kind of just blows up and expands everything that it touches and makes it bigger. So you could have felt like the beginning of this connection was even like borderline, like love bomby a little bit. But I don't know if that's necessarily true. We'll find out if that occurred on either side of things. But it, for me, from your perspective, it's just coming out not as like toxic necessarily. You're telling me that it was balanced on both sides, but that there is a distinct thing of like, we both felt it, emotional conviction, and we both moved from the heart towards one another with a certain strength. Yeah, the Three of Cups. You were on the same page energetically. The Three of Cups and the Ace of Wands. The same thing was fueling you as you moved together, and so this came together quite quickly. But the Star in reverse and the Emperor in reverse, there was still healing that at least one of you needed to do that hadn't been done, that I feel like eventually caused a hiccup here. But overall, you're telling me that this is quite an intense connection between you and this person, that when it, maybe like when it rains, it pours, but when things move forwards in a positive way, that also happens. It's almost like everything happens like bigger. Everything is big in this connection is sort of what you're saying. Your feelings towards this person at this time, the Two of Pentacles in reverse and the Seven of Wands in reverse. You're not chasing. You're not chasing. I think that you have decided though, this, whatever's in my eyes driving me insane. I think that you've decided to let your guard down to someone or something, to not be defensive against it. Let's say that. But you're also not going to chase. You're kind of in a neutral zone. I don't think your feelings are neutral though. You're just saying that you have made this grounded decision on how to act from your feelings or how to act on your feelings. And this is what you've decided. So you kind of were like around my question of how do you feel? And you just told me, this is what I've decided to do with how I feel. So it's a little bit head over heart because this feels like a practical move in some way. The move to not push something, to not force something, to not chase something, to let it take its own course in its own time. And there's an element of trust and faith and hope that you have there as well in that. Okay. Anything else about Leo's feelings for this person? It feels like you're all in, but there was an imbalance in the past that created a little bit of mental unease or conflict perhaps, or fear even, instability within the connection. And so it's like you're allowing that or someone to either catch up or someone to like slow down, but you're essentially letting something calibrate on its own is what you're sort of showing me. You're not trying to force it to happen in a specific way. And you're not pushing someone away. You're just showing me that you're not like aggressively pursuing or trying to take action to fix something or make it do what you want the way that you want, basically. Whether that's like the person or the relationship functioning or moving forwards in a specific way or time. Okay. So then you have the Two of Cups in reverse. Okay, the Fool just flew out. Okay, I'll leave you there. I'll leave you there. That was aggressive how it did that. The Two of Cups in reverse and the Hanged Man. This is your motivation, your true motivation at this time in the connection. Yeah, I feel like you're giving it space because there's a little bit of a misalignment and it's nothing super major. Two of Cups in reverse. The Two of Cups is still present. That energy, that relationship or dynamic between the two of you is still there. It's just like you've hit a little bit of a kink in the, you hit a bump in the road, or you hit a kink in the plans. And so you are addressing that by taking a moment of suspension here to see things from a different perspective, maybe from a higher perspective, or just to take a moment to take a time out to allow something to, again, like reconcile or resolve itself in its own time. The Hanged Man is an energy of surrender, and I'm just getting surrender to the process. It's almost like you're recognizing that everything has its season. Everything is yeah, everything is seasonal. Everything is, what's the word I'm trying to think of here? Cyclical, basically, in a way. And so, you know, the sun goes down, the moon comes up, the moon goes down, the sun comes up. Things fall out of alignment and back in, and then out again, and then back in. And that's natural because the only constant is change. So especially within dynamics, right? This happens individually as well, but within dynamics, anytime like a shift happens in half of the dynamic, right? Like if we're in a relationship and a shift happens with me, well, then the dynamic is going to shift because half of it has changed in some sort of way. And so sometimes you just have periods of contraction and then expansion again. You're not saying that it's super serious. You're kind of just like surrendering so that winter can happen, or this gestation period can happen, or realignment can happen. Whatever needs to happen can, basically. And then what the hell's the mouse? Can't see anything. And then it will pass in its own natural timing, though, is what you're sort of saying. You seem pretty chill. Yeah, there you are. You're chill. You're not even in your King of Wands vibe, and that doesn't mean that you're not in your full dominion, but you're chilling. The Page of Wands, you're in kind of a curious, playful energy. You might be feeling very creative. I feel like it's a little bit self-focused, though. While something else sorts itself out, you might just be kind of doing your own thing. Or you also might be looking at an illusion where you thought you had fully moved forwards in terms of how you're thinking about something, and you're readdressing that, but from a different... You're readdressing something, but from a different place within yourself. So you could be looking at something through the lens of your inner child, or from like a more playful, disarmed perspective, basically. Whereas maybe in the past you were looking at something from a space of defensiveness or something like that. What's up, magnetic magic? Okay. Let's look at this other person's side of things now. So, okay. So the way that they are thinking about or perceiving the experience, the dynamics right now, is the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So again, like something just kind of putting a... Something creating an issue with like the plans that were... The vision to move forwards, or the plan for what this could be. There's something now that has kind of caused, yeah, there's active decision making that needs to take place because something has, and again, it doesn't feel super serious, but it's something that you guys are both like highlighting, saying there's something that has come up that has kind of halted progress currently between us. Tell me more about this Ace of Pentacles in reverse. It could be like a physical a physical instability. Yeah, the Five of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck when I said that. Damn. That's on point. Yeah. A physical instability, like some sort of physical loss or a financial loss or something like that. There's a disappointment. There's been a disappointment, and this person wants to, they're acknowledging the disappointment. They're acknowledging that they feel like there's been some sort of loss in what has been built, but it can still be built back up, is what they're saying. They want to crawl out of that disappointment, and that's what they're focused on. So they're in this energy of being pretty, it's coming through as neutral, sort of in the way that you came through as neutral, but not indicating that they don't care. Just that they're taking like a pretty practical or grounded approach. It's like we're looking at this as like, has everything gone exactly as planned? No. Is there something that needs to be addressed? Yes. But can we come back from this disappointment? Yes. It's nothing major. It's just the Four of Cups, right? There could have been a little bit of a focus on something that happened in the past that was being ruminated on still behind the scenes, maybe. And this person's finally ready to let that go. It was like creating an issue. My stomach is grumbling super loud all of a sudden. Turn the sensitivity up on my microphone, so hopefully you all heard that gem of a stomach grumble. But yeah, I think something happened in the past and someone was kind of holding on to it, and it wasn't the biggest thing either, but it disappointed them or it made them kind of numb or ambivalent emotionally. But it was less what happened and more how they framed it or focused on it for an extended period of time. I don't feel like it was really something like huge, again, that can't be like worked through or solved. It's just that it hadn't been, and it was kind of blown up in someone's mind, I think. Okay. The Nine of Wands is their feelings for you currently. Feels like a bit of a running up that hill. Feels a little bit of a grind here. They're having to address something, push through something. Now, this could be the thing that they have held on to from the past. They're like, okay, we've gotten to the point where all the growth and progress that can happen. There, I got it. All the growth and progress that can happen has happened as long as I hold on to whatever this is. It's like they're recognizing that they are kind of creating an obstacle by holding on to something from the past. They need to address it. And so it feels like they are addressing it right now, but it feels like a bit of a grind for them to do so. Like it's hard to look at, or it's something that still feels like they have to push through, like move through some difficult emotions around something that happened. And I don't know if I don't think they fully expressed their feelings about this to you. Like, I think that it would have been something that you knew that was difficult for them within the connection, whatever that was. But I don't think that they've expressed how much it affected them or how much they have like held on to it. Although you probably could tell, because when someone's holding on to something, usually comes out like passive aggressively or some other way, even if they're not saying it, right? Generally. So you probably picked up on this, which is maybe why you're like, you maybe felt that you were having to Like, for instance, prove yourself in this connection where you never had to before. And that would have been because this person had been disappointed and they were still kind of holding on to it. They may have been like, it could have felt like they were subtly punishing you, or again, like being a little passive aggressive. And I feel like you were maybe trying to move things forwards or extend yourself or even prove yourself at some point here to this person a bit. That could have been what is informing your feelings now, where you're like, it doesn't matter what my feelings are so much. I've decided I'm not carrying this all by myself, or like, it's not my responsibility to carry the weight, to push forwards, to fight or to chase this person. It is my responsibility to come to the table and work on things in a mutually beneficial and cooperative way, but it's not my responsibility for them to like internalize a disappointment that they're not fully speaking about and then be like projecting that lack or ambivalence or difficult emotions from under the surface into the connection and basically sabotage it in that way by not just being honest or directly facing whatever it was that kind of impacted them. So yeah, their feelings, they're facing them because they don't want they don't want something to impact the connection anymore. They don't want to be in their head about something anymore. It could be that they feel that you kind of confirmed one of their worst fears about themselves at one point. I don't know if you did this on purpose. Like told them about themselves, not to hurt them, but you know, this is you. They're showing me this is you, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Emperor in reverse. So it's like you looked at them and you may have highlighted a place where they were not really in dominion over their own life, or where they were acting a little bit like a tyrant, or they were being a bit controlling or manipulative, or just like not coming from their seat of power. They could have been acting jealous or domineering in some sort of way, manipulative or controlling. But it's like behind that, so you saw this part of them. Behind that, though, is the King of Swords and looking at the King of Wands. It's like they also saw themselves as that. Because the Emperor in reverse and the King of Wands in reverse are very similar energies. For me, because the Emperor is Aries, who is a fire sign. The King of Wands is usually Leo for me, but they're both fire, like fiery, authoritative kind of energies. Strongly masculine energies, assertive, with their own agency, their own free will. Generally, leaders know what they want and how to get it. So you could have said something about like, well, you don't know what you want, or you're not like going anywhere. Like, why aren't you moving? Why aren't you making choices? Why aren't you grabbing the bull by the horns or like taking charge of your life? You know, you could have highlighted something that this person was already insecure about, whether you meant to or not. But I think that that's what they've been holding on to a little bit. And I think what feels so heavy about actually facing it is the fact that it is something that they kind of believe about themselves already. It's not just something you said or highlighted. It's something that they were already a little insecure about. Okay, so their motivation or their motives in the connection, the Four of Pentacles in reverse and the Six of Wands. They want to let go of what is prohibiting, what is not allowing for there to be success, because they see where that's getting in the way. Something they've been holding on to has created a stagnancy, a rigidity in the way that the connection has formed. I think specifically they were holding back because the Nine of Wands can be a pretty guarded or defensive energy as well. It's because they're going the fuck through it. But the Three of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles, yeah, they were undecided about like showing up and still giving in a balanced way, to cooperate, to collaborate. It's like that happened at the beginning. Things were moving, it feels like, in a clear way. a balanced way, like you highlighted the Chariot, a quick way, right? Both of you were maybe all in and you were on the same page and things were rapidly progressing. And it feels like that got thrown off balance though. And it seems that it was when this person became indecisive about showing up and actually giving in a reciprocated way. And that happened because they started doubting themselves or because something was highlighted that made them insecure. It highlighted an old fear or wound within them that needs to be addressed. And so by holding back that like balanced and fair energy exchange, they created a rigidity in the formation of the relationship. Basically, it can only be formed like if you're the only one breaking your back to build the foundation of a house, you're only going to get so far before you're like, bro, put your motherfucking tool belt on. And I'm not moving until you pick up the nail gun and like get the like get over here and start building this house with me, or else I'm going to go elsewhere and build, So this person's realizing like you've been carrying the weight a little bit, and I think that they're recognizing the way that they've held on to something has caused them to not be able to hold you the same way that you've held them. Or it hasn't allowed them to be truly reciprocal in this connection. And if they want success, they have to let go of whatever that is. So that is their motivation. They want to do that. They want success. They want success over this thing that has been hurting them, but they also want success. Yeah, they want to reconcile something like a disparity, something not coming together. Because you can't. In a relationship, one person shouldn't be building the 10 of Pentacles by themselves. It's like a group. It's like we're building a family. We're building a legacy. We're building something that will last. And like we're all getting our hands dirty and doing that together. Okay, so the current shared energy between the two of you is this Jupiter energy. This Jupiter card here. And it did come out with the Magician in reverse. So it's Jupiter and Mercury technically here. Okay, so the Jupiter energy is obviously very expansive, and it speaks to possibility and fortune. It is about, it's about growth, it's about success, it's about elevation, and a bright, full future. A magnetic future. A life and a future that like turns you on, excites you, makes you want to adventure and explore, makes you want to take this fool's leap out into it. And it feels like whatever this Jupiter energy is, Jupiter and Mercury in retrograde, at this time, I feel like could be pretty significant because the Fool came out and like shot itself, and it landed on the Magician in reverse. Well, between the Magician in reverse and the Four of Cups in reverse. Between this person's perception and the current overall energy between the two of you. Like that. So I think that it's this, the Fool is this bridge. Something about Jupiter right now is creating like an expansiveness in the energy where there can be a bridge created between the two of you, or there's a lot of possibility. The Magician in reverse, though, there's something not being communicated or moved on or spoken just yet. I think it's because this person is getting inspired to do so, or they're getting inspired to, they're still in that releasing or shedding phase. And it feels like once they do that, like contraction, expansion, or like if you pull a slingshot back and then like, right, you're going to be flung forwards. Interesting. So let's get a little more on that Magician in reverse, though. But yeah, it's about keeping the energy of Jupiter in balance during like a big wave of expansion that can feel honestly a little bit, it can feel excessive. It can feel it can feel really like overstimulated if you're not grounded, if you're not balanced. Like being thrust out into a phase of massive expansion when you're not like, when you don't have a firm foundation or your feet solidly on the ground is going to feel a little bit chaotic, right? So the shadow is like excessive consumption or feeling like you're never enough, the shadow of Jupiter. It can even be like comparing yourself to others or judging or assessing your own value, which is innate. It's not, you're not supposed to be judging that. But it really kind of talks about at the end of the day, like the expansion of the heart. This energy. So it could be that that's something that's kind of key, is that there might need to be like an expression. I'm feeling like a bold expression from the heart, maybe equally from both sides of things here, but to create the overall expansion that is wanted here ultimately. And I don't feel like that is in play yet. The Jupiter energy is very much in play. So you could be feeling a lot of possibility, a lot of even like, maybe it feels like a lucky time where like the timing is right for something to occur or for movement to take place, for growth to happen where it's felt stagnant previously. But there does need to be the prerequisite of that expression, I think, to just get on the same page before you take off in a direction. And it's just not, it hasn't happened yet. That part hasn't happened yet. Okay. So yeah, potentially in the near future here is the Knight of Pentacles. So this is a really great approach to that energy, because it is very balanced and slow and steady. It's like one step at a time, one foot in front of the other. It's a very like, one could even say that the Knight of Pentacles is like a little boring. It's like boom, boom, you know, just trucking along, just going their speed. It's like when you're driving on the highway and there's like this like old guy in a truck just kind of like, you know, like going like 50, and you're like, the speed limit is 100, buddy, and they're just living their best life, just kind of window rolled down, just cruising, you know. The Knight of Pentacles is just cruising. They're not in a hurry. They're not in a rush. They know that they're going to get there eventually if they keep up a steady pace. They know that the steadiness and the maintained balance is the key. So that's what's coming up in the near future. And it's with this knowledge card as well. Knowledge. Okay. What does it say in the book for this knowledge card? I just feel like there might be something significant that wants to be spoken here. So let me close off with this for you. Okay, so it says, knowledge. Remain teachable. There's new wisdom available to you at this time. This card can signify getting more information before proceeding. It can also signify the presence of an important teacher, or perhaps you are the teacher and it's time to share your knowledge and gifts with the world around you. This card can also indicate a message from the Akashic records. Seek out more information about the records, or even perhaps learn how to access your own for more clarity regarding your inquiry. Learn new things or draw the right teachers into your life by meditating on this card. That's very interesting. I feel like you're going to be the one coming into more knowledge. This person's going to share something with you, and you will share back in turn, I think. But it is kind of showing me that like you're moving a little bit more into the knowledge. I think this person has already kind of, there's something that they haven't told you that impacted them more deeply than, you know, I think they're going to open up and they're going to share, and it's going to happen before you can proceed. The two of you are important teachers in one another's lives, though. Like, you're learning a lot from one another. The relationship, the dynamic, and how it's unfolded is showing you a lot. And the knowledge that you gain and the gifts that you gain from this connection might even be something that somehow the two of you or you end up sharing with the world that is, and it holds weight or value. It's something that other people resonate with or need to hear as well, maybe. Can you tell me anything about what this knowledge is? No, I didn't think so. That's why I was like, I'll just ask, but no. I think that they're just... It's for this person to share with you when they're ready, and I think it's important that they take the action to do that. So they're not gonna give more information on that, but they are saying that you can expect that to happen before things move forwards. There will be new information received, and then I feel like after that, after the communication happens, that isn't happening now, right? Then the leap out into something expansive can take place. Because you'll both be leaping from the same vantage point. You'll both be taking the Fool's Leap together in calibration and alignment. So that is lovely. All right, Leo. We're going to move on to Virgo, but I love you so very much. So very much. Let's see what my Virgos are up to. Okay. Virgo. What's going on? Your girlfriend's about to leave you. Aw, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're going through that. Being stonewalled is not fun. Nor is feeling like something dramatic or difficult with someone that you care about is looming. So, I hope you're okay. And I hope everything goes okay for the highest and best good of both people. All right, let's see. Virgos. Virgo. Okay. All right, what does Virgo need to know here? What wants to be highlighted about a significant dynamic? Oh, there you are. On the split. You're all up in there, all up in this energy. It's your cute little self there. Virgos are just cute little, you cute little butts. Something about Virgo is just like so, what's the right word to describe it? It's not even necessarily like wholesome, but it like kind of gives me that vibe. It's like a home cooked comfort food meal or something. I don't know. I like Virgo energy. Someone you can kind of just roll with, you know, mutable earth. Like when a Virgo is healthy and they're just in their chill vibe and they're just kind of like taking life as it comes at them, they're so fun to be around. They're so chill. They're so like up for anything. Like you can have great adventures with Virgos. One of my like greatest friends was a Virgo. She moved away for school, but we had like the best adventures together. We had such good times. So, love me some Virgo energy. So, dated. I dated more than one Virgo? No. I'm rather fond of the one. All you need is one. They can definitely be buttheads when they want to be, but I still love them. What's up, Christina? Hello, love. Austria. Amazing. Amazing. Good midnight from Canada, you know? All right, let's see if we're good on the shuffling front here. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Virgo. So show me Virgo's thoughts, feelings, and true motivation within the connection or dynamic that wants to be highlighted. I might have to go remove this hair from my eye because I can literally feel it stuck in one of my eyelashes, but I can't see. I can't see. Seeing would be good to be able to remove. So maybe I should just do that now because it was like kind of bugging me all the way through Leo's reading. Not gonna lie. I was like powering through, guys. I think it should take me only 1 second to get out when I actually have a mirror assisting me. Let's see. Oh, it feels so much better. Thank God. It's just like, thank God. Thank you for allowing me to do that. That was extraordinarily annoying. I feel so much better. Ah, I can see again. Awesome. It's always good when you can see, you know. Okay, let's see what's going on. Speaking of seeing, let's see what's happening for Virgo. Let me also refill my iced coffee because I grabbed another one when I was upstairs. They were definitely on sale at the gas station, and I was like, it's almost 8 a.m. there. Wow. Yeah, I have a friend who lives in Germany, and I think that it's similar, if not the exact same time. From Berlin. Oh no! Dripped on the cars. I dripped on the card. It wanted coffee too. My cards are my cards after all. Okay, let me just wipe that up a little bit. There we go. All right, good. Crisis averted. That was far to reach. Okay. Virgo. Thoughts, feelings, and motivation within this dynamic or connection that's being highlighted for Virgo. How are they experiencing this dynamic currently? Okay. Feelings towards the other currently. And the true motivation within this dynamic for Virgo. Who else had that? Someone else had that. I think it was Cancer. Okay, and then for this other person, same thing. Okay, cool. Cool. And their feelings. Okay. Flow. All right. This. Okay, the current shared energy between the two of them. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Good. And the possible action in the near future from this person towards Virgo? Okay, one more oracle card, and then we are... Gonna get into it. Ugh. Okay. I think I channeled the same song that I'm hearing right now in the last All Signs reading. I think it was for Virgo that I was hearing this song. It's called Sacred Heart by MIA. You might want to listen to that. Or maybe that's just signifying like the reading from the last All Signs as well. You might want to go check that out. I don't know if it has to do with this relationship or with this if there's a connection, but it's interesting that I'm hearing the same song. It could be about the same person. I don't remember what the last reading for Virgo was about. But it was in the message or reminder that you need most right now. That All Signs, the one right before this one that just happened a few days ago. Pretty sure it was Virgo. Okay. Wow, you and this person are so connected. Damn. Do you realize that you influence one another this much? I don't think you fully know. It's an energetic influence, not having to be in their life. I don't know who I am. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. What you running away from? Why you running? You running. Or one person is coming out as you, but what is this? Can you tell me that? Okay. Wow. The two of you are realizing just how powerful you are individually, and how powerful, I mean, there are implications to that, like how powerful you could be together, or how powerful your energies already are acting together, whether you realize that or not. I'm just seeing that right now you are not connected, or you're not like moving through energies together. So it's like, I don't know how you would know. You might still have an awareness. You could feel their energy strongly, but there's something here that is like, your energies are very much affecting one another here currently. So let me just timestamp you and get into it. Hello, Virgo, darlings. Let's get into your reading. So keep in mind that I'm gonna talk like this first person is you, but if it sounds more like the other person, then you know who you are, right? You know who you are within the dynamic. So take it how it resonates, because the roles or the people can be reversed here, since it's a general reading. So let's start with you though. And your current experience of this connection, your thoughts, your feelings towards them, and your true motivation within it right now. And this is right now, it's not overall, okay? So right now, your experience of the situation is the Knight of Swords. Okay. Well, you feel like you know something for sure, and you are moving rapidly based on the knowing of what you know. It is interesting to note you're moving away from, like, on the table, you are on this side of the table and you're moving this way. So you're moving away from the joint energy and this other person's energy. That is significant because of what comes out in a little, which we'll get to that. But you're moving in what appears to be an opposing direction, like an opposite direction, or just in a direction where the focus is not on, I don't feel like your energy, attention, or direction or focus is really too much on this directly at this time. Tell me more about this Knight of Swords. What does Virgo know that is fueling this assured and speedy movement? The Ace of Pentacles in reverse. The Devil, the Star. Ooh. The Two of Swords in reverse, and the High Priestess. Okay. Four of Swords in reverse. Virgo. Okay. I'm just gonna say it. There is a difference between knowing something and convincing yourself that you know something. You and Aquarius sometimes have this thing where you could be very certain that you know something. And you can even convince other people that you know something. You can very much convince yourself that you know something. In this case, you don't know what you think you know, though. But the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Basically what you're saying, okay, and I'm going to talk like this is true because it's coming from you. This is like how you're feeling. And when I talk about the other person, whatever comes out for them, it may or may not be the truth, but it's their truth in this moment, okay? So same with you. So you are saying you know that there is no opportunity here with this person. And so you're speedily moving in a complete other direction. It could be towards another opportunity that's not being shown right now on the table, but it very well could be. I didn't ask what you're moving towards. I asked what you know, quote unquote, that you are allowing to fuel your forward motion in such a speedy way, okay? And you said it's the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. You know that there is no opportunity here, or that an opportunity has been lost. Potentially because and then I picked up the Devil off the floor and the Star was hiding behind it. So loud. Shots fired. Okay, so I love how the universe just personally attacks, and it's like, oh, thanks so much. Thanks so much. Ignorance is bliss, but by all means, just bitch slap me with reality, please. But sometimes humans need that, though, so, you know. But you're basically saying there's no opportunity there that's toxic. Underneath, though, you do have an awareness that healing is very much possible. Like, yes, there might be a toxic element or patterns, some sort of like attachment or something here. even an addictive quality, something that is not in moderation though, or something that's not balanced within the connection that's been causing some issues. The fact that the star is underneath in the upright though, but it was hiding, like, profound healing is very much possible. You're just choosing to be like, there's no opportunity, you know, and like off to the races in another direction. Okay, but this is just kind of saying, this is something that you've decided more than something you know. Okay, so basically what I was saying before, you've decided that you know something, but really you've just decided it. You don't actually, because I'm just seeing the knowing is actually not true. So that's okay. Just as long as you're aware that they're not the same thing. But you've made up your mind, and there's something that you're keeping under wraps with the High Priestess, or there's something that you're just like, I'm never going to know the answer to that. Something is secret. I'm never going to have that answer. So I'm just going to move away. You could also be saying that there's no opportunity because this person sees the relationship as toxic and they've decided to heal. And create distance. And so then that could be why you're saying there is no opportunity and I'm going this way. But regardless of which storyline it is, healing is possible between you and this person. You would just have to like not move in the opposite direction. You'd have to move towards them to sort it out. But it kind of is a little bit of like black and white thinking here, which is the only reason why I'm bringing that up. It's like there either is an opportunity or there isn't. And it's like, well, there is, but it requires you to slow down and be honest with yourself and be honest with somebody else about what's working, what has worked and what hasn't, what your fears and doubts are, how those have been aggravated, and then work through it. You know, like healthy conflict resolution is required to solve a conflict basically here. So it's pretty like, you know, the math is mathing on that, right? Like there has been a toxic element or something that has caused both of you a level of unease, but it's very healable and manageable. It just needs to be brought back into a state of balance. In the past, assumptions and projections happened that got in the way of that. Okay. Your feelings at this time for this person. The 6 of Swords in reverse and the 7 of Cups in reverse. With this card, which came out in the reverse, so it just means that it's a little bit more in the triggered element of this. So it's a root chakra card of reconnection, and it's vetiver is the essential oil. The trigger statement, I need to escape. Okay, so that's the only reason why I'm like, yeah. It's like justifying something, right? But it's less believing that and more telling yourself that so that you can justify escaping or avoiding something that is difficult to look at. So like, I'm just if it's not your reading, it's not your reading. And keep in mind, it doesn't always have to be your reading, right? Like it shouldn't probably always be your reading. That would probably be a little weird if it was always resonating for you. So just if it's not your story, then don't feel personally attacked. Just know that it's not your story and don't internalize it, right? But the true statement is, I am present. And it says the root of the issue for you will make itself known. Be open to the information that you receive from your body, mind, and environment. So you can run, you can hide, but you actually can't escape. And there is something that, while you might not be reconnecting with this person, there is something that you're not going to be able to stop from revealing itself to you. And it's going to be what the true root of the issue is, whatever that is. I don't know if the true root of the issue is like avoidance and escapism, or fear or black and white thinking. I don't know what the true, or something else that hasn't even come up in the reading. I don't know what that is. But I do know that you're escaping. You're escaping. But the Six of Swords in reverse and the Seven of Cups in reverse, your feelings that something is not moving forwards and that is giving you emotional clarity. But the emotional clarity, I feel like, is a trigger that is making you feel like you need to escape rather than stay present with something and address it, like work through it. You feel as though that's not, for some reason, you don't feel like that's a possibility to like actually address the core of something and work through it. So it's more of like a running away thing. But whatever this is just, it's following you. Maybe not the person itself, but whatever you need to see, you will be seeing. It's basically like you can't escape from the truth of something. And that's interesting because you might already be feeling that, which is why you're like trying so hard to do so. There's something that's really uncomfortable for you to be present with, but it's also very important that you are present with it at this time. And it doesn't even necessarily have to do with this person. It's coming through as it's more about you. Like whether you never talk to this person or see them ever again, there's still something that is pursuing you that demands to be witnessed and seen and won't stop. Like you can't outrun it. And it's because it's something inside of you, right? Wherever you run, you're going to run into yourself. Like you're carrying this with you no matter where you're running from. So the thing is, I think that actually might be what is going to be revealed to you. The root of the problem is that you keep trying to escape something that is actually in you. It's not coming from this other person. It's not coming from this situation or relationship. It's coming from you. The call's inside the house, right? It's a call coming from inside of you. And so, no, you're not going to be able to escape that because it's like in your body. And the fact that it's a root chakra card, it's making me think that it has something to do with like something that your body is actually storing, like energy your body is actually storing, either in like you might want to do somatic exercises, or like it could be holding memory in your fascia. It could be, the body keeps score. It could be holding memory in your nervous system. You're getting triggered by things that you're not sitting and being present with to work through the trigger, right? For instance, this is just like an example of what something could be. But I do think that is the root of the problem, is that you keep trying to escape something and like projecting it as coming from somewhere that it's not actually coming from, because it's actually something that you're carrying inside of you that you can't outrun. And it's an emotional clarity that makes you uncomfortable. The emotional clarity that makes you uncomfortable is the Knight of Wands in reverse. That you've been avoidant. Okay. So you're trying to outrun your own avoidance. The math is not mathing, okay? I feel like you know that you are running. You're telling yourself that you're running from a situation that is not, where there's not a situation anymore. You're running from your own avoidant tendencies, though, and like taking accountability for them in some way. Or you're like, when a specific thing in you gets triggered, maybe you're not an avoidant person normally, but when one particular thing that you're still carrying in your body, when it gets triggered, you escape. That is, you just Irish exit. You just escape. You don't stay present with it. And you disconnect from your own body when you do that, right? Like when you're not present, you're not in your body, you're not grounded. So that is a triggered state. That is the epitome of a triggered state. And it feels like what triggers you is your own, like, the awareness of your own inconsistency and how that has sabotaged you. Like how avoiding or procrastinating has fucked you over, but then it's like you'd rather avoid that. It's just coming out as like a pretty, like a vicious circle or cycle here. That there's something very clear, emotional clarity that's coming through to you about this. I just see you not wanting to see it. Okay, so the Wheel of Fortune is your true motivation within the connection at this time. I feel like you want to win. It's your motivation within the connection. But it's coming through as a little bit of like proving something, proving to yourself that you can win because you don't feel like you won here. So you feel like you have to like run away, escape this situation and a perceived failure and go win somewhere else to like prove something to yourself, but you're not. You're moving really fast. The Knight of Wands in reverse, the Knight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune. You're but like somewhat without direction. Six of Swords in reverse. The direction is like away from the uncomfortable thing that I don't want to sit with. But there isn't like an actual destination, like clear destination point that's been thought out, processed through. It's more, again, for the sake of escaping something else, not for the sake of moving intentionally towards something specific. Do you know what I mean? Tell me about this Wheel of Fortune. And don't feel attacked, because when we get to this other person's side, don't worry. They've got some shit going on their side as well. So just wait for it. It's never just you. Trust and believe. There's always two sides to the story. And this person has got their side as well. That's stuff that they're struggling with too within themselves. Tell me about the Wheel of Fortune here, this motivation. The Eight of Wands and the Magician in reverse. Oh, shit. There's a manifestation that has not come through and you're trying to push it. The Eight of Wands is another card of like if the Chariot comes out, that's like the only other card that represents like rushing something or really fast moving energy. Slow down, just breathe. Like this is your ruler, Mercury here, the Magician. And it's in reverse. It's showing me an ungroundedness, like you're escaping something, maybe yes, but you need to really slow down and reconnect to yourself and be present with yourself. That's just keeps coming through. I feel like the choice that's most helpful is to slow down and heal something. Heal something that you're hiding inside. Let that tower crash, because the tower is going to find you and crash. And it's going to be more difficult and painful the longer that you've been running from it. So it might feel scary because you've been running from it for a while so far, but it's only going to get scarier the more you keep running, right? I think you want, is that true? No. You just, every time you have this perceived, it's showing up that this specifically happens in regards to love as well. It's like something about you let your guard down, or you make yourself vulnerable, or you expose something. But it's like, it's a constant like ambivalence or disappointment, like almost like a boredom with relationships or love, but really it's because there's an emotional unavailability there. So it's like you're not really open to the experience of intimate connection, is kind of what this is showing me a little bit. Probably because you have this trigger that is causing a bit of avoidance, right? You can only get so close to people until you address whatever that is. Otherwise, your body will continue getting triggered and misreading things that are not real threats as threats. And then you will feel like you need to run away and escape that thing, and really the thing's not a threat. But your body will make you feel like it absolutely is. And triggers can feel incredibly real. So, yeah. They really do wreak havoc in your life until you sit with them and address them head on. But you're trying to make something happen. It's like you want this, you want a big win, you want like a big payout, a big payoff for something. But it's like you keep running like towards whatever you think this big shiny coin is. And then the second you're disenchanted, or the second you get triggered, you're like, oh, no opportunity there. And then you are like running at full speed, somewhat erratically though, trying like to the next thing that you think could be the thing. But I don't think you're gonna find the thing that way, because you're not grounded, you're not slowing down to actually form a strategy or a plan. It's more about like escaping perceived disappointment and avoiding the trigger or what you feel in those moments than it is about actually having a plan. So I don't know, there's something coming through about that pretty strongly here. Let's look at this other person's side of things. It's feeling like complex on your side, so it's probably complex on their side as well. Some of you, this stems from like CPTSD from childhood, basically, something that has never been addressed, that occurred in childhood, and it created like either an attachment style or just there's a trigger in you, and it gets triggered in intimate relationships, which would be very on point, right? Our mommy and daddy issues get triggered in our intimate relationships as adults. Yay, I know, it's so fun, but that is exactly what happens. And it happens so that we can see the pattern and choose to break it, choose to not carry the pattern forward. Okay, so that we can actually experience healthy connection and not whatever we learned as a child, which might have been like if you had a parent that was very like leaned on you and there was no boundaries there, or you weren't allowed to have your own sense of self. You had to be like an extension of your parent. Well, that is codependent and toxic. So you probably grew up, if that's the case, having no sense of self, not knowing yourself. And then, you know, that triggers a lot of different things. And that's just one example, right? It could have been the opposite way too. Or any amount of different ways, really, that formed. Also, your reading could be connected to the Leo reading. I forgot to mention at the beginning, but both of you have strong Jupiter energy that came through. So there could be a connection there. Okay, so on to this person's side of things. Their current thoughts or perception of this dynamic or connection. Okay, well, it's the extra card in this deck, which says everything is fine. It came out in the reverse. Everything is not all right. The kids aren't all right. They could feel that that this is also over, right? And that no one is even pretending to be remotely fine anymore within the connection. That something has been cut out and the past is being actively moved away from. So I don't know if they feel like you cut them out or they cut you out, or it was like a mutual, things are not okay and we're just like throwing this in the garbage type thing and moving forwards. But they're saying that the way they're experiencing the connection right now is that like things are not great. Things are not okay. And they're not really pretending that they are. But also they want, let's see, clarify that a little more. The Seven of Swords, the Eight of Cups in reverse, and the Ace of Wands in reverse. Justice. Okay, well, you've both been disappointed here. There's like this lackluster energy, like, well, wasn't that supposed to be fun? Wasn't that supposed to be a good time? A supposedly great time had by no one, you know, in reality. Because this is giving big disappointment energy, but it's so interesting because they're like, everything is not fine. Like, there's no coming back from this, is how they're experiencing it, how they originally said they're experiencing it. But then there is something that's not quite true about that. That's not being seen clearly. And it's that there's not a real, true emotional disconnection here. Like, this person is not actually disconnecting or moving away from you emotionally. You may be moving away from them. You're showing me that you're just convincing yourself, though, and acting quickly without giving a lot of thought. They are also convincing themselves in some sort of way, in a mental sort of way. But the truth is, under that illusion, is that they're not actually disconnecting emotionally from you. So I don't know if they're telling themselves that they are doing that because they have to, because things are beyond repair. It feels like both of you have this kind of... And the interesting thing is that it's not true. It's coming through as very much being shown that it is not true. Like, Spirit's just like, it's straight up. It's a misconception. But I think that it's a fear. I think you're both afraid that there's no coming back. And so it's easier to just assume that that's true and convince yourself of it and bail. Like, rather than put yourself out there to extend yourself, to have hope, to make choices, to try to understand or heal something when you're feeling hopeless about it. That takes a lot more strength, it takes a lot more guts, it takes a lot more integrity. Like, it takes a lot more of a lot of things that don't naturally necessarily come to us in these situations, right? They haven't picked a path to shut their energy off or cut their energy off from you yet. There's still a door open here. And underneath that, they still hope for everyone to get justice and what they deserve. They hope to crawl out of this disappointment with you. Okay, so their feelings for you at this time, the Three of Wands in reverse, they are not expecting you to show up. They're not expecting to see you on their horizon anytime soon. Again, though, this is about expectation. You're telling me, like, literally the same things, which is so interesting. You guys are more connected than you think you are. You might be very telepathically connected and picking up on each other's, like, thoughts, too. So try to think, like... Try to think positive thoughts, honestly, because sometimes the negative ruminations in your mind, that's telepathy sometimes as well. What would change if, like, let's say this person and you're picking up on each other's negative ruminations about, like, this is never going to go anywhere. I'm never going to see them on my horizon. I just have to escape. I just have to pretend everything's fine when really I'm not letting go emotionally. The two of you are kind of doing the exact same fucking thing, just in a slightly different way. What would happen if you did the opposite thing? You know, like, what if you guys, it's just reminding me of those, like, research, like, the research that they've done where they like shit talk. Basically, they have 3 plants or like 3. I've seen it done with like jars of rice or plants. The plant one makes the most sense to me to use as an example, but it's like one plant, they just water and give it the sun and whatever, and they don't talk to it at all. They just care for it. One plant, they like talk up and they like, you know, they really talk it up. They speak positively on it. The other one, they shit talk. And the plant that they speak down to, it's actually astounding how much faster it dies. Like it dies quickly. And it's crazy how much longer the one that they like speak in an uplifting way to stays alive. Like we do not understand, I don't think, the power of the spells that we speak or the spells that we speak over situations and other people. They'll never change. That is a spell that you're speaking over someone. Just know that. And we all need to be more accountable for this, because the power of the vibration of what you are putting out there, even what you're thinking, but there's a vibration that comes with sound and words that's very powerful. Speak uplifting, speak love, speak grace, speak healing over people, over situations, and see how they change, right? I'll never see them on the horizon. They're not changing. Everything's not okay. Challenge that narrative. And I'm not saying be completely delusional. I'm just saying be optimistic or positive or even just realistic, because pessimistic is not realistic. I know the world likes to be a hater and be like, yeah, it's a dog eat dog world. Pessimism is real. No, it's not. The universe is balanced. Good things and bad things happen all the time, not just bad things. But the more we focus on the bad and speak that into our world, well, yeah, it's going to be amplified, because that's what we're feeding. So you can kill the plant or you can uplift it. The plant being your love fern. You killed our love fern. I fucking love that movie so much. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Of course. But yeah, you can kill the love fern or you can speak more gently and kindly to it and yourselves and each other. Okay? It's a choice though. But you're kind of showing me that you're feeding into the same like doubts and disparity and despair and disparity maybe. But it's just creating more of that. Focus on the ways that you are alike and how you can make active decisions or actively make decisions to create justice where there's been disappointment, and start with just yourself first. But anything else about this Three of Wands in reverse? It's like there's a whole lot of head fucking yourselves and lying to yourselves going on between you and this person. If this is your reading, it's like, what? Spirit is like, literally everything that you guys are telling yourselves is a lie. It's lies. Because you're really invested. This person is invested, but they're saying, well, I feel like I'm never going to see Virgo show up in a way where like this can actually move forwards. I'm never going to be able to truly anticipate coming together with Virgo for some reason. It was the lie detector test came back and that was a lie. But yeah, it's because they're still invested. They're just telling themselves that the same way as you, to attempt to avoid disappointment if they don't get what they want. So they're telling themselves, don't anticipate or even look or expect for this to come together. But it's what it really is an elaborate self-fulfilling prophecy on both of your behalves. You're creating exactly what you're telling yourselves. The Queen of Pentacles in reverse and the Ten of Swords is this person's true motivation at this time within the connection. Crazy, hey? Yeah. Both of the Ten of Swords cards came out for this person. Okay. All of the fucking swords. Like, why did I buy all these swords? Why? That's what this person's thinking. Everything is not okay because I have 20 swords around me. What am I doing with all these freaking swords? What is life? All right. But the Queen of Pentacles in reverse and the Ten of Swords, this is the true motivation with Sandalwood. It's a crown chakra card. Awareness. So it came out in the upright, which means it's the true statement that this person is, that is more relevant here. But the trigger statement says, I never get what I want. The true statement, I am a powerful creator. Listen to your inner voice, release your ideas of the outcome you wish to see or expect to see, and trust that you are aligned with the universe. Trust. Instead of dictating to the universe what is or is not going to happen when you don't know, accept that you are a powerful creator. And again, what you speak and project onto your world has a lot to do with that, right? With knowing that everything's connected and that you are a part of this, part of the machine that can speak to the rest of the machine and get what you want. You have to trust the alignment though and be grounded and present and aware, tuned in to your connection to all things, basically. It feels like this person is motivated by an insecurity that came from some form of betrayal or deception. It's like an insecurity or a doubt. Is this Queen of Pentacles in reverse this person? And if so, what is that around? Yeah. It's around balance and justice, balance and fairness, the belief that they can get what they want, that it's not always going to be, I never get what I want. Sagittarius and Libra energy there. It's an insecurity about being able to balance something out and have it come together in a way that looks nothing like the past. The Six of Cups in reverse, the Fool. They want something, they're motivated by wanting something that has nothing to do, like does not look at all like the past between the two of you. They need something harmonized, balanced, and that they know that that's going to bring about the appropriate result, which is fair for everybody and what everybody wants in the situation optimally. But there's an insecurity about believing that they can actually bring that they can fix this, or, and again, it's not about fixing it. It's about trusting that you're aligned with the universe and that you can't really miss what's for you, except for by like directly avoiding it or trying to control through dictating what the truth is, like deciding what the truth is, but not really seeking the truth. Because again, those are very, very different things. One of them is like actually delusion, chosen delusion. And the other is like actually actively seeking the truth. But just running away from something and then telling yourself what you want to believe about it is not the truth. Like that's just not, it's not the same thing, right? And I feel like you're both doing that to some degree. Or you're trying to convince yourself of a truth rather than actually look at the truth. So the current shared energy between the two of you is coming out as, okay, coming out as tin. And it also came out with the 9 of Pentacles. Oh. And then the 5 of Pentacles in reverse and the Empress in reverse fell out after, which I feel like are relevant, so I kept them. But these are the main cards. And then these fell out after, which kind of just validate and give a little more information surrounding the 9 of Pentacles. But we'll talk about this tin card in a moment. But the overall energy is that you're both individually focused. You're both focused on yourselves, and you're both focused specifically on getting back to feeling comfortable and confident in your own skin, in your own individual self, independently confident. Specifically, like there's a difficulty with receiving here. On this person's side, I think that they feel that they have to constantly do more. They have to fix things if it breaks. They have to hold it they have to hold the whole thing together. They have to make it work, you know? On your side of things, it's like you just get triggered and then decide that something, it's like you throw the baby out with the bathwater and it's just on to the next thing quickly. Like you don't, it's like you're afraid to face a deep disappointment. I think you also believe that you never get what you want. I think that's a common thing for both of you, but you both try to escape that in different ways instead of realizing that you are a powerful creator and you can create what you want, but you have to actually like face the ways that you're getting in the way of that first, because there's a difficulty surrounding receiving here. And surrounding embracing your own abundance, like coming out of the cold or coming out of a lack-based or scarcity-based headspace. I never get what I want, right? Or like, I can't manifest what I want out of this situation. I have to run away and find something else or move quickly on to the next thing. I don't know. There's these like strange, twisted kind of beliefs, but they're really just justifications, it feels like, from both of you. And it feels like these extend well beyond just your connection with one another. Like these were things that were already in place when you came together with this person. They may have just been agitated within the connection or something like that, brought up. Okay, but the tin card. Okay, so this card, it has to do with, it actually is connected to Jupiter, and Leo, the Jupiter card specifically came out for them. So that's why I connected the two a little bit and said that there could be a connection there. But this card talks about malleability because tin is very like flexible, right? It talks about an expansiveness, a malleableness, and connection to Jupiter. So the structure of tin, basically it can be broken or crushed under not a whole lot of pressure. Now, there's like a contrast between the nature of Jupiter, expansion, mobilization, and covering territory, and even doing so quite rapidly, but then not being able to withstand a lot of weight or pressure. So when this card comes out, it does talk about reaching a limit or a breaking point after taking on more than what is logistically possible under the current circumstances. And I feel like it's just trying to run. Like more strength is going to be required before taking the next steps in order to support the expansion that you're both seeking. You are seeking expansion, or they are seeking expansion in this way. You are seeking expansion in this way. But until you both slow down and face the individual stuff that you're working through so that you have the strength to actually hold or believe that you are worthy of the abundance that you are seeking or the expansion that you're seeking, it will always evade you. And it has nothing to do with you not being worthy or you not being able to get what you want. It has everything to do with the way that you're thinking about it and approaching it. So I do think that this is a positive shared energy right now, because I think that you're both trying to outrun something that you won't be able to outrun. And I think that while that might be scary for both of you, it's actually a very good thing that this catch up to both of you right now, whatever it is. So the possible action in the near future here is the Three of Pentacles in reverse. This is this person's action towards you potentially in the near future. So it looks like in the near future, it also came out with these two cards, a heart chakra and a crown chakra card, but it looks like they are not, at least in the near future, they're not making any moves to connect, to collaborate, to cooperate, to basically like to build something with you, to put down a foundation with you. And it's not, I don't think, from a place of malice, because these cards both came up in the upright. So they're more in the healthy or empowered statement here. So spirituality, the trigger statement is I am so disconnected, but the true statement, everything is connected. It will be beneficial for you to spend time in quiet contemplation. You need to reflect within to find the answers you seek. So this person is engaging in quiet reflection here. It feels like they are sitting with themselves in the near future. And the fact that they're sitting with themselves and moving through this is why they're not coming towards you. This card says faith, the trigger statement. Why does this always happen to me? The true statement, I am at peace. Know that everything will work out as it needs to, and hold a space of gratitude as you watch the miracles unfold. It feels like this person just gets to a place of surrender. True surrender, though. Not like telling themselves that they've surrendered, but really they're still holding on in a myriad of ways. It's like they're letting go of this idea that they never get what they want, that why does the same thing always happen to me? Why do I feel so disconnected from my ability to manifest and pull in the things that I want the most? No, there's something that's going to happen for this person that they just have faith. They get to a point where they know that everything will work out, and they kind of just let it go. Tell me more about that Three of Pentacles in reverse. It's a strategic move. Okay, I like it. So this person does understand that everything is connected, and it's like they're starting to understand I'm a powerful creator and everything is connected. This person's in a very spiritual energy right now. Spiritual and like crown and heart is coming through strongly for this person. For you, the root is coming out, but like ungrounded root. You could be in a state of being triggered, not being in your body, not being present. So try as well as you can to like slow down and bring yourself back into that place if you can, okay? Because you're going to see everything so much clearer when you give that to yourself. And I promise that the running isn't going to help you escape. It's going to not stop something from catching up to you anyways. You'll just be exhausted. So slow down. But this person, basically, they're deciding to give to you energetically through just basically what I was saying, like speaking kindly on the situation, speaking from a place of faith rather than fear, speaking from a place of knowing that they are powerful and connected, and that if they quietly contemplate and reflect on something from a more positive place or a higher ground, that there's power to that energy is received, that energy is soaked up by the connection and it's received, and maybe something different can come from it if you guys start doing that, right? If you don't kill the love fern but you speak kindly to it, even energetically, because I'm seeing this person is not directly connecting to you. This is just an energetic thing. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing, Virgo. Is there anything else? I don't think so. That was quite long. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. There's a flexibility, though. I think also this person's, they're very focused on work right now. And it's like they can only take one big leap at a time. It's kind of showing me that that might be true for some of you, that you're dealing with someone who's really focused on work right now, or something is opening up for them around work. And so if they're not coming towards you or pouring all their energy in your direction at this time, and this could also be true for you. You could also be the person focused on work. But yeah. Just don't use it as an escape. But I feel like it's more from this person's side, though, that if they're not reaching out to you, it's part of the reason why they're just kind of sending the energy or infusing the energy into the situation through sending like good thoughts or speaking kindly, even within their themselves. Like they're choosing a kinder, more optimistic or hopeful narrative, rather than one that is just like doomy and gloomy. But the reason maybe why they're not coming towards you to actually try to like make something work right now physically could very much be that they're very focused on work, or they have some sort of goal that they're trying to meet right now and it requires their attention. So yeah, so don't take it personally, I want to say. Okay, we're moving on to Libra. Libra. Let's see. How are you guys doing out there? Are you doing okay? How's it hanging? What's shaking? Let's see. You're avoidant. I understand the childhood trauma, trust me. I went through phases of being avoidant, and then I went through phases of being anxious based on childhood trauma. It's so fun, isn't it? Attachment styles are just the funnest, the most bestest thing ever. You woke up again. Yeah, you're back. Betrayal and a lot of deception. Oh, I'm sorry you had to go through that. It sucks when you care about someone and, you know, you get daggered in the heart. Obviously, not optimal. Not what we're, hoping for. Okay, let's see. Libra. This reading feels like so chill, but it could also just be that I'm really like diving deeply into every sign. But I feel like with relationships, I don't know. Well, really with any tarot reading, you have to, I don't know. I guess you don't have to, but like it's kind of empty calorie tarot if you don't like resolve the thing, or like if you say a lot but you don't actually like get to the end point or resolve or reconcile something. I don't know, I'd rather have a little bit longer of a reading and feel like I kind of like got to the bottom of something, but that's probably my moon in the 8th house and my Scorpio rising, so I just don't like watching tarot when you're like, you get to the end and you're like, I feel like I have more questions than answers. And then you like watch another one and it's like the exact same thing. And it just bothers me because I feel some readers do that on purpose to just, like, it obviously drives people to come back, but not in a healthy way. So it's kind of like, yeah, misuse of the tool, in my humble opinion. Because it's like finding the cure to cancer, but then not sharing it. You know, stay sick, motherfuckers. You know, it's like, I don't know. You start work in 15 minutes. Okay. Well, have a good day at work, darling. Anyone who didn't know us would be like, oh, they're in a heterosexual relationship. No. Pop back in on the break. Sounds good. Okay. Libra. The connection that Libra would benefit from knowing a little more about here. A hetero non-sexual relationship. Well, yeah. It just sounded like, have a great day at work, honey. See you at home. I'll make dinner for you and the kids. See you at... It sounded kind of trad wifey. But no. Meanwhile, we're talking about pegging and... No need to bring that into this live, though. That was last live. He's always focused on work. I feel like a lot of men, though, that's a little bit of the patriarchy sickness, you know? The patriarchy poison. Like, earn your worth, and the only way you're worth anything is if you have a bunch of money and like business success as a man, right? But no, you actually bring so much more to the table than just that. Go figure. You're a human who's innately worthy and valuable. I know. Shocking. That was a lovely therapy session. Aw. Yeah. Like, tarot really can be like that. But I don't feel like you can get that necessarily out of like a, you know, like rushing through a message and like, so anyways. That is why I am the way that I am, partly. Okay, let's see. Libra, is your deck ready here? Ready to talk? Yes. Okay. Let's see. This is over here. Okay, show me Libra's thoughts, feelings, and motivation within this dynamic. Thoughts. Okay, feelings. Oh, okay, that's too many feelings. Too many feelings, Libra. Like 4 cards. What cards are these, though? Are these Libra's cards? Okay, fine, I'll keep them. I'm like, well, looking at these, this makes an astounding amount of sense, though. Libra. Okay, we'll keep all 4 cards. The extra ass bitch in the room being like, how dare you be so extra? Meanwhile, I'm literally surrounded by like 24 decks of cards and taking 10 hours to do a live stream. Is it the pot calling the kettle black, or is it the pot calling the kettle black? Okay. And your true motivation within this dynamic. I am who I am. Okay. How about this other person? Okay. True motivation. All right. So sorry. Something fell over on the table and it was loud. I can imagine that was also loud for you, so I apologize. Yeah, okay. You got 2 cards, 2 oracle cards too. You are extra today, aren't you? And clarify that current shared energy between these two. And possible action between these two in the near future. Sexy. Sexy times. Okay. All right. Okay, one more oracle card, and then we're getting right into it. Tell me more about the near future here for Libra. And this person. Okay. Let's timestamp you. 5, 3. Okay. Hi, Libra. Hope you're doing well, gorgeous, gorgeous people. So keep in mind, I'm going to speak as though the first side here, this first person is you, but if it sounds more like the person you're dealing with, then just take it that way, because it's quite common for the roles to be reversed in a general reading. It's just you can't really like help that from happening sometimes. So just take it how it resonates and trust your own discernment and intuition as always, okay? Okay. So your side of things here, your current way of thinking, your current mentality or experience of this connection is coming through as the Hermit, which is Virgo energy. Okay. Let's clarify that a little bit. So you could feel like you are in a state of separation with this person specifically right now. You're not talking, or you could just feel as though both of you, if you are still engaging, you're in a very like introspective, sort of like reflective, but like an internally reflective kind of energy. Potentially somewhat staying in your own lane or just not sharing everything with one another. Okay. The Lovers and the Four of Cups in reverse. What's this that went down here? The Queen of Wands in reverse. Okay. No, is this Queen of Wands meant to be in reverse? No, she's meant to be in the upright. Okay. It was hard to tell because it fell under the table initially. So the Queen of Wands is in the upright. My bad. The Lovers, the Four of Cups in reverse, and the Queen of Wands. Well, it feels like you are kind of, you're building yourself up. You definitely have love for this person. The Lovers. You recognize this as being a very strong, profound sort of connection that's had a deep impact on you. No matter what kind of connection this is or who this is in your life, right? But there's also this need you're saying right now to climb out of a state of disappointment within the connection. And you're doing that by taking time to yourself. And you're doing that by building yourself up, specifically the confidence of the Queen of Wands. And she gets her confidence through being very connected to spirit, her own intuition, and also doing the shadow work so that she knows that she is that she can show up authentically and somewhat unapologetically without having like an ignorant blind spot or a self-righteous blind spot. Basically, she is someone who has good spiritual hygiene. And she has to, because she's very tuned in. Also, a lot of people tend to project onto this energy because it is just naturally quite confident. It can sometimes intimidate others who are a little bit more insecure or who just get triggered by a specific insecurity, or a specific insecurity, sorry, gets triggered by the Queen of Wands in them. She can kind of be demonized a little bit. It's kind of Lilith-like energy. But, so yeah, she needs good spiritual hygiene to avoid internalizing others' stuff. So it could be that you've internalized maybe a bit of a disappointment here, and you are taking some time to yourself to build yourself back up, is what it feels like. The love is still there. You're trying to drop some heavier emotions around it, though, for some reason. I'm not entirely sure where those came from. But you are showing me that. Okay. Your feelings towards this person as of right now. So 4 cards came out. So it is the Tower in reverse. I really love this Tower card. I'm just going to show you it in the upright first because it's so... I love the butterflies. So the Tower in reverse. The 7 of Swords. And then, what's this? The High Priestess in reverse. And the Empress in the upright. Okay. Well, you feel as though you need to avoid something destructive happening. Like this connection maybe has created a lot of, I don't want to say turmoil, but like it's shaken up your life a bit, or it's had quite a big impact or influence on you. But you also feel as though if someone's not taking action towards you right now, you feel as though that is like an illusion. Like whatever you feel as though their lack of involvement or them trying to basically act like they don't care is just that. It's like it's an act. You feel like they do see you and they see you as the Empress. So if they're trying to treat you as something other than that, you're basically saying that you see through that. You know that they see your true worth and value. And there's some sort of strategy to them not taking action, is what you're telling me, towards you. But it's not because they are reading you wrong, although they may have been trying to convince you that they like don't really see you as the Empress. I'm not really sure why that would be. Why they would do that, but okay. But if this is just you as well, this is your feelings towards them. You could feel as though like you can see that this person is deceiving themselves in some sort of way. And in order to avoid a tower moment or something that feels like quite unstable, you're kind of just pulling back from the situation right now. Tell me more about Libra's feelings for this person. The Devil. Okay. So, the Two of Cups in reverse. Okay. You're saying this person is throwing the Sun in reverse. Alrighty. This is very clear. You're saying that this person is throwing, I'm just covering up the boobs, the devil's breastises here. Your breastises are my breakfast. Okay, there we go. Drunk in love, okay? So you're sort of telling me that you see this person has a toxic pattern of convincing themselves that they don't see your value. And they act in such a way that they act in some sort of way that throws the alignment of the connection off balance. It's like they're obsessed with, it's like for some of you, you're telling me that they're secretly obsessed with you, or obsessed with, like, they see you as a very high value person. And in some cases, they don't feel like they are worthy or good enough for you. And so that's why I guess that they're treating you like lesser than. If that's the case, that's very manipulative and also stupid. Like, because obviously treating you that way is not going to get them you know? I mean, I guess some people think that manipulation and like the game and the playbook of like, this is how to text him to like make him obsessed. It's like, how about just say what you mean what you say, show up authentically, and stop playing fucking games. I don't know, wild idea, just throwing it out there. How about less manipulation instead of more? So fucking sick of the world right now. Like, I'm so sick of the state of the dating world is just no. Put me in a lifeboat and send me adrift into the middle of the sea. Aye, aye, Captain. I just can't do it any effing more. You might feel like you're doing that too, because there's this sense of frustration. It's like you're saying like they're choosing to be ignorant. the sun in reverse. They're choosing not to see, and it's something that's bright. It's like choosing not to see the sun shining in the sky. Where's the source of that light? It's like the big burning thing in the frickin' sky, you know? Like, what is the source of that value? I don't know. The frickin' Empress. You know? Like, hello? It can get really frustrating though when like someone is pretending not to see you and you're seeing them like not seeing you, and you're like, I know you know that I know that you know. We all know here, so let's just, you know, they could be so much simpler. Why is it not? But that's what I'm seeing for your feelings. So your motivation at this time is the Knight of Cups in reverse. I feel like this is more them, like how you're seeing them, than you. But it could also be then simultaneously, like you're seeing them basically as emotionally unavailable or emotionally immature. And this is just right now, right? They might not always be this way. They could just be having a real day or a real week or time or something, which we all do. So, but it's like you are shutting yourself down emotionally to this person then, because you're like, if this is the way that it's going to go, then you know, roses are red, violets are blue. I'd rather be the hermit than be head fucked by you. You know, it's like, yeah, probably everyone would. This is why so many are celibate. You know, it's like, because we just can't. We just cannot. Yeah, that's what that is. It's your motivation. You're like, I'm not going to open up to something that is scary to open up to, because they are literally hiding from themselves that they are the problem as well, is what you're basically saying. So it's kind of like weaponized incompetence and then doubling down on that over and over again. So yeah, that situation's not going to feel safe. So it feels like you're just kind of doing you right now. You do see your own worth. You feel like this person also does. And so you're just not playing games. You're like, you can either show me that you see me, because we both know that you do, or I'll talk to you never, buddy. See you never. You know, talk to you in another life or not. You can miss me on that front as well. But it feels like you're just kind of like, I'm good with not having to deal with the headache that is this right now. So it feels like you're a little bit okay with a little break right now from whatever this is. And again, it doesn't have to be forever. But let's take a look at this other person's side of things as well. Okay? I'm creating slightly amount more room here. So they have the Eight of Coins as how they are currently perceiving the situation or experiencing things between the two of you. The Eight of Coins. They're like, this is hard work, but I will put in the hard work because I'm passionate about Libra. This is coming through as very different than how you're perceiving it. So that's interesting. We'll look more into that. But they're basically saying that they are committed to you and that they are taking responsibility and doing the work right now. So maybe you're just solo dolo over here in your hermit energy and you're not seeing this and this is happening behind the scenes, or maybe this is this person's ignorance. I don't know, like the lie that they're telling themselves. Let's just get more information on the Eight of Coins. Wow. The Three of Cups. No, they genuinely want to come back together with you. They are not at peace. The Four of Swords in reverse and the Ace of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune. That's why. Because they feel like you're part of their destiny and they have a lot of love for you. They feel like for sure you entered their life for a specific reason and that you've had a profound effect on it. And so, yeah, not like being separated from you or being distant from you, even if you've just pulled back and you're just kind of in your own lane, but they're still in your life. This person is willing to do the work because that makes them anxious. Like they want reconciliation, the Three of Cups between the two of you. And they're saying that they're perceiving the situation, or their experience of the situation is that they're currently having to put work in so that this reconciliation, they're currently having to work on something within themselves so that the situation between the two of you can reach a reconciliation. Okay. Their feelings towards you currently is the Hierophant, Taurian energy, the wise one is what it's called in this deck. There's very heavy Taurian energy for this person coming out because their motivation is the King of Coins, which is Taurus for me as well. So it's like double Taurus energy here. You guys could both have a Taurian placement because the Empress, well, that's Venusian energy, which is your ruler, but also Taurian's ruler as well. I'm just seeing that connection here. Okay, so the Hierophant. Why is their feelings the Hierophant for you? They feel like you hold a key to something that they couldn't replace you. I don't think they're stupid enough to even try. It's like this person knows a lot more. You're right about them. They know a lot more than what they're actually like letting on to know. Like they're not stupid whatsoever. So if they're acting that way, then it is an act for sure. They're showing me they're actually quite grounded and they really know like what they're... It's interesting though, because they feel like they are committed to you, but also have like a wounded inner child that doesn't really allow them to open up to you. That could be what they're doing the work on. Yeah, the Sun in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse. They could have like something with their mom, their mother, that created this wound. Whoever this is. Tell me more about their feelings for Libra, sorry. The Ten of Coins in reverse, yeah. There's something about them worrying that they're not enough or that they couldn't build something that's actually like... There's something about this person and money or the physical realm, like, and sustainability. The Eight of Coins, the Hierophant, Taurian energy, right? The King of Coins, the Ten of Coins. It's a very large amount of coins. So something about their physical reality. I think that they feel like they're committed to you, but they don't actually have much to offer you. And so they're motivated to become someone or to be someone who does have a lot to offer because they see you as the Empress. You're correct about that. They do know that you're the Empress, and there is a level of intimidation there. So yeah, you're very on point with how you're seeing this person seeing you. But they're pulling back. They are saying to do the work. The thing is, I don't know if the work is on their inner child or if the work is like they feel like they just need to focus on work and make money so that they can come offer you what you really deserve. But I don't know if you are like, if that was you that set that requirement. Like, come back when you can pay all my bills, buddy. Or like, you know, come back when you have a really great job. Or if that's just something, it feels like this person just is a little intimidated by you and they feel like they need to do this before they can come towards you with something real to offer. you tell me more about that King of Coins and their motivation? The Ace of Swords in reverse. They're scared of moving forwards. This person's in an energy where they're just kind of hanging around, and it's a comfort zone. It's a bit of a complacency. And yeah, it is like weaponized incompetence or ignorance, but it's all for the sake of actually, like, they're telling themselves like a lot that if they do a specific amount of work or prerequisite work, then that will reconcile things with you. But you never really ask them to do that work. They just sort of put it on themselves. But what it really is somewhat an elaborate, like, avoidance of what is really needed, which is just like a claiming of what they say they are committed to. They say they're committed to you, but they just don't have anything to offer, but they're not acting like they're committed to you. And they're lying to themselves about that. Like, commitment requires consistent showing up. Like, base level. Like, that's the bare minimum of something that's needed for a commitment, is like showing up, right? But they're not. They're showing up in another area of their life. And it's like the illusion is they're lying to themselves about their motivation, that they want to become the King of Coins to be enough for you. They want that because they can see their own head fuckery here. They see where they get in their own head about being at a crossroads in life where I feel like they need to be less of a child and they need to be more responsible, more accountable. And they don't feel like they're ready to do that. They haven't shifted their mentality into a more mature space. Like, they still don't feel like they can stand on their own 2 feet. And so it's easier to be in this comfort zone. This person, I don't know, they could be like relying a lot on their family. They're in a comfort zone. Like, they're either like living at home, or it's something that doesn't like push or challenge them. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. There's nothing wrong with living at home for a while, but like, there's something about this where it's crossed over comfort and it's in complacency now, but they're twisting it to tell themselves like, oh, I can't move towards Libra because I don't have what it is that I need to offer them. But they really don't believe that they're enough, but they're keeping themselves stuck in this stagnant, like, suspension space at this crossroads because really they're scared to pick a path that's going to require more of them. Yeah. And deep down they do know that they know this is the truth, because the King of Swords is here. So they're aware that, like, they're scared of what the very thing that they claim to be seeking and invested in. They're actually sabotaging that to stay in a comfort zone. I think they're also aware that you see this clearly, too. Okay. So your shared energy, the current shared energy between the two of you. Okay, so 2 cards came out here. So the tarot card that came out is the World in reverse. And then these are quite the cards to come out together. So you got Blood and Smoke. Okay. All right, well, blood is about like the pulse, the body, physicality. It is about, sorry, looking at the notes that I took. Yeah, so it's about the vital nature of your existence. That you are alive. Like when sometimes you need to bleed to know that you're alive, right? To be reminded that we are like beings. We are human beings. Like we're flesh and bone. So the physical body, it talks about, blood talks about the physical body as the starting point to build a relationship to the container that houses you, your being, so that you can then learn how to honor and protect yourself. You learn about your own life-giving nature and your own vitality and radiance. And then you're able to show up and be present and grounded. So I feel like there's something about that you are learning, or maybe both people, but there is showing me that there's a cycle, like the current overlapping energy of this connection, the shared energy, is that there's a cycle that's not closed. And I don't know if it's the same, if there's a cycle that's not closed between the two of you, but there might also be individual things that you're each closing out a little bit as well. But the smoke card, it talks about illusion. I feel like that's more on this person's side a little bit. And again, it could be a crossover where you're both kind of dealing with your own elements of both of these things. But the smoke card, it talks about a warning of illusion and something that is kind of like smoldering under the surface, because where there's smoke, there is fire, as we know, right? So it is seductive. It is stealthy. Really, when you think of the way that smoke like twists and rises and swirls and disintegrates into the air, like there's something very, yeah, like seductive, tantalizing, like almost hypnotizing about it. So I feel like this person is kind of hypnotizing themselves a little bit. But the nature of the smoke card, it's about your senses being aroused and enticed, but you're like basically hyper vigilant. Like where there's smoke, there is fire. What kind of smoke is this? Was the fire intentional? Was the fire by accident? What does the smoke smell like? You know, does it smell like fear and destruction and, you know, terror? Does it smell like incense? What does it smell like? Where is the smoke coming from? But the smoke card is about waking up and becoming, like, being present so that you can be alert to what is happening around you. And I feel that this person isn't, because the smoke card indicates something is burning. And usually it's like you're distracted and you don't see it. So there's something here that this person, they don't see, or they don't want to see. Yeah, I think it's just everything that we already talked about. Okay, so the possible action in the near future between the two of you, you have the Emperor, as well as this destruction card. Okay, well, you're already showing up as the Empress. So this could be you finding a balance here. A balance within, you know, the honoring of your own physicality, which involves obviously the yin and the yang in perfect balance. But there's an element of destruction to make that happen, if that's the case, a little bit. This person could also be the Emperor here. tell me more about this, the Emperor and destruction? It's good that it's in the upright, though. It almost feels like, it kind of feels like a chosen ego death almost, like deciding to finally face it, what they've been running from. But I do feel like they're doing that in private, though. I don't really feel like they're coming and bringing that to your doorstep necessarily. Can you tell me more about this? Yeah, the Queen of Swords in reverse. There's something that they're trying to cut out, and I think it's this belief that like they can't have the Ten of Cups. It's the devil. It's the what you already see in them as being, you know, toxic. Basically what holds them back from being truly collaborative and cooperative with you in a connection is their beliefs about themselves. And they don't believe they can have the Ten of Cups, so they just cut it off. And then they say that what they believe the problem is not being like established enough in the physical realm or like financially, but really it's their emotional capacity that they doubt. I think that's the responsibility that they're afraid to step up into, like being responsible for somebody else's heart in a way, holding the heart of the Empress. The thing is, though, they're not responsible for your heart, and you're not responsible for anyone else's heart. We are responsible for our own hearts. Of course, like, we have a responsibility to do no harm and take no shit, right? To not, like, be abused ourselves, but also have healthy boundaries, but also not hurt other people as much as we can, right? But we are not like responsible for protecting, healing, holding another person's heart. And when you are safe, when you feel truly safe, is when both of these energies are active and healthy within you, and you are holding your own heart, so that you can enter into something with this openness without worrying that you're going to be destroyed or consumed, that you're going to lose yourself for some reason in it or in another, right? You can only do that when you when you are showing up and holding your own heart. You can only do that without fear. So I'm seeing that this person is coming, they're doing that. Yeah, they're doing it under the moon, though. They're doing it privately. But I feel that they are choosing to stop running, and they're choosing that they want to be the Emperor. They don't want to be like this scared little kid sitting in a comfort zone of complacency, like bored, looking at where they could be if they believed in themselves. I think that they're choosing to believe in themselves enough to tear down what isn't working, to burn down what isn't working. So that's what I see. I'm not really sure what they will be doing after that, but that's what they're doing in the near future. But I do feel like it's going to be happening behind the scenes. You might feel energetically a shift or sense a shift in this person, but I don't think that they're going to go through this process privately, and they might come and approach you after. I feel like they're done with that, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting, Libra. So that's what I'm seeing for you, angels. We are going to move on to Scorpio now, but I hope that you're doing really well. And I hope that that was helpful for you. Okay, let's see. Scorps. All right, darlings. Let's see. What's going on? Gives you a pause to think about issues you never thought it was an issue. You're a moon and Venus in Scorpio. Wow. I love Scorpio energy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, when it's dark, it's real dark. When it's in its shadow, it's it knows how to shadow, you know, but I love Scorpio energy. I don't know. I love Plutonian energy. It's like, yes, there's so much gift in the darkness. Let's just be honest. I may need to go put sweatpants on. These are not reaching my comfort level. Like, they're not comfortable enough for me. I'm gonna go put sweatpants on and take these stupid jeans off. Then we'll come back and we'll really we'll get down to business. But yeah, I'm like, we're going for comfort now. It's like after 1 a.m. We're going for comfort. I'll be back in literally 2 seconds. I'm like, I'm putting my sweatpants on. I don't care. So I need to be comfortable. I don't know why I ever leave my sweatpants. Let's just be honest. Let's be real. Why do I ever take them off? I want this table to be closer to me. Can I do it without destroying things? Okay, good. All right. Oh, so much more comfortable. Not even funny. I used to wear jeans like all the time. And now when I wear them, I'm like, ew. Why am I wearing jeans? I've definitely gotten to be more of a gym wear girly. Comfort zone girly. Speaking of comfort zones. Call me complacent any day. I'm wearing the sweatpants, guys. Okay. I need to move this a little. There we go. Trying to find something there. Slight headache, so I'm just gonna take a little tiny bit of Advil. Do that and we'll just keep hydrating and I should be totally fine. Okay, Scorpio. It's brighter than it needs to be. feel like it is. I don't feel like it needs to be this bright. Just don't want this ring light pointing right in my freaking face right now. Hold on a second, you guys. Sorry, but something about it being extremely dark and nightimey and just having a ring light at my pointing at my face directly. It's not working so well for me right now. Okay. We'll move that back. Okay. All right. I feel like that's better. Yeah. It's not as close to my head anyways. Okay. Yeah. It's better. Okay. Where my eye again? All right. How are you guys doing? So sorry. I'm just like, I need to adjust a couple things here for comfort. Comfort is important. And we are in cozy crabby season. Yes, we are. Dana, this Virgo reading destroyed you. Running from the truth, anyone? You know, it happens to the best of us, though. Humans will do actually a great deal to avoid things that they don't want to see, you know, myself included. I've done this many times. Hello, Lisa, the queen of avoidance back, well, in the days. I need to, I hope that you guys didn't just see right in my mouth when I was doing that, but I apologize if you did. There, that's better. Needed to clean you off a little bit there. Okay. The adjustments have been made. Mundi, who are you? Hey, sweet Lisa, so happy to catch you live today. Be able to listen to the Scorpio reading. Sun, Venus, Mars, Mercury, and Uranus. My goodness. Athens. Oh, Athens. I lived in Athens for like a little bit over a year. It was a while ago now, and I miss it so much. But hi, love. It's good to see you. Anytime anyone mentions Greece, I'm just like, my heart. I miss it literally every day of my freaking life because it's incredible. And if you have a chance to go, you better go. Okay. And that's a hell of a lot of Scorpio. So. I like it though. You have the opposite reaction. Yeah, you didn't have the greatest time in Greece. That wasn't a reflection of Greece, though. I hope you know that. That was just some shit. That was some bullshit happening there. Okay. I mentioned that during a reading in the past. Yes, I think I did. Probably because you probably brought up Greece, and I was like, Greece, because this is my normal response to Greece things, because I just love it. I do adore it. Luckily, I stayed in touch with a lot of friends, so I have to go back and visit. Do some more island hopping as well. I miss like the big square downtown. I miss seeing the Acropolis lit up at night from my bedroom window. I miss eating a ridiculous amount of baklava every day and weighing a lot more than I do now. I miss it. I love Greece. Okay. Europe in general, just like the it felt so much more like natural and like home, the lifestyle and the pace, than like the West has ever felt for me. Like, siesta hour? Yes, please. Like, let's but I like that it's actually practical, because it does get so hot during those like hours in the afternoon that you guys are just like, F this, we're not working. We're going where it's cool, or we're napping, or we're having some wine, or whatever the case may be. It's so nice how very rarely is someone like in a super crazy hurry or like very stressed. I can sit down and enjoy meals together that are like, you know, like 4 or 5 hours of just enjoying the company of the people around you. They like work to live, they don't live to work. Of course, there are exceptions to these rules, but it just felt so not like the West in the best possible ways. Not to shit on the West, but, you know, we have some issues. So, let's see. Everywhere does, but we definitely have some issues in the West here. Okay, Scorpio. Let's tune into the person or the dynamic that it would benefit Scorpios to gain some insight into. And then tell me about Scorpio's thoughts, feelings, and motivation within that dynamic. Current experience or thoughts. Okay. Feelings for the other. Great work-life balance. Yeah. Something that I naturally struggle with as a Capricorn, Mars, and stellium in my second house. So I appreciated it. I was like, oh, thank God I don't have to like earn my worth. I don't have to like be like, oh, I wasn't productive enough today, therefore let me go off myself. It's like, no, you're okay, actually. Okay. And true motivation within this dynamic or connection right now. There's a train outside. New direction, looking away. Wow. This person's... Okay. Well, that's you. Okay, show the other person here. Same thing. Y'all. Okay. Okay. true motivation within the connection. Okay. And then the shared energy between these two. Okay. Do less. And the possible action in the near future towards Scorpio. Okay. Oh. Why? How? Anything else about that? Like why? Okay. Like, what does that have to do with that, though? My goodness. Okay. All right. Okay, let's get one more oracle card and then start this. What's going on? The moon. Okay. Okay. Let's just get into this here. I can see. I was confused for a second there, but I can see what's going on here. Okay. Some of these connections, no wonder you guys need some extra input. No wonder. Because, yeah, things are a little bit confusing here a little bit, huh? Some of these connections are a little bit complex, as, you know, most connections have elements of that for sure, because humans are complex. So that makes sense. Glad I can help if I can help. Okay, let's see. Let's timestamp you and get into this. Okay. So where are we? 6. All right. Hi, Scorp. Hi, Scorp babies, my sexy stingers. I hope that you're doing incredibly well. And we're just going to get into your reading here. So I'm going to speak as if this first side is you, but if it sounds like the roles are reversed, then just take it that way, okay? Because it's pretty common, or it's not abnormal anyways, for a reading to be reversed when we're looking at two different people and it's a general reading, okay? So take it how it resonates for you. But let's take a look at your current experience or thoughts around this dynamic, which is the Spirit of Swords. This is the Page of Swords, and it says eagerness and tenacity. Eagerness and tenacity. Okay. Well, you have a beginner brain right now. Like, you have a very open mind. You're in a state of, it feels pretty healthy. It feels kind of like having wiped the slate clean, honestly, in some sort of way. So I don't know if you are at like a specific junction point in this connection right now that feels significant, but I feel like you've done a clearing of some sort recently, and it's coming through as mental. You're not obsessing over or thinking obsessively over something that maybe you couldn't figure out, or you're taking a new approach to something, or you're admitting, I know what I know and I don't know what I don't know, and it's okay that I don't know what I don't know. I don't need to like rush to figure that out. I can still be curious and like eager to find the answers to something, but I don't need to claim that I know something that I don't know. I can kind of like just be open and allow things to reveal themselves to me. And I can have this tenacity of the mind through mental agility, mental flexibility. I don't need to know everything. There's a lot of strength in having a malleable mind, right? And I do think that's really important right now, because it's like there's something about this time that's showing you what is your true intuition and what is illusion. But it's coming through to you and you're able to see it the way that you are at this time because you have this open mind. So it's like very important. The two are working together. Like you're getting the answers because you're taking this approach to basically it's like a non-defensive stance. You're just open to the truth. You're not necessarily expecting or needing the truth or the outcome to be a specific thing. You're just trying to approach it from a place of curiosity, it feels like, instead. Which is when actual truth can find its way to you, right? Because when you're defensive or when you need the truth to be what you want it to be, then there's going to be blind spots. Okay. Anything else about that? No. Okay, let's look at the feelings here. So your feelings and true motivation within this connection currently, and this is just right now, it's not always, okay? The Empress. Centered and abundant, but it's interesting because your feelings came out as the Queen of Wands in reverse, and it says generosity and tenacity. I just realized both of these cards say tenacity. One of them came out in the upright and one came out in reverse. That's kind of interesting. So your experience is that you're handling this in a tenacious way. Tenacious D. But your feelings towards this person is that you don't necessarily have a lot. It's not about you not having a lot, because you yourself you feel centered and abundant. You know that you are the Empress, and you knowing your own worth is kind of what allows you to have this curious open-mindedness and eagerness to learn more because you believe in yourself, right? But in regards to this person specifically, and you're open to this situation or this relationship teaching you something overall, and especially right now for whatever reason. Okay. Generosity and tenacity, though, in reverse. It's like, it's not that you don't have it to give, it's that you're not feeling especially generous with this particular person at this moment. And there's a reason for that. What is the reason why Scorpio's not feeling super? It's like I think you've already given a lot. And that's why you're not feeling that tenacity, that like, oh yeah, I've got so much left to put into this specifically, like directly into this person. It's interesting though, because you're still eager to know the truth about the situation and to learn about yourself and learn from it. But it's almost like you feel more comfortable and confident doing that in an isolated state right now. So maybe you are just taking space away from this person, or maybe you're not in contact with them right now. But it's coming through as you're seeing that somewhat as a little bit of a strength at this moment, maybe. Because it's allowing you to rest where you were overextending and see things in a new way. So I see you pouring the energy that you were giving to this person into yourself right now. It doesn't mean that you're not still thinking about them, that they're not on your mind, that you don't care about them. None of that. But you are just, the focus is on you. Mostly. In terms of your physical energy and where you're putting your attention and your time and effort. Temperance. Yeah, moderation and equilibrium. It feels like you're recentering yourself in your own life is what that feels like. Justice, understanding, and karmic balance. Yes. Equilibrium, karmic balance, moderation. It's the middle ground. You have very strong ambition and willpower, but you don't want to put that energy towards this person specifically at this exact moment for some reason. You're seeking moderation and like a balance in your own life, and I think you're doing that by coming back to yourself in some sort of way. With the Queen of Wands in reverse, it's also, there could be an insecurity that came up in this relationship. Like specifically maybe from overextending and then feeling like things got thrown out of balance. Things were not in a moderate state, right? Or there wasn't like a reciprocated equilibrium that felt balanced. It's like you feel as though there was some sort of misunderstanding and that maybe even something wasn't really just or fair. And so I think that you're creating that for yourself by coming home to yourself, recentering yourself in your experience, pouring your ambition and willpower and your curiosity and tenacity towards a personal goal is what that feels like. Okay, so your true motivation within this connection is coming through as the Eight of Cups in reverse, new direction and walking away. Okay. Well, it's interesting because you started off by saying, like, I'm not focusing all my tenacity on this specific situation, but sort of like indirectly, the work that you're doing on yourself, even though it includes recentering yourself, like taking some of the energy back or like redirecting it back onto yourself and off of this person, it's for the sake of balancing out both yourself, but also the situation. And you're saying that you're not seeking a new direction, or you're not trying to necessarily like cut this person out and walk away. I think that you are actually, this is your approach to creating balance within the connection. It's almost like tough love a little bit. You could also be somewhat leading by example at this time. Just honoring your own energy, trying to, equalize and harmonize your own internal state so that what you bring to the table is so that you can treat others how you want them to treat you, so that you can act from a place of personal integrity, so that you don't have regrets, because you know that you are the only thing that you can control ultimately, right? So I feel like that's that. The motivation also is that you don't want someone else to walk away either, but it's almost like you're aware that there's a danger of that happening if moderation and balance isn't restored to this situation. And you know that the only way, like the only part of that equation that you can control is your part, your personal part. So it feels like you're doing that. And it's interesting, though, you are proving something to yourself with this eagerness and tenacity, this open-mindedness, that you can rewrite certain narratives, that you can reshape, like reframe your mentality, that you can actually make quite a significant shift to things by just like opening your mind and getting curious about it instead of assuming to know everything. Because there has been disruption and conflict in this connection, the Tower, specifically around giving and receiving, and it's something about your generosity. You're saying that you gave everything and someone was never satisfied or content, and you're saying that that's not a you problem. That someone doesn't really have the self-awareness to see why something is not advancing and why they're not getting the recognition that they desire. And you're sort of saying that it's because they are not really all that like compassionate or happy, but that they dwell on pain and avoidance. They're a wise and passionate person, but they don't manifest from that place because they're not in an internal state of harmony and alignment either. So it's like you're seeing that both of you need to come into a state of personal alignment, but from like a self-reliant place. But yeah, you're saying it's not just you. Like there's been disruption and conflict, and it's been because the two of you have not been really centered in your own lives in a way that allows you to genuinely be generous with one another. And that's something that needs to happen independently. You need to kind of like endure something and gain a level of competence and self-awareness for some sort of profound change to take place. If something is going to transform, then that's what needs to happen, is basically what you're saying. So that's what you're motivated by. You do want to heal something, though. You don't really want to walk away, but your focus is on yourself right now. And it's not on you. You're not doing it just for this person. You're doing it for yourself. And this is also just like, as a result of you doing this for yourself, it also positively impacts the connection, is what I feel. So let's move on to this other person's side of things. So on their side of things, are we still good? Yeah. On their side of things, it says that their current experience or thoughts around things is the High Priestess in reverse, illumination and knowledge. Okay, yeah. You're like, this person doesn't have the awareness. And they are like, I don't have the awareness. You said they don't really have the self-awareness, but they are saying that, like, there's a lack of illumination or knowledge. There's something that they're kind of fixated on not knowing at this time. What do they feel like they don't see? Or is it just a generalized? Contemplation, reevaluation, and vitality and courage. Huh. How your strength returned. It's like how Stella got her groove back. She did a bunch of work on herself behind the scenes, right? And then, like, you did a bunch of work on yourself behind the scenes. This person's only seeing, like, the outside, like the surface level, but there's a lot that happened underneath, I feel like, for you to recenter yourself, for you to open your mind in the way that it is open right now. Someone, they don't understand because they're not seeing the all of the reevaluation and contemplation and all of the work that you did behind the scenes, like internally. They are seeing your strength, your fortitude, because you're in this energy of eagerness, openness, and tenacity, but they don't understand how you got there. They see your vitality, your courage, but they don't, it's like they see the answer on the math test, but they don't see the work, like how you got to that place. And for some reason, that is like what they're fixated on within the connection right now. The fact that they don't see that, or they don't understand how that happened. And it's almost coming through as like, I have to make that make sense. As long as that doesn't make sense, or I don't have that answer, I don't trust it. So this person, ironically, this is a Scorpio reading, but they are coming through as paranoid a little bit, which can be a little bit of a shadow, well, Virgo or Scorpio trait specifically. They could have both of those, or one or the other, or they don't have to, but they're coming through in that energy a little bit. But yeah, it's like, as long as they don't have the answers or see the work that you did, they don't really trust the answer either. Okay. Their feelings for you are coming through as the Six of Swords in reverse, resolution and moving on. Kind of interesting because you have the Eight of Cups, new direction, walking away in reverse. This person has the Six of Swords, resolution, moving on in reverse. It's mirroring a little bit here. These are both cards that normally talk about forward movement. Yours is a little bit more emotional based, and theirs is a little bit more mental, and they're showing up pretty, like, quite mentally overall. Although their motivation is very emotional. So it's not that the emotion's not there. But we'll get there in a moment. Okay, so why are these... So this person, again, it's about something that they haven't reconciled or made sense of or resolved within themselves. And because they haven't done that, they're feeling like they can't walk away from it. They can't put it down until they make it make sense. But because it's an internal process and something that you did... they can't make it make sense from the outside, so they're a little bit fixated on, like, how did they do that though? What sorcery is this? I don't know how you were showing up before, but you're showing up in terms of like how this person's viewing you now, with a lot more like life, force, energy, vitality, and bravery shining through. Well, you did the work and you sure did. The star, harmony, and renewal. This person is seeking the healing, the kind of like drastic, profound change and healing that they see in you. And it's like they want to know how you did that. You're telling me you took no shortcuts and you did the work, you know? Mm-hmm. The Dawn of Rings, the Knight of Rings, Pentacles, reflection and diligence. Yeah, I mean, you reflected diligently like it was your full-time job until you considered things, and you didn't necessarily take this like practical robotic like approach where you were like, let me conserve my energy, let me be super practical. It feels like you just dove into this reflection with diligence and a curious open mind, and you let go of what became clear was blocking you, and you reinstated or renewed your internal state of harmony. But it's like, it's almost like too simple for this person to understand. Yeah, they're like, but there was no massive disruption or conflict that caused it. How did you heal without that? So this could be someone who they use disruption and conflict as a catalyst. They could definitely have Scorpio in their fucking chart somewhere. Like Scorpio Mars specifically is coming through. And if they do it in relationships, Scorpio Venus maybe. But it's like, that's not really the healthiest way of using that energy. Right? Like, catalyzing irresponsibly so that you can kind of like feed off of the transformative energy of what comes out of that and then use that as fuel. But it's like, usually that would be using more negative energies that come out of that as fuel, or like stress as fuel to change, right? But you didn't use that approach, and it's like your approach is quite foreign to this person, so they don't understand. But they also feel like they can't walk away, and they don't have resolution surrounding. They can't walk away, but they don't have resolution around moving towards you either. So it's just kind of like this stagnant energy in regards to their emotions for you right now. Okay. Their true motivation is the Queen of Cups. Authentic and virtuous. And then there's the Six of Cups, serenity and healing. This person's trying to get back to something. I feel like this is actually you. It's like they're trying to access this version of you or this part of you again. And in the past, they did access, or you shared that part with them. Now you're not feeling so generous with it. Probably because this, I don't know, usually when you offer something generously and then you are not feeling generous with it anymore, it's because it was like exploited or used or not respected or appreciated. Or someone was entitled. Or they just expected you to offer something valuable while giving, like while they were not, right? But in the past, the energy that you showed up in was very serene. It was very healing to them. It was authentic, and it was just like pure open-hearted energy. The Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups, though, is a mutual energy. It's a reciprocated energy of like kind of unconditional love that flies in the face of logic. I mean, all love flies in the face of logic, but especially the Queen of Cups, it's just so pure. They had access to this before, and it was very healing for them. They don't anymore, and they feel that, and they want access to it again. They're motivated by that, but they also do love you. But there's something here about like they're more motivated to get access to you, your energy in this way, than they are to share their own loving, authentic energy. And that's coming through. So that's interesting. Transition and sacrifice in reverse. Upheaval and release in reverse. There's something this person doesn't want to face or sacrifice. Profound change and self-awareness in reverse. Well, but then they're like, but I'm seeking prosperity and harmony. Okay, well, you're not going to get it for these reasons because you are avoiding transitioning. There's something that needs to be faced, released, sacrificed for the sake of the profound change that this person seeks. And then like self-awareness must come into the picture. Accountability, responsibility, and the acceptance of what it is that needs to change, and then making that change. Because the thing is, they're seeking in you something that they are afraid to offer themselves. So like there won't be balance, and it won't feel safe for you to open up and offer that love to someone like that. Because it will always feel like they are like breadcrumbing you while you're giving like the fullness of your heart. And that's just not fair, right? It doesn't feel safe. It feels exploitive. And someone who like, they don't have any right to access that part of you if they're not going to do right by it. So it's interesting that they're confused by that, but I think it's the lack of self-awareness. And it's because they're looking for the answers inside of you instead of like seeing that they themselves are at a transitionary point in their life and only they can create the change for themselves. And it's not up to you to like show them how to do that. And their process will be different from yours anyways. Anything else about this person's motivation? It's interesting because you're very focused on you and they're very focused on you. But it'd be good if they were focused on themselves and directing their own willpower to these fears that they are avoiding facing. And they're in a state of self-entrapment. But they're directing their energy and their will outwards rather than becoming the leader of their own life, which is how they'll actually get success. This person could also be someone that like everything has to be practical for them. That Virgo energy is real, hey? It's kind of coming through as though like, well, if it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't seem practical, or if it's not conserving my energy, then I'm not putting the energy into it. But like in order to reflect diligently and do the healing, you have to put yourself all into that process. So it's kind of like dancing around the edge of like what they need to do, but not doing it. And then looking at you changing rapidly and being like, how did they make that happen? Because they're doing the things that you're not doing, basically. It's not that complicated. It's not like a specific, here's your 3-step program to get there. It's just like, look at yourself. That's shadow work. That's it. Just look at yourself, just do the self-evaluating and the self, like, just be with yourself because it's a you thing. the serenity and healing that you're seeking, the virtuous, heart-filled, authentic nature that you're seeking in Scorpio, you're really crying out for it and yearning for it within yourself, first and foremost. Which is why you got so much vitality back when you recentered yourself and you gave yourself this energy. This person needs to learn how to do the same too. They need to center themselves and give themselves the energy that they're seeking. And they'll learn a lot through figuring out their own process of how they do that. But it has to be their own process through self-reflection, self-awareness, and all that good shit, right? Okay, so the current shared energy between the two of you is lead here, which talks about density and weight, and it's also connected to Saturn. I did have a note here that your reading could be connected to Gemini's reading because the Saturn card came out for Gemini, and lead is specifically talks about being connected to Saturn here too, the lead card. So if you have Gemini in your chart, you're dealing with one, or you just feel called or drawn to watch that reading as well, there might be a connection or significance there. That was long enough ago that I don't really remember what their reading was about, but you're welcome to go check it out. And then the Dawn of Wands, inspiration and potential. There's inspiration and potential, but it feels super heavy within this connection. It feels like something that has to be fought for or like worked through to access. And it does. It does. Because there's some sort of heavy avoidance and like a profound change that would need to take place to access this like inspiration, this hope, this genuine faith that doesn't just say, I have so much faith and that draws me to you, but then like crumble under zero weight, right? It needs to be able to hold itself up. And so the way of accessing this potential and this inspiration and like true faith, true healing, true tenacity, is by facing this density, this weight, and there's some sort of Saturnian lesson I feel like that needs to be learned and integrated. So this is the shared energy between the two of you. There is this inspiring potential, but there's also a heaviness. But lead just isn't just about that. It's also unwaveringly steady. And it likes rules and structure because it knows that it's like there are two sides to it, right? On one hand, being so fixed and like dense and heavy and weighed down in your position creates a burden that like does not allow you to move forwards. And I feel like that's kind of a little bit what this person's experiencing. It's like they have to understand how you did it before they move forwards, or they're stuck on that in some sort of way, when really if they just like kind of gained a little bit of healthy detachment and focused on themselves, it wouldn't feel so heavy. On the other hand, though, lead can ground a situation. It can ground a situation in humility, specifically, which is just honesty with self. But lead, the presence of lead, it creates like this soberness, basically. It's about a process that is ongoing and pretty consistent, that we're meant to actually have tenacity, curiosity, and a certain reverence or respect for. It's the human condition, right? But it can be a little difficult because when things pop up and we feel like we're being shown like how far we still have to go with something, right? Then it can become difficult to see how far, like acknowledge how far you've already come, or hold that hope, like basically to not just sink under the weight of, oh, I just looked up and realized how, like, you're hiking up a mountain, you look up and you realize that you're so far from the peak still, you know, and it's like, but my legs are tired now. So it can be a little disheartening, but it depends really the narrative or the spin that you put on it when you're at that check-in point. And this person is at a check-in point because they're at a transition phase, but they're not moving through the transition. That would actually require them to move on in the way that they think and resolve something in their own thinking without understanding something that has to do with you. Basically, they need to create their own resolution because it's about them. It's not about you anyways. So, and then on your side of things, your lesson that you're learning, I think, is not to overgive, but to maintain this justice and temperance, this internal state of understanding, self-awareness, moderation, because that is what is calling in karmic balance in your life, as within, so without. So that's a lesson that you've been learning, like how to stay balanced so that you can call in things that are balanced. This person, it's like how to create balance within themselves instead of needing the answers to come from outside. Like, they need to be self-reliant and trust themselves and find their own process. The Ace of Wands, ambition and willpower in reverse, and the Emperor, wisdom and passion. This person is giving the Emperor energy, but for some reason they're very disconnected from their life force energy. It's like they're not showing me any ambition, any agency, any like personal willpower. They're looking at you and they're like, look at that vitality, that courage, that will. How did they do it? And it's like they feel very disconnected from that within themselves for some reason. What's causing that? I also feel like you felt very drained pouring into this person because it's like a bottomless cup. Like they are not connected to that within themselves. So you poured it into them and you probably got really drained because they weren't supplying themselves with that. And then you took it back and directed it back at yourself. And now this person is like, how did they get all that life? Well, because you're not draining it anymore. You know, because Scorpio is not pouring it into someone who's not self-aware and someone who's not doing the work, which is exhausting, especially for someone as intelligent as a Scorpio, as emotionally and psychologically intelligent, because they would be seeing that and be like, there needs to be doing better. The doing better needs to occur, right? Okay, let's look at the possible action in the near future that this person may take towards you. Okay. There's something that this person has a very difficult time. They have an issue with articulation. I think this person is intelligent, but they don't know. It's like they don't feel intelligent, or they don't believe that they are as smart as they really are. They also have they could have a Chiron wound that has to do with communication or articulation, because there's something here about that. They specifically really struggle to articulate their feelings. And so it feels like they have like a dependence on the material realm, and it's not healthy. The devil, the shadow, the devil. It's this illusion, dependence on materialism. Because with this person, it's very much like, what makes logical sense? What can I see, taste, touch, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's not where healing mostly happens. Healing mostly happens energetically and internally, and all the places that you can't see and touch and like make it make sense. So it almost feels like this person is practical and logical to a fault, and it's like ruining their life. Or they're just very stagnated right now, and they keep on leaning back on depending on like this materialistic like thinking that building something in the material realm is going to solve this problem, but it actually is like a totally different approach that would need to be taken. But I think what frustrates them and keeps them like going back to just like what is physical, what is practical, what is like, is because they don't feel like they have a lot of emotional intelligence or like capacity to state their needs, share their feelings, articulate. Like they have the King of Swords in reverse, articulate and intelligent. So maybe this person's coming towards you and they're not articulating themselves in a very intelligent way. But I feel like this is a lot more like it's a struggle that they know that they have, and it's a deep insecurity, and it causes them to go into the devil energy where they over depend on things that are not this because they feel stunted in this way. Could be someone who was like, it could be your typical like boys don't cry type trope, right? Where they were like raised in a culture or a family or something like that, or society, where so many are, where it's like, you're a man, don't cry, don't feel things, like that's pussy business, whatever. It's like, well, you're not going to get very far in life without those skills, though, and you're definitely not going to have a healthy relationship without them, with yourself or anybody else. So, kind of vital that you do have those skills, emotional intelligence, the ability to be humble, look at yourself, you know, be self-reliant instead of depending on like the material realm to validate you or other people to validate you. You just like, you will hit a point where you can't go very far with that approach. But it feels like it's their heart because they have the Ace of Cups and the Knight of Cups. Spirituality, fulfillment, opportunity, and creativity came out in reverse with the King of Swords in reverse. This is what they have a difficult time like articulating or making sense of. It's their own, it's like creative opportunities that they want to pursue, spiritual fulfillment, and the truth of their heart, their emotions. Now, this person could be very dominant, like air or earth sign. I'm not even really getting air though, because I'd almost say earth or fire they're dominant in. Those are their comfortable realms. Physicality, materialism, things that they can touch and like make sense of, or else just like passion. But in terms of like intellectualizing their like understanding their internal experience, not so much. They don't really feel very strong in that sense, but they're self-conscious about it. So rather than like have a conversation about that with you, because this is the action that they may take towards you in the near future, rather than just say, hey, like I'm not very good at expressing how I feel, or it takes me a lot to open up, or I don't always understand what I'm feeling. It takes me a long time to understand that. Or just directly asking you like, hey, I see that you've made some significant changes. How did you do that? Or like, you know, they are just coming at you with avoidance. And, well, what is the energy that they're coming towards Scorpio with this, though, here? Because I'm not seeing it necessarily automatically being bad. It's just like they're still somewhat avoiding what actually needs to be addressed. They're still only considering things from like a very practical. They really need to get over that. That is the cause of their like stuckness. Is their like ultra materialistic dependency on conserving they have like an obsession with conserving their energy. And like, unless it's practical, I'm not giving to it. Okay, well, healing is the most practical thing you can do, buddy. You know, like, Put your energy towards healing. I don't know what to say. Because they're just dwelling on this like pain and avoidance. It's like, why would you want to stay there? Oh, Ten of Swords. Karmic lessons. You can only go up. Okay, this person's learning a deeply karmic lesson, it feels. I think you are too, with keeping yourself centered and not overextending. But this person is, yeah, they're learning a lesson about all the things we just said. But they also got the Wanderer that came out here. And it says traveling, adventure, movement, coping with unfamiliarity, a pilgrimage, aloneness, and broaden your horizons. This person could be doing some traveling. And it's interesting because I do feel like they are learning something from that experience. It's like their horizons are being broadened because they're being forced. Traveling forces you to be self-reliant. You learn a lot about yourself when you travel. Not so much with your family, but by yourself. Or with friends. Like a family trip is like, I just consider that a family trip. I don't really consider that travel, but that's just me. Traveling to me is like an independent thing that you do with like friends or by yourself, and you learn a lot about yourself through the independence that requires of you, right? The same independence is not required when you have like your parents, like, you know, planning a trip and like taking care of things for you. You know what I'm talking about? So this person's like striking out in some way on their own. Can you tell me any more about that before I let Scorpio go? The Ten of Cups, abundance and fulfillment. This person could be traveling in your direction. They still don't understand though, like they're still disconnected from like a level of spiritual knowledge and awareness. Like they have a lot of like, they have this adventurous like enthusiasm, and they have this drive towards prosperity and harmony, but it's like they're not like putting two and two together, that it's not about being more practical or resourceful in the physical. It's about renewing yourself from the inside out through diligent reflection and self-awareness. Like that's how you get further in the external world. It's not the opposite, right? So maybe this person will figure that out as they move towards you. But they do want the Ten of Cups with you. They do have love for you. It's just they're not like understanding. They're not understanding. And they're even saying that. I don't know. Like what I need to know is not illuminated. I do not have this knowledge. So they're seeking it, just somewhat in the wrong places, but I feel like they can find it. They just have to look more within themselves. The thing is, they avoid looking inside themselves because there's conflict and anguish there. So they persist with conviction, basically not being the leader of their own life. And then they don't advance in the ways that they want. Because the truth is this person needs some form of disruption to shake their shit up. There's also something about resentment and competition here that they need to get over. So they could be looking at you like, well, I'm frustrated because I'm facing all of these issues and I feel like everything is against me. And they're looking at you just like making strides. But again, they're not seeing what's happening, all the work that's happening behind the scenes. Like, you have to go within and look at all the difficult shit that you have to look at in order to recenter and heal yourself. You have to be humble with yourself and admit things like that you need to work on. It's not like it's not just like a walk in the park. Like, again, I feel like this person thinks that you're gatekeeping like a secret that you could be sharing with them or with the world. And it's like, no, there are no shortcuts to healing. You really just do have to do the hard thing and just be actually courageous and like face it head on, right? So it's kind of like they're scared and they're still avoidant and looking for like a shortcut, which they're not ever going to find in regards to healing. Nope. Only way out is through. So that's what I see, but I do see them like moving towards you, and I do see them genuinely wanting to grow. It's just they're not really understanding that like it is going to require hard work and effort, and like them really looking at and being honest with themselves. It will require nothing less than that. So I don't know, unless they decide that they're okay with actually putting the work in, then they will not be the leader of their own life. They will be in this somewhat like complacent space because they have to take agency over their own life. They have to like, you know, pony up. I think that they have it in them, but they're kind of focusing their energy in a direction that's draining them, and it's just not really conducive to getting where they want right now. But we are moving on to Sagittarius, my loves. Okay. My goodness. Let's see. What's up, breath of fresh air? How's it going? Okay. Sagittarius. Saggy. I could literally deep dive into people forever. Like, people, I don't know. Like, guys, I still sometimes just read my psych textbooks for fun because I'm a weirdo. But, like, honestly, I find us, like, humans, so fucking interesting. Like, I can't even. We are so weird, complex, interesting, sometimes maddeningly frustrating, and, like, but the thing is, the more you know, the more you know. Knowledge is power. It might hurt to look at something for a second, but like what you gain from that, and that's like you have to be willing to do the shadow work, to look at yourself, because you have to see how much you actually get out of that. It's like you get so much more out of it than it like takes from you. So, yeah. I think there's this like misconception that, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of misconceptions that humans have, but it's worth it though. It's worth it to look into yourself and to understand how you work and how other humans work, how we work overall. Like you will never, in my opinion, you'll never regret doing that work, learning more about yourself and other people. Super beneficial. Okay. Sagittarius. Let's get into this here. Well, the Scorpio reading confirmed everything you've experienced and suspected with your ex, a dismissive, avoidant Leo who discarded at the end of April. What a hot mess. Aw, my gosh. I'm sorry. I have dated dismissive avoidance as well. So, sending you lots and lots of love because F that, honestly. I mean, I understand everybody has their own style, but like, that was hell. That was hell. Don't want to do that again in this life or any other. That was just not a good time, honestly. Ugh. It's so interesting, though, how, like, we don't notice. Like, we don't really know that we're doing it sometimes, right? A lot of the time. Like, it's crazy how ignorant we can be to our own conditioning. And that's coming from someone who, like, really did not see her own shit at all for the longest time. In fact, I had to move home with, for, like, well, I went through a very abusive relationship and experience, and I had pretty intense PTSD. So I could not actually work because I was like disassociating and all of these things that are pretty scary with PTSD. And I ended up having to move home. And then when I moved home, I got extra triggered because I was back like in the lion's den of like where my attachment wounds were formed, basically. But it forced me to heal it. And simultaneously at the same time as I was living at home, I started dating this guy who like was the biggest, like no one is really, well, that's not true. He showed me a great amount about myself, but it was more that I was ready to see it. I was already doing the work, like being here in the trenches, having to do the work because I had PTSD. I was like, there literally is no way out of this except through. This will either take me out, you know, like it's the end, or I have to fight through this and I have to move through it and come back to myself somehow, no matter how hard it is or how long it takes. And I did, but like it was like a clusterfuck, a perfect storm of many things at once. And my attachment styles were very much became to the surface and were prevalent in the connection with him. So it was like it helped me see. It was so spiritual. It was so guided by source, but it was also absolute cosmic fuckery. And that's the thing, like sometimes the healing that you need does not feel super healing in the moment because you got to work through you got to crawl through the trenches, babes. That is the way. There's no non-messy way of healing. Hate to break it to you, but there just isn't. You got to get in the trenches with yourself, you know? You have to look at yourself and love yourself, the parts that you want to shame and criticize the most, the parts that others shame and criticize the most. You have to go and love yourself there. And it's not easy. It's not easy. But the amount of healing that I was able to do during that time because of this relationship and it being in conjunction with like me being in my family home and also just in a vulnerable state because of PTSD, it was like a truly tremendous amount of healing took place. And I am so grateful, although that was hellish. I'm not gonna lie. That was not easy. That was not easy work to do. But it came out the other side. Woo, woo, woo. And if I can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, anyone can do it. You went from a narcissist to yeah, me too, basically. The covert narcissist is the abusive relationship I was in. So good job. Good job, baby. Good job, Yasmina. You're doing a great job. Just as long as you're taking steps forwards, you're doing a great job. Because the other thing with like trauma and healing is the more pressure you put on yourself, like the more you fuck it up. You know, like with PTSD, I really realized if you put pressure on someone with PTSD, myself, right? It's not going to go well. It's not going to be, no, it's not good. I don't recommend doing that. It won't be good. So you literally have no choice but to surrender. And then let the healing take you. And then you have to be present with it. But, you know, what a journey. What a time to be alive, you know? Okay, Sag, your deck is ready. So let's get into Sag's reading here. But yeah, I'm very glad that you got out of that and that you are doing the intentional healing. You can do it. Okay. So Sag, show me their thoughts, feelings, and motivation towards this person. Okay. Okay. And true motivation within this dynamic. Okay. A little more coffee is required. All right, and for the other person, the person Sag is dealing with, same thing. Their experience of the situation currently, their feelings towards Sag, and their motivation. Of what? Oh, okay. Cool. I like that. Okay, and then the current shared energy between the two of you. Okay. And the most likely possible action in the near future. Wow, okay. Okay. Okay, let me get one more card. Clarify that. Pushing on through. Okay. Okay. Well, why did I just want to what's her face? Is she a Sagittarius? They just wanted to go like, oh, krr, oh, krr. Who does that again? What's her face? I can't remember right now. Literally can't remember her name, but Nicki Minaj. I think she is a Sagittarius. Channeling Nicki for you guys, apparently. Okay. So random. What is good, Sag? Let's get into your reading. So if this side that I'm going to speak to as if it's you, if it sounds more like the person you're dealing with, then just take it as it resonates for you, okay? Because it's normal for the roles to be reversed in a general reading when we're looking at more than one person. So let's get into it. My feet are definitely falling asleep. Okay, so starting on your side of things here, your current thoughts, or basically like your current experience within this dynamic, is coming through as the Emperor in reverse. I think you feel that there's a level of disempowerment here within this dynamic. It could be that you're feeling both people feel disempowered as well. If one of you is more masculine than the other, then it could also be that you're experiencing or that you're feeling like that is where more of the disempowerment is, that's slowing down the forward movement here in the connection. But it doesn't have to be. It could just be both people. Like you've tried to feel in dominion of yourself within this connection, or you could also feel as though someone tried to gain power or control or feel more in dominion or feel more confident within this connection, but through kind of like gross means a little bit, like control games, power dynamic things, becoming a little bit of a tyrant. The Emperor in reverse it's not really a great look. It's like someone who's not in dominion over themselves, so they seek to control others or the situation around them. They can usually be quite jealous and entitled. But let's see. Let's get more about that. What's the Emperor in reverse? Two of Swords in reverse. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse. You're saying someone's choosing it. Someone's choosing this to be this way and to not put work in to themselves to essentially be better. So that's the experience you're currently having, is that you're saying someone knows and actively is choosing to show up as the Emperor in reverse, a disempowered, you know, maybe slightly exploitive and controlling, just less than stellar version of themselves, basically. And that they're actively choosing not to put effort into the being better than that. Like kind of, showing up in a healthier way, basically, or making the changes needed or gaining the self-awareness to do better there. Okay. It's pretty clear cut. Your feelings towards this person at this time is the Knight of Pentacles and the World. No, I shouldn't laugh, but it's sometimes the cards just say something they say it in such a way that it's like I can hear the tone of the narrative in my head, and it sometimes strikes me as funny, like how blunt or clear and direct it is. But basically you're saying we are moving towards the end, you know? We are just one step after another, or one step, putting one foot in front of each other or in front of the other. And the direction that we're walking in is the end. The end is nigh. So you're kind of saying that, yeah, we're moving in the direction in this relationship of something closing out. Whether that is a cycle of disempowerment and you having strong boundaries and just not settling for that anymore, like you being basically like, I won't engage within this dynamic as long as this is in place because it's not healthy. Or whether the relationship itself is kind of closing. Tell me a little bit more about that. I think you're saying that this is up in the air. People could, like, this person you're kind of highlighting is the one that is choosing to not change. So you're sort of saying, like, well, things could change. They could choose to do differently, but it's like you're not expecting it. Because it would require a liberation from some sort of fear. And it's like you don't see this person, for some reason you don't see that being super likely, is what you're telling me, that they will do that. So you feel like you're slowly moving towards like an inevitable ending of something. Two of Pentacles in reverse, the Star in reverse. Someone is choosing not to heal, is what you're literally saying. They're making active choices to put their time, energy, effort towards other things, but not towards instilling fresh faith or hope in this, not towards... Yeah, no. You're kind of saying that this person has shown you that they are very committed to, like... Your reading might be related to Scorpio's reading, because there's like this obsession or a commitment to it, to their detriment, to like the physical realm or materialism. And you're saying like they don't walk away emotionally. They don't emotionally release you, but they don't actually have any hope. They want the 10 of Cups, but they won't sacrifice for it. And so then they're constantly disappointed, and they're like, this feels too heavy, let me just drop it. But it's like, well, if you would put the effort in, it would feel a lot less heavy. Most likely, because you'd be taking an approach that's actually like doing something for you, right? Okay. Your motivation is the Lovers. Hey, all right. Well, I'm channeling a song. It's by NF, I think. I think it's called If You Want Love. Do I even have my phone out here? If you want love. Something like you're gonna have to go through the pain. If you want love, you're gonna have to give some away, basically. Let me see here. If you want love. Is that by NF? Yeah, it is. Okay, so he says, okay, so this is the song. It's If You Want Love by NF. He says, I wish somebody would have told me, if you want love, you're going to have to go through the pain. If you want love, you're going to have to learn how to change. If you want trust, you're going to have to give some away if you want love. There's something about this. The older I get, I feel like I'm always trying to save time. Talking to the voices in my head, they make me think twice. Telling me it doesn't mean it's wrong because it feels right. I'm scared one day I wake up and wonder where the time is gone. He says, if I have kids of my own, I'm going to tell them, if you want love, you're going to have to go through the pain. I wish someone would have told me, if you want love, you're going to have to learn how to change. I wish somebody would have told me, if you want trust, you're going to have to give some away. You're going to have to give if you want love. I feel like that is a little bit part of it here is, if you want love, you do have to give. You don't just get it, you know. I mean, you can, but like, if you want a specific kind of love, like people can love you, but also love is not about innately what you receive. It is about giving. And when you're loving right, you give everything. Like there's a quote that is literally, so I forget who said it, but it's like, love has nothing to do with what you receive. It's about what you give, which is everything. And it's true, because love with like, if you're loving someone just to get it back, that's not love. That's dependency. That's validation seeking. That's not love though. anything given with the need or expectation of it to be reciprocated is not truly generous in nature. And love is about generously giving your heart. And it's not about what you get in return. That's not to say, don't twist my words. I know that there's always going to be trolls that are like, let's act stupid. It's like, don't though. But I'm not saying like go date someone abusive and pour all of your love into someone who doesn't give it back, because love has nothing to do with what you receive. No. No, that's not what I'm saying. Let's use common sense here. So it's not that. It's just that the nature of love is not about receiving. It's about giving. The nature of grace is about receiving, though. Specifically, receiving. Grace is like an undeserved pardon, right? Something that like you don't believe that you deserve by all means you probably don't reserve. And so when it's offered to you, it's powerful. Like when grace or forgiveness is offered, it's powerful, right? So a prerequisite thing or something that has to happen simultaneously along with love is that you do have to show yourself grace so that you can receive that kind of love when someone comes to give it back to you. Because the thing is that like when you are giving love, you will attract it back too. It's just not about doing it for that purpose, because then you've lost the plot. But you want love. You want love. It's just you feel like you're currently motivated by potentially there not being an opportunity here. And so you might be going elsewhere. You're kind of just like showing me that with every step forwards, you're accepting that something is probably going to end because of someone's refusal to change. And it's like, if they refuse to change, then they don't meet they're not the love that you're seeking. Because they don't have the capacity to receive the love that you're trying to give them if they won't change, nor do they have the capacity to truly like sustain a healthy relationship with you if they're not willing to like look at themselves and grow and evolve and, you know, all of these things. So let's take a look at this other person's side of things. So on their side of things, their thoughts or experience of the situation right now is the Hermit in reverse. So that's some Virgo energy. On your side, you have Saturnian energy, Aries, and Gemini. The Hermit in reverse. Tell me more about that. That could be a couple things. The Ace of Swords. I started hearing that. What is that? Mr. Brightside. I just heard like, coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. I just heard that part. But that is the beginning of I'm Mr. Brightside. Dun, 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 dun. So sorry. Dun, 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 dun. It's just such a good song. I'm an 88 baby, okay? I'm gonna sing all of these things that I grew up listening to. I just am. If you're not here for half karaoke, half tarot, then I don't know what you're doing here, honestly. But the Hermit in reverse and the Ace of Swords. Wow. There's something about this person's worst fears being somewhat, or one of their worst fears is being actualized, or they're realizing it. And it has to do with like the things that they are paranoid about. They're realizing that those things come true because they create a self-fulfilling prophecy. And by doing that, they like cut their own, they cut themselves off. They cut their own, like, they cut themselves off at the knee, or they cut their own fingers off here, which is a little bit gruesome. But they're seeing this truth that is a little bit gruesome. And it's like, I don't think that they're totally, it's something that they hadn't seen within themselves that I feel like you showed them. Because you showed them how the two of you could be a power couple. Basically, if they would reconcile something, right? But they're not reconciling something, or they hadn't yet, or haven't yet. They would have to let themselves in from out of the cold here in a way. Because there's this illusion that this person has that they have like moved beyond a specific grief. And they haven't. There's something that they haven't processed, that they have this illusion that they have moved through it. But I think that maybe they just don't want to because it's quite uncomfortable, or maybe it's just they don't have the self-awareness to see like that they haven't actually gotten to the root of a specific issue. They could have been like treating like the side effect of something. So sometimes, right, when there's grief, it's like this, right? Like, let's put it this way. Sometimes you're angry and you deal with the anger, but when you trace the anger down, you trace it down to the root. There's like, you're mad because there's pain there. You're mad because your boundaries have been crossed, or like there's a root, there's something deeper than just the anger that's causing the anger. And the anger is like a side effect of something, right? So you have to kind of dig deeper. And a lot of healing is about that, tracing down from one thing down to the root to see like, okay, but where does that come from? Or treating a side effect and then realizing, oh, there's something deeper there too that I need to also address. But kind of just like, well, gaining more self-awareness through integration. So that is what's happening with this person. However, there's like this paranoia energy with the Hermit in reverse, something that they really didn't want to look at that's now being revealed to them very clearly in a way that they cannot avoid, and they would rather. So they feel a little uncomfortable at this moment. The Six of Wands in reverse is their feelings towards you. So your guys' feelings towards one another and the situation right now are actually pretty similar. Yours is that we're inevitably moving towards some form of ending, right? And theirs is, there is a lack of success here. That we're going down. Down, down. Okay, no. Sugar, we're going down swinging. Same era. Together. They're tied together there. Fall Out Boy and the Killers. But yeah, the Six of Wands in reverse. They don't believe that they're going to get the recognition and success that they truly do desire. They're like anticipating a failure, or they feel as though something has already not succeeded, basically, is what I'm being shown here. Anything else about that? The Devil. The devil's been showing up and showing out in this reading, let me just say. Our cute little friend, the devil. This one actually is truly adorable. So, you know, she's cute. Look at her. Adorable. It's like they feel like they're up against something that they just cannot beat. They can't beat it back within themselves. They can't beat it down outside of themselves. Like they feel like they can't conquer something here. They're aware of it though. They see it. They know that it is not healthy. They just feel like they can't overcome it. And specifically in regards to their connection to you, it feels very like, I don't know, immovable. I think they've just decided though that it's not, that there's definitely this energy of like, I can never get past that, or I can never overcome that. Where is that coming from? Oh, what is the devil here for them? What are they witnessing the devil as? They're witnessing it within themselves. It's the way that they justify something not working in order to basically remain emotionally unavailable or like protected. They feel like that you see them. Like you see them in all the places that they're terrified to be seen, in all the places that they're even scared to look at themselves. You saw this truth that they have been avoiding, that they don't want to see, and now they're forced to see. Yeah, you bring a lot to light in them, and it's like you do it effortlessly. You're not doing it on purpose to like call this person out. You just see them very clearly, and it makes them feel very intimidated. Because it's like the spots that they're the most ashamed of, and they may not act like this or tell you this, right? The things that you see and highlight in them, they're very deeply insecure about. So they have a toxic way of justifying why it won't work, like talking themselves into believing that there is no hope, that it will not work, that there's no alignment or maybe no true connection even between the two of you, that it's just karmic or toxic. And that they can't have success, but I feel like that's just an excuse to not try. Because trying scares them. Because they'd have to like address these things that they really don't want to in order to be with you, because you highlight these things and they know that they wouldn't be able to avoid them. Essentially, this connection would ask them to step up. So they've gotten very good at like working, like deceiving themselves basically in a kind of toxic and patternized way. And by toxic, I just mean like it's deteriorating them. It's not serving them. I'm not talking about like abusive behavior. I'm talking about like, just when I say toxic, it's like something that is deteriorating at you rather than supporting or building you up, basically. And that can even be something that's just not in moderation, that's not bad at its core, but it's like with the devil, there's like a lot of consumption of something, like overconsumption or just a lack of balance is often the problem. So with this person, it could be that they get very in their own head and it drains their energy, and then they don't have energy to pour into like the emotional element of the relationship. But I think it's the emotional part that actually scares them. So it's like, again, a way of self-sabotaging, sneaky self-sabotage. Telling y'all it's sabotage. But yeah, it's like this sneaky way that they sabotage themselves. And then they're like, I have no energy to put towards this. I must have no energy because it's toxic. I must be overthinking it because it's toxic. But really, they're kind of draining their own energy on purpose. I don't know how aware they are of this, though. It could be very subconscious, but this person's paranoia and fear is showing up as like quite prevalent. I don't know if it always is or just now, but it seems like they're doing the most to talk themselves out of believing that something could actually be successful here, which is interesting. So their primary motivation, their true motivation within the connection, the Four of Pentacles in reverse and the Three of Wands. Well, they do have a genuine motivation here. They want to let go of what's keeping them stagnant and stuck. They don't want to be stuck anymore. I feel like they're frustrated by that. Because they have this thing about like the truth that you highlighted is the Emperor in reverse, that they're not, again, they're not like doing the work. They're not moving, right? They're not in dominion of their life. They're not taking action. They're not like the leader of their own world. Like they're not exerting their will and their agency and taking control of their life, you know, moving forwards in the ways that they want to. They're recognizing that was on point. That judgment call was on point. But that is something about that is like a huge fear or insecurity for this person, like being stuck or not being able to, like not living their own life on their own terms. There's something very triggering about that to this person. What they're trying to release is this like constantly looking towards the horizon and projecting a vision onto the future that they never actually move towards. It's basically just like future faking and deluding themselves. And then gaslighting themselves and being like, I'm moving towards that, but they never reach the destination. And they're aware that this is something they need to let go of, is like this way of constantly looking. It's because it's a lack of presence. And you can only really do the work to move forwards in the now, in the present moment, right? You have to be intentional and present and put the work in and show up and be committed and whatever you need to do, right? So you can't be constantly putting something off and then expect to like get somewhere with it. So that is their motivation, is that they actually are trying to let go of that approach. As this person feels like they're being fragmented or divided, and they're feeling less and less. Yeah, this person could actually be feeling a little bit depressed at this point in time. They're coming out of it. They're trying to come out of it. They're making choices, it feels like, to come out of it, but things could have gotten kind of dark for them. It's like their mental health might not be so great right now. You would know, I feel. Well, maybe you wouldn't know. It depends how close you are with this person. I'm just putting it out there, though. Like this person was so avoidant and afraid that it could have taken things getting pretty bad to force them to face something here. And now their motivation, now they're being forced to like make healthy decisions for themselves, which they may have not been doing in the past, but it could have brought them to quite a dark place. And I'm even seeing with the devil, like maybe some substance abuse was involved here that was helping them avoid. So drinking, smoking, something like that. The only problem is that this approach was just draining and deteriorating them more and more and more, right? Making them feel even further away from being able to accomplish their goals and even more hopeless and helpless. So it's like they realize, I think, that they need to turn this around or else they're never going to get where they want. And they're digging themselves into a hole that feels heavier and heavier. So I do think that their intention and motivation is positive. It's just, I think that it took them a lot to get there, which is unfortunate because they might be in a little bit of a dark place right now while they deal with that. But it is bringing them back to themselves, I think. Like they will find themselves again through needing to take care of themselves and reminding themselves of like what is healthy for them, what is not, and then fulfilling their own basic needs. That's like parenting yourself. And there's a lot of healing in the simplicity of that. So looking at the current shared energy between the two of you, You have the Five of Wands, and you also have this card from the Alchemy deck, the Blue Temple. With the Five of Wands. Okay. Well, the Blue Temple, it talks about your imagination and specifically like the expansiveness of the celestial realm. So kind of like being in the realm of new depths, new possibilities, basically like an element of opening Pandora's box and being somewhere where you have not been before. I'll hold a crystal. I don't know why. I feel like maybe I just need to ground a little bit. I'm like, I want to put some crystals in my pockets here. This is about, maybe this person feels like they really need to ground. Maybe you do. There's an internal conflict here. Yeah, because this is the shared current energy between the two of you. So it's like there are new possibilities, there are new depths, there's a new space opening up here that's available, but you have to be willing to see in a new way to understand that you are in a new place. It's like when you enter a new timeline, if you're still perceiving everything the same way, then the new timeline is going to feel or look the exact same as the old one. So like a new timeline or a new shift into a new realm of new possibilities, it has to be accompanied by a new like mentality that matches that, right? As well. So it feels like something is opening up and there is a shared energy of a little bit of internal conflict around that. But, the Blue Temple is about mood. It's about tone. It's about rhythm. It's about like those more subtle nuances that still are very powerful. They're still very influential and impactful, but there's this element of like mysteriousness. And it's like a mystery that you dive into that only deepens the more that you look into it. But there's this element with this of leaving the cerebral behind and entering the celestial, which goes beyond reason and logic. There's something in that mysterious realm that's very healing and is opening up for the two of you right now. And it might be happening individually. I'm not really sure how that's opening up for you. Let me take a look, closer look here. How is that opening up for you? Well, you're closing something out and you're aware of it. And after the world comes the Fool, like a leap into something totally new. So I feel like that would be you entering the Blue Temple. This person entering the Blue Temple, it feels like just approaching their life in a whole new way that doesn't include this deterioration, this like sabotage and dwindling away at themselves. And then basically being, creating, it's basically like making it impossible for them to achieve the things that they want the most. And then there's this helpless, hopeless feeling that's coming from that. What's opening up for Sag, though, on their side of things? The Three of Swords. It's a new way of looking at pain. Yeah. It's a new way of looking at pain. Like when something or someone cannot love you cannot receive or understand the love that you're giving them, and cannot like reciprocate or sustain, maybe. It's about seeing that differently, not internalizing the pain, knowing that it's not about you. And there's also something here about allowing that to kind of like inspire you creatively, to not let your imagination go to the worst spaces, but to allow your imagination to open up and create something from a more tender place when you are feeling that way. That's what I'm seeing is kind of opening up for you in this realm. So the possible action in the near future here from this person, they're going to continue down. Well, they're going to get sucked into. I don't know how in this they are already. I feel like they're just kind of falling down the rabbit hole, or they're about to. But there's an inner journey here that this person is going down. I don't know if they would have chosen it had things not gone quite dark. Like, I feel this person could have gone through a dark night of the soul, or whatever you want to call it. But it's here with the King of Cups in reverse. Scorpionic energy. Something could really be coming into this person's awareness with this like Capricorn full moon that's happening like today as well. As well as up until the period where the South Node in Virgo, like where the axis changes there to Aquarius and Leo. I forget exactly when that's happening, but this truth might integrate more fully around that time, and more might be shown to them, revealed to them about their own tendencies and how they cut themselves down around this moon. The King of Cups in reverse, though. It's about their intuition and their emotionality. I want to see what the book says about this inner journey to close off here. Inner journey, 35. Okay, it says, not all who wander are lost. At times we are so consumed with our own personal journey that we project our journey onto another. Every soul arrives on this planet with lessons to learn and a life to live. For as many souls that there are out there, there are that many different journeys. Do not judge another's journey. Always respect where another person is on their path. Meet everyone you come in contact with where they are. Do not insist that they come to where you are. By doing this, you will not only expose those around you to your own healing vibration, but you will offer them acceptance without judgment, which is a great gift to both give and receive. If you can, Sag, that's a very powerful gift to offer this person specifically, because it's one that they can't offer themselves right now. They're not accepting of themselves. They're very critical of themselves. That's that like Virgo energy here, right? Even Capricornian energy can be very like critical of self, very hard on the self, especially like Capricorn moons, but just Capricorn in general, high standards, right? This person specifically is very hard on themselves, like in regards to what they feel or how they're able to actually show up relationally, how much they trust their own intuition and their feelings. And so they're already, you can assume that they're already very hard on themselves around that, whether you see it or not. And so if you can offer them just literally just non-judgment, you don't have to overextend yourself to meet them where they are. You can just see where they are and know that it's not personal and accept it. Know that at one point in time, you were probably where this person is now, right? Because all of us go through the same lessons just at different times. And I think that we forget that, and it becomes easy to judge others, but it's like, bitch, you were there too, you know? Like, I'm saying this to myself as well. Like, you were there too. Who are you to judge this other person's journey, right? None of us are really in the position to judge each other's journeys, because none of us have a fucking clue what the hell we're doing, to be completely honest. We have our best guesses. It's why it's important for us to walk each other home. But you can do that simply by, you don't have to like be walking literally right next to someone along their path to help walk them home. You know, the idea of we're all walking each other home is really captured in the idea of just radically accepting without judgment where one another is at, and that we're all in this crazy thing together. We're all here to experience this crazy thing called life together. We're all under the affliction of the human condition, my loves. No one on earth is escaping that. And all the confusion and pain and joy and, you know, just everything that comes with it. The whole beautiful clusterfuck of it. No one is exempt from that, no matter how they act. So be kind. Be as kind as possible, and as accepting as possible. If you really want to make an impact in this person's life, I feel like that's the best way. And it's interesting, that might actually tie into, because it's hard to offer people like acceptance, grace, and non-judgment when they hurt you, right? Or when they cannot like understand or receive the love or reciprocate the love that you're giving them. We can internalize that, take it personally, and be resentful or hurt. But it really doesn't have anything to do with us. It has to do with, like, the way that another person acts has everything to do with their own internal relationship and landscape with themselves. And the more that we can remind ourselves of that, like, life just gets so much more free and light. And it also becomes much easier to offer this like healing balm of acceptance to people. Because no one is perfect, and we all struggle at one period or another. So think, if you were in this person's position, how would you want someone to show up for you? You know, would you want them to be patient with you and, you know, non-critical? Just try to offer them, I guess, like the whole do unto others vibe, if you can. Do it in a healthy way. But that's what I'm seeing for you, Sagittarius. So we are going to move on to Capricorn now. Okay. Moving on to Capricorn. Things are so just like calm and relaxing at night. 10 out of 10 prefer working through the night than working during the chaotic energies of the day. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I'm bringing you closer though, so that I can talk slightly quieter, because it is getting progressively more late. Okay. All right, babes. Cappies, where ya at? Oh, there's a surprising amount of people still in here and awake. What's up, Haley? Saying hi. What's up? Okay, catch you on the flip side. You're probably not even here anymore, but hello. Hello, darling. I will talk to you very soon anyways in your, if you're still here and listening to this, your birthday reading. Okay. Her saying goodbye, me just like, let me talk to this person who's probably already gone. No big deal. Okay, let's see here. Capricorn's deck. I I've literally been going to bed as the sun rises anyways, so I might as well be doing this instead of just frustrated that I'm not sleeping. My schedule is just full nocturnal vibes right now, and I'm just embracing it. I'm just embracing it. Okay. Okay. Capricorn. Capricorn. Let's give your deck a good shuffle. Okay, nice. Okay. Okay, we're good to go. All right, Capricorns. Let's see what's happening. I'm not surprised. Okay. Motivation. Oh, okay. Well, that could be better. All right, so let's see the other side of things. Thoughts, feels, and motivation. Okay. Is there a Pluto-Venus like opposition or something going on recently? I think that there was. It's all coming back to me now, and it's making sense. why these themes are showing up, where it's like change or die, you know, that's very Plutonian, but it's like in regards to relational themes, because I'm seeing this constant thing of like, if things don't change, like it's gonna end. And it's not to scare anyone or whatever, it's just like certain things are unhealthy and need to be alchemized and transformed, and Pluto just don't play, you know. Pluto does not play. Okay, the motivation here on this person's behalf. Okay, shared energy currently. And possible action in the near future. One more oracle card and then we're gonna get into it. That's right. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see what's going on here. What's going on? Okay. Hey, Cappy. How are you guys doing? All right, we're just going to get right into your reading here. I'm going to talk as if this first person, this first side is you. But if it is not, take it how it resonates for you. Flip it. Put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it in the wise words of Missy Elliott, okay? So take it how it resonates for you, because it's totally normal in a general reading for the roles to be switched. Okay, so your side first. Your current thoughts or experience of this connection, feelings towards the other person, and motivation. So your current experience or thoughts, the Page of Pentacles in reverse. This is the zombie tarot, by the way, so it's a little bit zombie-ish, you know? This is actually one of my favorite decks ever to read with, because it's actually kind of brilliant, kind of genius, like the way that it was interpreted, and it reads really well and very specifically and interestingly as a result. Your feelings for this person. Look at that. Who came to the party? The Devil. Every sign, I'm pretty sure, the majority of the signs, that mother trucker has come out, but that's also you. And then your motivation is the World, which is Saturnian energy. I think you're ready to watch it burn. And death is at the bottom of the deck. I think you're ready to watch it burn if it's not going to change into a less devilly form, you know? Because you're telling me that your feelings are not necessarily the most healthy. And it's because there's not really like work going into true success within this connection as you feel it. I think it's like the person's not really putting work or effort into it is what you're seeing. What's up, Gabby? Hi, love. Yes. So it's okay, there we go. It's almost like, what is the point of pouring my feelings into this or having feelings at all when it's like, if it's not moving towards success, then I should probably just reconcile that I've given to something that is not going anywhere and like let it go, right? It's like a very practical Capricornian way of perceiving it. But let's clarify this Page of Pentacles in reverse. It's kind of just coming through as like either someone who doesn't have a lot to offer or someone who refuses to offer what they do have, or it's just like a big misalignment. But it usually the Page of Pentacles in reverse is like an energy of immaturity, a lack of like self-awareness, usually from like a lack of, yeah, the Hermit in reverse. Wow, a big lack of self-awareness is coming up there. You're actually kind of harshly judging yourself as the Page of Pentacles in reverse, though. You're like, I didn't see something. I just like walked into something, not stressing about it. And I probably should have, you know, given it a little more thought, or all was not what it presented itself as. There's something here about that. You're almost feeling like, well, that was a waste of time. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Why did I waste my time putting my willfulness into that, or trying to, maybe once I realized what I was in, trying to still like push it forwards in some sort of way. And I think that probably has to do with your feelings being the devil. So let's look into that. Because the devil can be a little bit of like an obsession or a lack of moderation, or yeah, just an imbalance in some sort of way that leads to the deterioration of something rather than like the support and expansion of it. And it usually talks about coming from a place of like fear rather than love, or doubt rather than like faith. Tell me more about Capricorn's feelings here. The Six of Wands in reverse. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. You're saying that you've been on the fence about whether there could be love and success here, even though like all signs have quite clearly pointed to no, at least not right now. Like a lack of victory, a lack of it feeling like fortunate or expansive. Basically, it has felt very constrictive, restrictive, like a trap, like something that's tempting but a trap, or tempting but not really gonna give you anything that feels actually like you've accomplished something substantial there. Basically, it's like gonna take you on a ride to nowhere. And then you wake up and you're like, well, that was fun, but like, where the hell did the last 2 years of my life go? And why am I missing a kidney? I mean, I don't know, but it's like waking up with like a love hangover and realizing that, wow, that was a little bit, I got a little wrapped up in that. And maybe I should have been slightly more, should have had maybe a little bit more boundaries there. It feels like you're just kind of seeing something for what it is. But your motivation at this time is the world, like I said. So it's interesting though, because I'm still kind of picking up on being on the fence a tiny bit, because there's this like bunker underground and these people like making out in it while the world burns. But it's also highlighting that like they are literally on another planet. So it almost feels like you're like, we're gonna watch it burn in this life, babe. Maybe in another incarnation, we'll get it right. I don't know. But it does feel like you're kind of at the end of your rope, and now your motivation is closing out an unhealthy cycle that you do not want to be committed to anymore because it has felt shitty. The Ten of Swords. It has felt like being like dissected. I'm getting like cannibalism. It's like eaten alive. That's so, I don't know where that's coming from, but maybe just like chosen cannibalism would be like offering yourself on the altar of someone else, and just when you know that all they do is consume or take and they don't feed you back, right? It'd be like willingly offering yourself to a cannibal, basically, is the analogy that's coming through for some strange reason. Okay, let's take a look at this person's side of things over here, okay? Okay, they have the Seven of Pentacles in reverse as their current experience of things here. Get off the table. So there is no investment where there maybe once was, or something that was invested into did not get to harvest, like did not bear fruit, basically. That's kind of the same thing as you. You're, yeah, the Ace of Wands in reverse and death. It's like this person is sort of seeing it as, okay, well, we've drained the energy from that thing and now it's dead. It's almost like, though, I don't really love the narky undertones that are coming up here. You would know if you're dealing with someone like that. But because this could come through, I'm going to see how the rest of it unfolds, the energy, as I check the other cards and stuff. But this could be read as, there's nothing else for me to consume there. Like, there was a full harvest or a full field of investment and energy, but we drained that. And so now, you know, that's dead. So it's time to like move on to my next source of, you know, not loving the energy vampire vibes of that. So, but their feelings is the Star in reverse. So it's Aquarian energy. There's also Scorpio here on their side. On your side, there's Taurus, Capricorn, you, and some Sagittarian energy. The Star in reverse, though, their feelings. Well, their feelings are coming from an unhealed place. Both of your feelings for one another are coming from an interesting place, right? You're admitting that your feelings are, that you stayed in something for maybe not the right reasons, or that it was something that was like wounded in you that maybe kept you in a devilish type of situation for, even though you knew that you saw that it was not bearing fruit, that it wasn't like expanding, or that there wasn't like, this wasn't a fortunate thing, basically. There wasn't success or recognition or victory in the way that you wanted it. This person is kind of also saying they feel that there is not really hope, or their feelings are coming from somewhat of a hopeless place or an unhealed place. Interestingly, I want to know more about that. I don't think they feel like they can walk away from you, though. But there's a part of them that is recognizing, yeah, that there's something, the Eight of Cups in reverse, the Page of Wands in reverse, there's something there that is, yeah, the Nine of Cups in reverse, that is a bit codependent. Like, if they feel like they can't walk away from you, they know that that feeling is coming from an unhealed space within them. So they have that recognition, which is really good. I feel like they're already past the narcissist thing then, because narcissists don't have the ability usually to look at their own toxicity and clock that. They'll usually avoid that shit with their whole life, you know? So they'll go to great lengths. So this person, while they may be a little bit, they may have some unhealthy patterns, or they may be a bit of an energy vampire at times. I don't think that they actually mean to be. And I think their perception of the situation is less like, I've drained this and let me move on to something else, but it's more like, I've put a lot into this. I don't have a lot of energy left to transform it. It would need to transform. But like, the investment so far has not gotten us where we wanted to be, right? And you're saying the same thing. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Like, there's no opportunity here, and this person is saying they're also finding it difficult to see how you could get from where you currently are to where you want to be, basically. We need a miracle here. It's kind of what you're both sort of saying. Tell me more about the Star in reverse here. Yeah, there would need to be forward motion into like a more harmonious temperance, a harmonious and balanced state. And it would require a lot of clearing up of like mental confusion, a lot of cognitive like development, or just shifting your mentality surrounding something to look at it in a more balanced way. For some reason, they're not having too much hope that that can happen. I'm hearing, though, that they don't have hope that they can make that happen. It's like this person feels the responsibility to... See, they do have some awareness that they've drained the energy more than you have. And you also have that awareness, but I don't think that they did it on purpose. It doesn't make it okay or less detrimental. But they are realizing that like they are feeling like it's their responsibility to breathe life back into something, because they are aware that they kind of drained it a bit and that a transformation would be required. But see, it's like one is dead and one is living. And I feel like they are seeing themselves as the one who would need to like take on the accountability to span the distance, or like pour energy back in where hope has been lost. But they don't have a lot of hope in that. However, the Lover is coming out to clarify the Star in reverse. They have love for you. Quite strong feelings. They're kind of torn, though, between this hopelessness and this love that they have, which explains why they're struggling to walk away. They're not emotionally detached from you, that's for sure. So that's Gemini energy there. The true motivation that this person has within the connection right now is the Page of Swords. Okay. Well, they want to observe, they want to get more information, they want the truth. There's something about learning more here, gaining more information, having a conversation maybe. But they want to approach something from a totally different way. It feels like every conversation you have ends in like grief and someone leaving or someone walking away. And this feeling of abandonment and rejection. The Page of Cups in reverse on one side of things or both people's side of things. They're kind of highlighting that you guys both have a tenderness. They for sure do, but I feel like it's both of you. You may have like past wounds from like family stuff or like growing up, basically. Abandonment or rejection wounds that have been triggered a little bit through this. So it's almost like when conversations happen that are difficult, maybe one of you just is like, let me run before the other person runs. Or I don't know, it's coming through as like you get triggered and then pain comes from the situation. They want to talk, but in a way, they want to approach a conversation with you in a way that doesn't end how it always ends. Like they do want to bring in a fresh infusion of energy. The Two of Swords in reverse. They have decided this. This person does want to put in work. The Eight of Pentacles, because the Five of Pentacles, they feel a loss of hope. They feel genuinely sad. They feel the loss of you. Probably because your motivation is literally bye, like let's end this because I can't do this anymore. It just sucks that it took getting to that point for this person to be like, I'm motivated to now do something completely different and put in the effort. It's like, could you have I don't know, maybe they couldn't have, maybe this is the way it was always supposed to work out, but sometimes it's just like, I wish that we could have gotten here earlier, like before things got as tragic as they have become. And I don't know how bad things have been with you guys, but it looks like you've been pushed to your limit. And I know Capricorn, Mars, and Stellium, I just feel like you generally don't give up on things. It takes a lot. So when I'm seeing you motivated by the world, and just being like, I have to take an L here. It's time to just know when to hold them, know when to fold them, you know? That says a lot because you're a Capricorn. And I know you, so that says a lot to me. It says that you got pushed pretty far here, I think. Okay, so let's take a look at the current shared energy and possible action that this person may take towards you in the near future. So the current shared energy is strength, which is Leo energy, as well as this alchemy card, against nature. Against nature. Yeah, this talks about willfulness. This against nature, this card. It specifically talks about like trying to force or control something. It's like knowing, you know, when you're going against nature, right? Like, you know, when there is a natural resistance or force that is like you're pushing up against and something is just not working, right? Usually it's accompanied by feelings of like impatience, frustration, agitation, and just getting pushed closer to the limit, the line. And it's because you're trying to force certain outcomes that you just can't force because it's not happening naturally. You can't control the uncontrollable. Sometimes you do just have to let nature take its course because you can't manage every aspect of your life, and when you try to, we usually create more of a mess, right? We need to know what we have control over and what we don't. Because people are going to do what they do. And everything also has like a cycle or a season. So It's like not fighting the flow of what is natural, of destiny, of just not fighting a natural flow, basically, is what's being highlighted here. Strength, though, it's like a very strong desire to force this out of will and will alone, to be like, we will succeed. But what is really needed with this energy is a loosening of the grip of what you think something should look like. Because once you let go of what you think something should be, then what it truly can be opens up, or a whole new realm of actual possibility and potential opens up. So what it really is now is not a time to control or to double down on your willfulness. It's a time to be radically open and to understand that most oftentimes what you resist persists. And it's annoyingly true. Trust me, it's very annoyingly true, that statement. Oftentimes the more you resist something, the more you're really just holding on to an energy that is not going to bend to your will. No matter how much strength you pour on there, you'll probably just end up, draining yourself. So maybe that's where the energy drain is. It's been trying to force things, or believing that something should be unfolding a specific way, and then when it's not, just getting progressively more agitated, frustrated, and impatient, which is, I feel, kind of a natural response when something's not going your way. But the most possible action in the near future here between you and this person is the Magician in reverse. So that's mercurial energy. And then you have this Moon and Pisces card of empathy. Okay. Need to see more about that. Tell me more about this empathy card. The Fool. To clear some of these off the table. There's so many cards that I can't. I'm like losing track of the ones that I need. Okay. Okay, there we go. Tell me more about the Magician in reverse here. I don't like how that felt. The Two of Wands, I feel like it is somewhat letting go. You're moving forwards, and both of you are moving forwards in the near future with more empathy towards one another and yourselves, I feel like. You're making active decision making is happening here in the near future to walk away or remove yourself from things that have just not been emotionally fulfilling. And so that doesn't have to be each other. It could be like the patterns. It could be that this closure is a closure of a cycle or an era between the two of you. Or like I said, it could be the closure of the relationship. But what I see is that basically you hit a limit, just like this Against Nature card says. It's like the last bit of your willfulness, your strength, your attempt to force or control something gets sucked into this black hole, gets drained out of you, and you realize that the only approach really is surrender. Once you surrender, then you're just in the present moment, and you're able to read the energy and what is needed versus what you have decided something should be, which looks like it benefits you a lot more. you can make decisions as they come up rather than try to like pre-establish or determine or dictate the way of something. It's, in other words, you're not actually trying to manifest a specific outcome. You're just trying to show up in a brand new way, offering, well, grace and acceptance to the journey, where you each are at individually on the journey, but also where you're at on the journey together. And I feel like this is quite, so yeah, the Fool comes after the World. So there is a closure of a cycle happening between the two of you. And there's empathy being shown that kind of allows, there's an openness and an empathy that was not there before. Someone could reveal to you that they've, their insecurities, you know, maybe that you weren't aware that they had these insecurities. I don't know. I feel like you're sharing with one another in a way that, and then you're being non-judgmental or non-critical of what each other shares with the other. So you're actually able to build some trust and offer some empathy, clear some of the heavier energy, and kind of like breathe a sigh of relief. It feels like there's like some release of tension in this connection that's coming up in the near future. So I think that's really positive. Okay, that's what I see for you, Capricorn. We're going to move on to Aqua now. All right, loves. Okay, let's see what's going on for Aqua. I think I have to go to the washroom before I do the last two signs, because I still have iced coffee left, and you better believe that I'm drinking that. I don't have any room left in my bladder currently for it. And that's just not gonna work for me. All right, let's see here. Yeah, just gonna run to the washroom and I'll be right back. And we'll finish off these last two signs. And I'll let you insane people who are staying up with me or who are just up at a totally different time, I'll let you guys go. By that time, the sun will most likely be up here anyways. And it will be time for my nocturnal ass to go to sleep. Okay, I'll be back in just a moment, you guys. We need the webcam on. Trying to turn the audio back on, not the webcam off. Okay. All right, darlings. You can't control the uncontrollable. Say that to a Capricorn. Hey, I'm saying it to myself just as much as I'm saying it to you, buddy. You know me. I'm just as Capricornian as you, basically. Let's see. I want to burn a little bit of Paulo here just to like refresh the energy a slight amount. Where's the lighter though? There we go. Also, just because it smells absolutely fantastic. But also Capricorn full moon, like some dense energies in this reading that we're swimming through a little bit, which is totally okay. Life just be like that sometimes, but still, want a little bath here, a little smoke bath as well. There you go. All right. Oh, it smells so good. I love it. Oh, I love the smell. Okay, I think I can like turn this much more down than I thought that I could. Didn't realize it was so bright in here still. Don't need that much brightness. Come on. Okay. Aquarius. What's going on? What's going on for Aquarians? My little aqua babies. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I know I'm talking quietly, but I did turn up the sensitivity on my mic not too long ago. For the people who were saying that they can't ever hear me lately. Move you slightly closer. You just keep getting like a little bit closer to me until eventually I'm like, so you're reading. Till you can see my individual eyebrow hairs. Is this too intimate for you? No? It's a Scorpio rising. It never really gets too intimate for me, so don't count on me to draw the line. Just a couple more shuffles. Turn this down. Laptop's overheating as per usual. It's nothing if not consistent. It's gonna be time for a new one of these bad boys. Sooner rather than later. All right. Are we ready here? Okay. Okay, show me Aqua. What is up with the fucking devil? I think that it's just the Capricorn full moon that's happening today. It's probably. I'm going with that. That's why the devil's like loud and proud in every reading. Every single reading. Let's hope that's why. All right, show me Aquarians' thoughts, feelings, and motivation within this connection, please. Well, why? All right, feelings. I would probably do the same. And motivation. Aww. You're like, let me take my love and put it where it is not confusing. Okay. Ugh. Aww. Okay. Well, let's see this other person here. Okay, Capricorn got that. Your reading and Capricorn's readings in the last like 2 or 3 all signs have been connected. Very interesting. It could be because of the Saturnian influence with this moon. And the Pluto in Aquarius opposition coming up. Opposition to Jupiter. There's something that's tying you guys together, though, recently, more than usual. Okay, show me their feelings. Okay, and motivation. True motivation within the connection. Okay. Okay. Okay, and the current shared energy. God help me. And the possible action in the near future. Can you guess what the shared energy is? I'm not impressed with this. Let's see here. It's not you. I'm impressed with you. I'm always impressed with you. Let me just not judge where other people are at on their journey, okay? I should know better than that by now. I should, because it really never is that simple. Okay, let me get one more oracle card. Tell me about this near future, please, for Aquarius. Okay. Okay. Plot twist. Here for it, because I was not impressed. So Spirit was like, let's throw in a plot twist. Luckily, I didn't judge too much. See, that would have been instant karma on my behalf. You live, you learn. Let's see. Every time I judge, it bites me in the ass immediately. Okay. Learn from me, kids. All right, let's see. Well, this is very interesting. Definitely, let's dive on into this. I'm intrigued. And I need to know more. Okay. 9:31, okay. Aquarius. What's going on, darlings? I hope you're doing incredibly well. So, we're diving right into this reading here. And I'm going to talk to you as if you are the first person, but if you feel that the roles are reversed, please just trust your intuition and take them as such, okay? Take the reading how it resonates for you, as always. But let's talk about you first on this side. So we're going to look at your thoughts, feelings, and motivation within the connection, and then the other person, before looking at your shared energies. So your thoughts currently, or the way that you are experiencing this connection right now, is the 5 of Swords. Not the most fun you can have with your pants on. And your feelings are the 9 of Swords in reverse. Over it. 2 words, just over it. I feel like you really are like, I can't find a fuck to give. All of my fucks are in the red. There's no vacancy in my fuck hotel. You know, it's like you can't find a single one, you know? Not even way out there on the horizon. But it's because the 5 of Swords is the current experience of the connection. And this is just current too. So it's not forever and for always. And it doesn't have to be that serious. But right now, you're looking like you're done with the head fuckery. You're just like, if I never experience any of that ever again in my life, it will be too soon. So I feel like there's been a lot of something, and it's kind of like sucked the joy out of a situation, unfortunately, at least for the time being. It feels a little bit like lackluster because of this. So why is the experience the 5 of Swords? It's something, though, essentially you're saying that this has put you in your head in a non-enjoyable way, because I know you like being in your head, but in a non-enjoyable way. Pushed you to the point that literally within your feelings, you either went numb or you just decided that you're not going to continue stressing about this. You're just not. Tell me about this 5 of Swords, though. I want to know more. I'm just channeling this song. It's like the 10 of Wands in reverse. The 9 of Wands in reverse. Stop. Just stop. The song that I'm hearing in my head, though, it's like, I ain't worried about shit. I ain't worried about shit. I ain't worried about a goddamn thing, baby. You know, it's like, I ain't worried about shit today. It's actually a whole vibe, the song. And the energy in general, I guess. But you're like, it's too heavy, so I'm just putting it down. I am dropping it. I'm not putting the effort into working my way out of this clusterfuck or intellectualizing it into something that makes some semblance of self. Like, you're telling me that specifically you're not taking on the mental burden of that, which tells me that this has been quite a head fuck for you, most likely. Because if an Aquarius gets to the point where they're done, where they don't want to think about something anymore, you really wore out your welcome, you know? Like, things got very heavy and things have felt very strenuous to push through. And it's been a bit draining. So I completely understand why you are now in the feeling of the Nine of Swords in reverse. Like, I don't have a fuck to give. I've been moving state to state. Tell me about the Nine of Swords in reverse. I guess that's just the motion. Oh, and the phone doesn't ring till the what? The Knight of Swords. You saw something clearly, and then yeah, you saw some fuckery clearly. The Seven of Cups, the Seven of Swords in reverse, the Moon. Oh my. Something was hidden. I feel like you're aware that there's a true connection here. You're also aware that it's not moving forwards because of someone's blatant, like, immaturity or ego. There's a lot of, like, pride showing up here. It could be both of you guys, honestly. You could have just both gotten into, like, a very fixed sort of energy and thought that you knew what was best, and then, like the Five of Swords can talk about winning at all costs, getting a little bit competitive, and sometimes a situation where things are said that are regretted, like things that you wish you could take back because things get pushed a little too far, and it's like the conversation should have stopped like half an hour ago, and then our feelings wouldn't both be so hurt right now because we wouldn't have said these things to each other had we just kind of been like, let's walk away and pick this up later, you know? It's kind of that energy. But there's something you see with that Knight of Swords, and you're moving very quickly. What truth does Aquarius have that they're moving on here? The Eight of Swords and the Four of Coins, that someone is holding on to fear. They're like kind of clinging to fear, and they're very defensive as a result. And it doesn't seem that they're interested in changing this. Yeah, the Tower in reverse. They're not interested in changing and like bringing their emotionally mature element of themselves or a part of themselves to the forefront. They're only really interested in self-preservation and making assumptions and projecting onto you is kind of what you're saying. So you could be very aware that this emotionally mature part of this person does exist, which could be even more frustrating to you, because it's like when this person is confident and not acting out of a place of fear and doubt, they could act very differently. Like they could be a completely different person, and it's like you've been trying to get back to that, but I think that you're showing me like, I can't stress about this anymore. I can't overthink like why this person changed up or try to understand. There's a line in a Now song, and she says, killing myself just to understand you, you know, and I feel like you're not doing that anymore. Great song. Great band. Just the album saved by the band Now. Thank me later. So good. So, okay, so your true motivation within the connection currently is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. But a whole string of cards came out after that. 4 more cards. So it's the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, which is Jupiter energy. Then you have the 6 of Wands. the Seven of Coins in reverse, the Three of Cups, and the Queen of Cups. Okay. So what I'm seeing here, you're basically saying, like, I thought that there could be fortune and success, like a fortunate outcome, success, victory, recognition, basically us both getting what we really wanted in this. But now you're kind of saying, I feel like I have to, like, jump ship if I want my own personal success, because it's like going down with this ship versus, you know, you thought that this was something that could be saved, quote unquote, or that you could work through it together. But you're kind of telling me that recently your experience has been becoming aware that this person doesn't seem too interested in doing that. And you can only control your side of things. So you're kind of saying, like, my motivation now is to kind of get out of this, which is an unfortunate loop that maybe is draining your finances. There, I feel like there's a level of, like, stagnation in your life or your finances or something like that. The Seven of Coins in reverse is highlighting, like, a poor investment. So it's like trading out a poor investment to redirect your energy, and you want to redirect this beautiful, loving energy. It feels like into friendships or a meaningful community. But it's something that can actually recognize what the value of what it is that you're offering and meet you there. Like, there's a balance here and a celebration in that, and a simplicity that just feels so vastly different than this. So that's your main motivation at this time. Let's take a look at this other person's side of things. Okay, so this person's side of things, their truth or how they're perceiving things or experiencing the situation currently is the Ace of Wands in reverse. I'm pretty sure Cap had this in the exact same place, or it came up in the same sort of place. And the last few all signs readings, your reading and Capricorn's readings have been connected, I feel like. So you might want to check that out if you feel called, or else this Cap moon could be very significant for you. I mean, you do share the Saturnian ruler a little bit. You're also ruled by Uranus, but you'll be feeling it heavily. Tell me about this Ace of Wands in reverse. So this person is also feeling drained energetically, or like their energy is not, yeah, they're pouring energy. It's like filling up a gas tank and going nowhere. But they specifically are sort of saying, that they are the defensive one. It's showing up very obviously that they're very defensive. Because you see something clearly. You see the connection clearly. You see their insecurities clearly. You see what would be needed to clear up the disappointment in the connection and open up the heart space again in a way where you could celebrate and receive and give love to each other. But it's like this person, for some reason, they're intimidated by the fact that you see all that, or there's something about that they don't want to look at, basically. Okay. It's like they want to be defensive. They want to be defensive. They want to fight. They're kind of choosing that right now. Not entirely sure why. I think they're just really disappointed because they actually did have very high hopes for this. They might still, but in the past, like, they still feel very connected to you, Aquarius. And in the past, wow, the Ace of Coins, the Eight of Coins, they really wanted to pour into this. They saw this as being an extremely abundant opportunity that came to them. they viewed it as like a gift, basically. They're also saying that they were very open with telling you how like much they desire you and how attractive you are to them. Like they kind of put their whole self into it, and you were like the ultimate fantasy. They really put themselves, they're saying that they put themselves out there by showcasing the truth of their feelings and the strength of their desire for you at one point in this connection. And now it's like they don't want to put themselves out there again like that, at least not right now. Because they feel like they're not going to get what they want. Their feelings is the 10 of Cups in reverse. They feel like they're not going to get what they want. And so they're like, why would I make myself vulnerable, put myself out there and continue sharing these parts of myself when it's like pouring gas into a car, again, that is like, then won't start, won't go anywhere. There's a feeling of frustration. It's almost like they're kind of looking at you as being uncooperative as well, which is funny because you're telling me as well that they're very defensive and uncooperative in their own way. But you're also saying that you've experienced the energy as this, and that right now you're at the point where you're like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't give a fuck about you or anything that you do. You know, it's very much, I don't fuck with you vibes. So I think you got pushed to that point, and you're fixed air. So when you get pushed to that point, you can just be like, you know, like you can really go off. You can really kind of, when you're in, you're in. When you're out, you're kind of out. The thing is about this person, though, they're afraid to open up to you the way that they did before, because they still, like with the fullness of their authority and agency, like really claiming it, but they're not walking away. And I think that it's that fear that you have the power, or you have more ability than they do to just walk away or leave them behind, or even find someone better than them. And as they see it, right? And that's coming through as a big fear for them. So while they're afraid to give what of themselves I think would be required to like bring this connection back into a healthy space, they don't want to, because they're scared of putting themselves out there for something that is going to just not work out or reject them, basically. They have it in them, though, and they're not disconnecting emotionally, but they are acting erratically, and they're not acting from a place of like, they're not acting from their spiritual, their higher selves right now. The way that they see it is that they put a lot of work. They put work in the past into being vulnerable. It wasn't easy for them. But they're also saying you drew it out of them in a way that, I don't know, there's almost this energy of like resenting that now. Like, why did I put the work to be vulnerable? I wish I could just take that back. But it's too late now, you know? But the thing is, they don't really wish they could take it back. They just wish that the outcome was different. They don't even want to take it back or walk away now. They just want the outcome to be different. But they're not committing to it. So they're not like, it's like they want a different outcome. But yeah, the Chariot in reverse, the Hierophant in reverse. They're not committing to it. They're not showing up for it. They're not claiming it. They're not moving with the conviction of their heart towards the sun, towards the thing that makes them super happy. They've just reconciled the pain, it feels like, and they've just reconciled the pain, and they're kind of in this like limbo space emotionally, though, because they still care and they're still very disappointed about this. Okay. The Page of Wands and the Five of Wands in reverse. This is their, I need to put you down like this a little bit. This is the motivation, their motivation currently. Page of Wands, the Five of Wands in reverse. I feel like they want to go where they want to evade this internal conflict that they have, but I don't feel like they can, which is where that little like resentful seed is maybe coming from, or where they're feeling this like tension that's rubbing them the wrong way. The investment, like how they put themselves out there, is rubbing them the wrong way, because now they're trying to alleviate a state of inner tension or conflict so that they can be in a lighter energy. What is that Page of Wands? The World in reverse. They're still motivated by hope. They do still have hope surrounding the situation. They want something to work out, but they're scared to put themselves out there in the way that they would need to for it to work out. And that's where the internal conflict is coming from. I feel like there's like a fear that's been instilled now. But there's also this kind of like entitled energy, this like resentful energy that's like, I already put in the work to open up and be vulnerable. I shouldn't have to do it again. But it's like, well, it's kind of not just a one-time thing in an intimate relationship. You sort of need to, the vulnerability and openness is kind of the baseline that's required, you know, to sustain the Ten of Cups. Can't really bypass that. Like, I opened up that one time, remember, 5 years ago? It's like, what's the Five of Wands in reverse? They want some sort of conflict to be alleviated. It could be that they feel like, as well, you have options, or it's easier. There's something about them feeling like it's easy. Yeah, you're the Empress. They feel like you have a lot of attention or options, or you're very magnetic or abundant. And they don't want there to be any competition. Like this person feels insecure. There's something here about them feeling like it's easier for you to just move on than it is for them to. And they could be quite defensive about that. And I mean, you are somewhat saying that, like, you're just like, fuck this, you know? But I don't know how easy it really is for you. I think oftentimes Aquarians care a lot more than people give them credit for. And you certainly have a lot more heart and capacity to love and be empathetic and tuned into other people than you usually get credit for. Like, Aquarians are some of my favorite people on the planet. Like, and I've never met a cold Aquarian, to be honest. So, let's see. But the King of Swords is just. Like, you're going to get what you deserve from an Aquarian, right? So if you are an asshole, then, well, don't expect warmth, you know, most likely. It's kind of just like the common sense ways of treating people, though, so you'd think people would know and understand. Okay, let's take a look at the core energies here. The current shared energy between the two of you is, drum roll, you guessed it, our handsome friend, the Devil here. There's also this alchemy card of ash. Okay. It's giving hellfire and brimstone vibes. I'm just kidding. It's like 4 in the morning. I'm just give me a little bit of leeway, okay? So this is the core energy, the current shared energy between the two of you. Okay, so the Ash card in this deck, it talks about the past pretty like explicitly. It talks about the past and memory. It can even talk about past lives and ancestors and things like that. But it is what has come before. The fire is over. All that is left is ash. The flames took the form of whatever was there before and burned it away. So now there's only some ash and memory of what once existed, basically. So when this card comes out, it's important to look back and sift through like what has actually taken place, what has actually occurred. So this card really does talk about ancestors, and it talks about past relationships and things that have passed on into another form or a realm. Now, this is a delicate process, one that asks you to honor yourself and be gentle, because there can be endings that you're looking over, there can be grief, there can be letting go, and you kind of just need to be present with the entire experience, as well as considering someone else's experience, maybe, that was shared with you. So this is about softening into memories and emotion until your heart lightens again through reconciliation, basically through forgiveness of yourself, of the experience, of the other. But it's like taking a good hard look at what has occurred so that you can reconcile it, so that you can lighten the load and move forwards. Because there is something that has been heavy and restrictive and oppressive here. Is there anything else that you want to say about the devil there? No. But I don't feel like it's the shared energy. So it hasn't just all been like toxic behavior. It hasn't all been behavior that has kind of deteriorated at the connection just on this person's side. It's been somewhat both sides, and you could have a tendency to just throw in the towel. And I don't think I think it's an outward thing, that it looks like you're doing that because you just redirect your mental attention. It's almost like with Aquarians, you can do out of sight, out of mind quite well, compartmentalization of the mind. It doesn't mean that you don't care. It means that you have the capacity to take your attention off of something and put it elsewhere for a time, which is usually quite beneficial. But it can come off as a little cold to some people who don't have the ability to just like remove themselves from the intensity of their emotional experience, or they don't even maybe have that much mastery or control over their own mind. Okay, so possible action in the near future here that this person may take towards you, or that could come towards you. Let's see. Okay, right. A bunch of cards came out. Okay. So these cards all came out together. The Two of Swords, Temperance in reverse, and Death in reverse. Okay. They came out this way. Death in reverse, Temperance in reverse, the Two of Swords. Okay. In the immediate future, something is not shifting because there's a transformation that hasn't fully taken place with this person yet. I do feel like it's underway, but it's almost like they're in the middle of a very deep transformation. I almost feel like this person themselves is being resorted to ash a little bit. So they might be having like a phoenix moment after this. Of course, that will depend on how they actually handle the process, and that can change, right? So we're not going to like project too much on how that's going to go for this person, but I do see them going through that. Right now, though, there's still a lack of balance or harmony internally, and they're still in a state of indecision, basically. They want to change. They want things to balance out. They're disappointed by the situation, and so are you. But there's something that they are moving through, and they're not finished the world in reverse moving through it yet. So their actions towards you is, if they do come towards you, it might be in a slightly imbalanced way, or a way where you can tell that there's a lot up in the air with this person and unresolved. And you will be able to tell that they're still on the fence, a little non-committal, and yeah, they're not really landing anywhere in terms of commitment or like where they stand on things right now. But this card also came out, the safe travel card. And it's indicating that, okay, then these other 4 cards came out, which clarify this, right? So, stormy, transmute, which is like the death process, and then growth and death. But this is an oracle card, not a tarot card, so it's a little different. Basically, they're saying that this is not the destination. This is just a part of the journey that's taking place in the immediate future. And there will be safe passage through this phase. This person is going through a stormy transformation. They're going through a stormy transmutation with death, right? But they're in the middle of it. Now, once they transmute something, it's not going to feel super easy. They are going to get through it, is what Spirit is saying. Growth will occur, and potentially the kind of change that is actually required to shift the situation. But I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a process for this person. Is there anything else you want to say about that? They're going to struggle through it a little bit. They're struggling with their own mind and their own fear, and they just need to work through that on their own. But I see them doing it. It's just I don't know the exact time frame, but they're saying don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't carry the weight of this. Choose a path to continue moving forwards based on your emotional conviction, the emotional conviction of your heart, not relying on anyone else to determine the way that you move for you. So if you are focusing or feeling called to focus more on like community, friendships, relationships during this time that are rejuvenating and renewing for you and not super frustrating like this one, then do that. You know, like this person is going through their own transformation, and you can go through your own as well, even if yours is like less intense and more of just a rejuvenating or a renewing, a charging of your energy through like redirecting it for the time being off of this person and off of what is frustrating you, and essentially just into something that's capable of giving back in the way that you need right now. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing for you, Aqua. All right, we're moving on to Pisces. We're at the end at long last. All right. Pisces. Here we go. Okay, let's see. Pisces, Pisces, Pisces. My spicy little Pisces. Okay. Let's see what's happening for Pisces. And the person that they most need some extra clarity surrounding. Let's get into this. Okay. Give your deck a shuffle. still rainy outside. I feel like I'm gonna have a bath today. Like a, yeah, I should have like a ritual bath for the full moon. That is happening. I just decided. If you guys enjoy the element of water, that's a really great and like very easy way to cleanse and release on a full moon. I mean, it's a great way to cleanse and renew on a new moon as well. Basically, ritual baths for the win. Big fan, but I am a Pisces, so I'm a fish. Still, I highly recommend. And putting like some salt in there, whether it's any kind of salt, Epsom salts or whatever, that can help you with the release too, a little bit. I don't know why I'm sharing this, but I feel like I just am. Okay, let's get into this, Pisces. So, let's see your thoughts, feelings, and motivations within this dynamic currently. Okay. Feelings. Motivation. Okay. Well, for some reason I'm setting the spread up different for you guys, and I feel specifically called to do that, which is weird. But I'm putting like the, maybe I'll say this after I timestamp you guys. It's weird that I feel called to set this up differently on the table, though I feel like there's definitely significance to that. Okay. Okay, for the other person. Okay, Spirit. There's downloads coming through. Okay. Okay, tell me more about this shared current energy here. Yeah. And, well, most likely action in the near future here between these two? Well, towards Pisces. Interesting. Did you hear my stomach? That was the most ridiculous noise ever. All right. Me turning the sensitivity up on my speakers was that a mistake? Okay. You guys now get to hear my stomach digesting things. Let's see. Okay, this is interesting. One more oracle card. Trust the Pisces reading to be intriguing and weird. Okay. Channeling a song. Who's that by? First of all, is there anything that you want to know? Well, what's the cause of that? Can you tell me that? Okay. The most Piscean thing on the fucking planet. Okay. Relatable. But you're okay. Relatable, babes. So relatable. All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, honey. I need to move this out a little bit, though. Don't have room. Put these here. Okay. 10. Okay. My God. Hi, Pisces. My sweet angelfish. Are we swimming like sharks today? Yes? Just keep swimming. All right, my loves. We're just going to get on into it. This is very Piscean, and I get it. Being a Pisces myself, I totally understand this. So let's just dive in. And then I'm going to go sleep for a billion years. So we're going to start with your side of things, but if this sounds more like the other person, then just take it how it resonates for you, okay? Because the roles could very well be reversed. I'm channeling a song, though, and I want to know what song it is. I don't know who it's by. I'm pretty sure it's called Whole Lot of Heart. Wait, is her name Ingrid something? Whole Lot of Heart. Someone messaged me at like 4 and they were like, just wanted to see if you were up. My friends know me. Whole Lot of Heart. It is. Her name is Ingrid. Ingrid Michaelson and Tegan and Sarah. Wow, interesting. They're from Calgary, actually, Tegan and Sarah, which is where I am from. All right, so this is the song Whole Lot of Heart, Ingrid Michaelson and Tegan and Sarah, okay? That I'm channeling. Whoa, this is resonant. Okay, when I feel called to, I'm gonna go into the lyrics of that. That is absolutely resonant. I'm going to just leave it like open here so that I definitely don't forget to do that, because that is clearly, that obviously came through for a very specific reason. Okay. Wow. All right, so we're going to talk. Well, first of all, I'm going to let you know that I felt called to set up your spread in a different way, like on the table itself, than I have for the entire rest of the reading, which is interesting. I was setting it up like your side, their side, and in the middle, the shared energies. But with yours, I felt called to do like two lines running parallel to each other, like your energy, their energy, like right above one another, which is interesting. It makes me feel like there's a closeness. It's like you're running parallel. You're very close, but not touching. Like there might even be like an energetic overlap between the two of you. We'll see when we get into this energy, like quite a large energetic overlap, but there's something about that it's different. There's something about your reading that's different from the others, because I'm not sure why I felt called to do that, but let's get into it, okay? All right, so your side of things. Keep in mind the roles could be reversed, okay? So your current way of thinking or perceiving or experiencing this connection is coming through as the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. Your feelings currently are coming through as the Seven of Swords in reverse. And then your overall truest motivation in this connection at this time is coming through as the Three of Swords. Who hurt my fishy? I'll kill you. We're going to get to this when we start diving a little more into that motivation, because there are some clarifying cards here for that too. But let's dig into this Eight of Pentacles in reverse. It's basically you are saying like, I came, I saw, I did not conquer. Like I came, I tried my best, I did my best, and it just didn't hit, you know? With the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, it's like I put effort in, but you're also seeing how like someone maybe is not, I think that your experience is that you're not trying to manifest this currently, because the effort that you have been putting in has been apparently like doing absolutely nothing. It feels like just pouring into like a bottomless cup, right? And then everything that you pour in is just going out the other side, and you're like, well, now I'm drained and nothing has been accomplished, you know? So, but the Magician in reverse as well, you're kind of saying that you feel like someone has chosen to shut down emotionally to you. What they were giving, they've decided to just give to themselves and not put towards healing things with you. And it breaks your heart. I mean, the Three of Swords is is what's motivating you. Like you're hurt by this. Yeah, because you want something with this person. You're very passionate about them, despite having put a lot of energy in and being hurt. Tell me more about this Eight of Pentacles in reverse. The King of Swords. You feel like you're reading it this clearly, you know? You don't feel like you're being delusional. You don't feel like you're, you know, You're saying, I actively made the decision to open up my heart and be emotionally available. And I was met with someone very in their ego. Whoa. Ew, Pisces. Well, this doesn't look great. I see why you're hurt. You were met with, you came forward with the Knight of Cups. You were met with Temperance in reverse, the Sun in reverse, the Page of Wands in reverse, the Emperor in reverse, and the King of Cups in reverse. Gross. Yeah, that's not the best. And by not the best, I mean it's pretty gnarly there. Someone lashed out at you. You made yourself vulnerable to someone and they lashed out at you, and it was very much from an immature ego place. A place of a lack of internal harmony and balance. This person could have been very triggered. That's not an excuse, but the Sun in reverse, ego city. The Page of Wands in reverse, ego city. The Emperor in reverse, the Mayor of ego city, you know, and then the King of Cups in reverse. Oh, great. Let's sprinkle on some emotional manipulation to just bring that little extra vibe to the party. It doesn't feel good. It feels like you tried to reconcile from a non-toxic place. You tried to reconcile and you tried to come back together, alleviating something that had not been healthy. And it got you nowhere, is what you're telling me. Yeah, it got you drained. The Ace of Wands in reverse. So your feelings, the Seven of Swords in reverse, what has been revealed to you in regards to your feelings? Because you feel like you're seeing through an illusion. What is that? You're seeing through some sort of illusion. Okay. Ugh. Your worst fear. Well, the Eight of Swords and Justice in reverse. You were afraid that if you opened yourself up and made yourself vulnerable and took the high road and tried to like still be empathetic and loving, that someone would lash out and, you know, basically weaponize your vulnerability against you. That was your fear, and that is what happened. If this is your reading. But you're saying that an injustice was done, and those other cards were very clearly saying like that there's no need to ever treat another person that way. Ever. If your head is ever that far up your own ass, just walk the fuck away, please, for everybody's, you know, like, because that was a lot. That was very excessive. One of those energies would have been more than enough, you know? All of them together is like a legion of demons coming out of a person and being vomited onto you when you're trying to genuinely show up and heal something. Not a fan of that, no. You were afraid that you were afraid that someone wasn't maybe who you thought that they were, and now you feel like your fear has been proven. Like you feel as though something has been revealed to you and it was something that you were fearing. And you feel that someone's behavior has made it clear that, you know, they're not interested in doing the right, they're not interested in being a good person, essentially. A decent person. They're not showcasing integrity and, you know, respect, honor, intelligence, really anything great. So yeah, you feel like you've been wronged. And it hurts. because you were genuinely trying to make something work from a true place, a true-hearted place. You had your heart on your sleeve, because that's how the Knight of Cups moves. And that's how you showed up, knowing that you might not be received the way that you were putting yourself, like the way that you were extending yourself. You still took the risk to do so, and you feel like you got slapped in the face. And it sucks. So your motivation being the Three of Swords, right, is the pain that has come from this. And these three cards came out to clarify that. So, because I said what caused the pain, though. So this is the first one that came out. It's a third eye chakra card. Inspiration. So it came out in reverse, which means you're more in the trigger statement, which is I am tired of it all. I am tired of it all. And then a heart chakra and a crown chakra card came out. The heart chakra one says compassion. They both came out in the upright, which means you're in the true statement. Compassion, the true statement, I am love. And purpose, the true statement, I am special. The pain is coming from you being like, I am so fucking sick of having this purpose that is like show people unconditional love, or like be compassionate while feeling like unlovable myself, because I'm showing people love who are just hurt people who are hurting other people, basically. And like, what is the point? What is the point of it all? The trigger statement is what is the point of it all? I'm sick of it all. And I don't blame you, because I think every Pisces at numerous points in their life gets to this point where they are like, why did my soul choose this? You know, why did I pick this for myself? Am I a masochist? You know, it's like, but your purpose, Pisces, is the kind of love and compassion that like can dissolve even the hardest heart. And you might not always see the impact that you have on people, but like that kind of love and compassion and holding radical acceptance for people is not, it's not a weakness. It's incredibly strong and powerful, and it's incredibly like, it's a catalyst. It's very healing, whether those people are able to show you or not the impact that has on them in the moment. Trust and believe that it does, because that kind of love never does not have an impact. Okay? But I understand why you're like, why? You know, because you're hurting. So the rest of this card, so the true statement of the inspiration card, where you're in the trigger, I'm tired of it all. And that's where the pain's coming from, right? I'm tired of extending love and being hurt in response. The true statement, I find strength in my purpose. Please rest and know that in the stillness you will find clarity around your purpose. The need to cope will fall away as you find the question that you are the answer to. And then compassion. I am love. Your heart is healing and expanding with love. Spend time showering yourself with that love and then share it with others. And then this purpose card. I am special. You have a unique place in this world with gifts and talents that only you can provide. Use your connection with the divine to share them. It's a hard knock life, Pisces, but someone's got to be the bad bitch that does it. The bad bitch that like holds their heart open and keeps their heart tender no matter how many times the world does its best to harden it. It's the strongest, most brave thing that you can do in the whole fucking world. And it is a special unique gift or talent that not many can provide, because this world will fuck your shit up, you know? That's the human condition. It's not easy to choose, and it is a choice. It is a choice, an everyday choice, to not allow the world to harden you. And it takes effort, and it takes balls. And I say this a lot to you, but I feel like you need reminding, because it's so strong and it's such a powerful gift that you offer to the world, to embody and express that kind of pure love from this divine place and share that with others. You'll never understand the depth of the impact that that can have. But it can change lives. It can save lives. So know that, okay? Okay, let's take a look at this other person's side of things. So they have the Tower in reverse as their current experience of the situation, or the way that they're thinking about it. Their feelings currently, the Seven of Wands. Okay, a little bit defensive maybe. Or else they want to fight for something. They either want to fight you or they want to fight for something here. And their true motivation, make it make sense. Ironically, it does make a lot of sense, but we'll get into that. The Lovers is their motivation. I mean, nothing's going to make someone more, most likely, defensive than getting hit with that and not knowing what to do with it or not feeling prepared for it. So I guess we'll cut them a little slack, you know? Okay, let's see here. Let's clarify a little bit. Tell me more about this Tower in reverse. Why is this their current experience? The Tower is Mars energy, and I feel as though they are not... They're feeling like nothing is happening. They can't make shit happen in the connection, or you're not taking action, or the actions that they take are being blocked, or just nothing's happening, basically. The color scheme is very interesting to me too. Like the Hanged Man in reverse. Yeah, they're trying to get something unstuck, and it doesn't seem like it's working. Okay, so these are this person's cards all together. Take a look at the colors here. Okay. Yes. There's a lot of pinks and there's a lot of yellow. I'm seeing mostly like pink and yellow. So heart and solar. Your cards, these are your cards. You do have one in there. These are your cards. You do have these two green cards, but everything else, quite literally, is like very different. You are like all purple, crown chakra, and blue, third eye, with like a little infusion of heart here. This person is all like tuning into confidence surrounding their heart space, and being able to follow and fight for what they truly, what their heart wants, is what that feels like is being activated in them. But it's kind of coming through like a bit of a panic in like, oh shit, I'm trying to make something happen, nothing is working. Let's get more into this though, a little bit, their side of things. So let's see what this Seven of Wands is for their feelings. I'm curious about that. The Knight of Pentacles and the Seven of Cups in reverse. Well, they're ready to move forwards now. Why do I feel like this person, it was very like, it's all on my terms. I'll move when I'm fucking ready. I feel like strong Taurian energy here, but it could be any fixed sign prominently. It could be Scorpio. Scorpio Venus here is indicated with the Seven of Cups. There's also Neptunian energy, Mars, and Gemini for this person. And for you, you have Aquarian energy and Libran energy. Then there's also Cancer as well here. Cancer season might be very significant for you and this person. But they're like, I have emotional clarity and I'm ready to, one step at a time, like take actual, tangible, committed, devoted steps forwards. But it feels like this was, I don't know if this is still a level of defensiveness or if they're now flipping this to be like, I was defensive because I wasn't ready. Now I'm ready because I have emotional clarity, and now I want to fight for something that I was like warding off with my whole life previously. And you might not trust it because, like, I mean, for obvious reasons. If someone's just like switching it up on you and you don't even know who the truth of them is, right? Like if they're defensive or if they're in love with you and trying to fight for something, it's like, which one is it though? There needs to be consistency. Trust is like built through the way that someone consistently shows up. Not just like what they say one day, right? And then they act different the next day. You're not going to trust something like that. But I think that this person, you haven't seen it because it's been under the moon, but the Five of Cups in reverse and the Six of Swords, the Seven of Pentacles, this person has been invested in their healing. I think you may have cut them off and you were like, I can't reconcile this anymore. I've given what I could, you know, I don't know what to do anymore. Basically, like, I'm at the end of my rope. I've tried to pour love on it. That was my best shot, really. That was like the most that I had to give, and I can't do it anymore. You know, I have nothing left to give. That was the thing that was gonna do it, if anything was gonna do it, right? Tell me more about the Lovers here. But yeah, there is healing and like a shift in mentality that has been happening for this person, but it's been happening behind the scenes. They've been doing this in private, keeping it very close to the chest, so I don't think you would be aware of this. They could have even been defensive for the reason that they were doing this deep healing under the surface, but like, you wouldn't have known that unless they actually expressed that to you, right? Tell me about the Lovers, though, this person's motivation. The Page of Wands. They have hope. There's like this childlike energy that they have towards you in their heart space. It's actually quite like wholesome and pure. The Page of Swords. 2 pages. They want to talk. They want to have a conversation about indecision and why they didn't feel like they could push forwards earlier. Or maybe even about your indecision and why you weren't pushing forwards at a specific point in this connection. But whoever it was due to some level of insecurity previously. This person has intense love for you, though, and they do have genuine hope and faith and excitement. I just feel like you never would have seen it. There's this song, what's the song called? I think it's called, is it called Hesitate? He says, how was I supposed to know? Say it's love, but it never shows. If someone says that they love you, but they never act like they love you, you're probably not going to translate that as truth, right? Logically speaking, you know? This person is motivated to talk to you. They have healed something, the Star. And with this healing, they've actually healed their own indecision. They know how they feel, the Seven of Cups in reverse, and they want to move towards you. Something has happened, and this person has really clarified and reconciled like the love that they have for you. I don't know what took them so long or what actually like shocked them into it or got them there in the end, but yeah. Okay, so let's look at the current shared energy between the two of you. So we have the Four of Cups. Neither of you is happy with how things are right now. Like you wish that things were different. And it's kind of feeling like, can we put this back together, right? It's interesting. Normally the Four of Cups has 3 spilled cups and 1 that's still standing. This one has 2 cups, but there's 2 spilled cups in between. And it's almost like the love that you hold for each other is still standing, but you're looking at each other through this lens of disappointment, like seeing the blood and guts and gore that's like out on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? Like there has been violence here. There has been disappointment here, and you guys are both aware of it. But the alchemy cards that came out for you guys are, you got 2. You and Sagittarius are the only ones that got 2. You got Wise Salt and Alchemical Wedding. Okay. Okay, well, Wise Salt is about wisdom. It's about a grittiness that allows for like preservation. It's it takes time and experience, but you develop wisdom, and that wisdom is passed on to others through, well, how you speak to others, how you treat others, how you just live out loud, you know, like being an example, living by example. But salt retains, it preserves, it absorbs, it adds grit to slippery surfaces, it adds flavor to dishes, right? It's kind of magic. And if you carry Wise Salt, then it's something that is recognizable immediately in you by others, because your words hold meaning. The stories that you tell have a point. They're deep, they're true. There's wisdom that can't be attained by any other means than like life experience and going through the human experience of pain and pleasure and everything in between. And extracting the fucking wisdom from those experiences as you move painstakingly through them. Everything that you've gone through has been for a reason and will be of use at some point down the line. You were basically, think about like when you're brining something. That's what was happening to you alchemically. Okay, and then the alchemical wedding. The alchemical wedding, I want to look at in the book a little bit, 'cause I think it's one of the last cards, and I don't remember exactly. Okay, it says ritual, celebration, and uniting. I think I'm just going to read this from the book for you. So this says, all hail the alchemical wedding. The laboratory morphs into a dreamlike dance floor, and all of your allies and fellow alchemists and ancestors are here to witness the celebration. What was once lost has been found. What was once denied has come fully into the alchemist's embrace. The work is often felt as serious and studious, but the alchemical wedding is a moment of levity and lightness. When this card arrives, it is of utmost importance to mark the occasion. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Honor and acknowledge those who have helped you along your alchemical path. You have come so far. You have come so far. Energy radiates from the uniting of opposites and the redrawing of life's blueprint. The new form has arrived. The unknown has become known. You'll be back to your existential queries and tinkering ways in no time. But for now, the work is to revel in the miracles. It says the alchemical wedding is a radical act of presence and acceptance. Do something spontaneous today without rules, books, spreadsheets, social media, or schedules. It also says, witness the journey of a fellow alchemist. Celebrate and congratulate them. The alchemical wedding is not about you. This is the key to alchemy. Fuck, that's very relevant to you. It says to go deeper. Watch the Flaming Lips music video, Do You Realize? That's a trippy music video. And to ponder, intimacy without sex. So, you did the painstaking work. This is the common energy, by the way. You guys might be focusing on the disappointment, both of you, right? This is the shared energy between you right now. But the truth is that through the pain and pleasure, through the whole experience and journey that you've been through with this person, you both did extract wisdom. You may not have, this person may not have showcased the wisdom that they have gained yet, but I feel like they want to. They want to tell you. But the alchemical wedding, it's a celebration. You've actually come so far, and so has this person. And this is about the energy that radiates from opposites uniting and drawing a new blueprint, the start of something totally new. That is a celebration. What has been denied comes into your embrace. What was lost is found. I feel like there is going to be a breakthrough in this connection. I feel like it's already happening alchemically. It just hasn't taken form in the physical yet, which is why there's also this shared experience of being disappointed. But like, you're still standing, both of you. So just stop focusing on the spilled cups. Focus on the Two of Cups. And trust me, I get it when you've like loved hard and been hurt, or when you've loved hard and someone who was hurt lashed out at you and hurt you when you were most vulnerable, and being intimate with them, like, it's not easy to get over. But the possible action in the near future that this person may take towards you is the Chariot, which is the Cancerian card in the Major Arcana. And it also came out with these two heart chakra cards. And it actually came out like this. Okay, with the in the middle. So I was seeing it as like, this is kind of what is fueling and pushing our cute little chariot on his skateboard. And this is what they're moving towards. So what is fueling them? Opportunity. The trigger statement is, I doubt it. The true statement is, there is hope. With fresh eyes, see the potential within the situation. I'm telling you, something is shifting. Where there wasn't hope, there's going to be there's fresh eyes now. Something is being seen that wasn't before. And that is what is fueling this person's future action towards you in the near future here. It could very well be within Cancer season. And the other card here is Grace. The trigger statement, what do they have that I don't? The true statement, we are all special. Allow your inner critic to be silenced as you find the perfection in yourself and those around you. This person is moving from a place of love that allows them to not be so hard on themselves, not focus on doubt, but focus on hope, potential, and the perfection in the imperfect. And it's fucking beautiful. Okay, I'm going to close this reading by reading you the lyrics to this song, The Whole Lot of Heart, that I channeled at the beginning, okay? You said there's something about the moon. The moon is you, by the way. The moon is you in the tarot. You said there's something about the moon. It rose too soon. Are we doing what we should? You said it's life that moves too much. We're losing touch, but I'm not losing you. There's a whole lot of heart in me. I feel it under my skin. And I know there's a whole lot of heart in me. It takes a whole lot of heart to see everything's coming down roses. And I know there's a whole lot of heart in me. I said we've walked this way before. Now we know more. So raise a cup. I said, let's rule this kingdom now. Let's live and love and tear it down to build it up. There's a whole lot of heart in me. I feel it under my skin. It takes a whole lot of heart to see everything's coming down roses. And I know there's a whole lot of heart in me. You let it go to let it in. Let it go to let it in. Yeah. I feel like you should listen to that song. It's a good song. Whole Lot of Heart. Ingrid Michaelson, Tegan and Sarah. There's a whole lot of heart in me. That's a really old song. I can't believe that I remembered that. Sometimes I channel things and I'm like, how? How did I remember that? I haven't heard that song in like 2 decades. Anyways, Pisces, that's what I have for you. It is now the morning here and I'm going to go to bed. But, well, I'm going to put the timestamps and then I'm going to go to bed. But I love you so ridiculously much. I love you. I'm so proud of you, honestly. See, here's the impact that you weren't aware that your love was going to have. Like if you had just chosen to retaliate or something, you know, but you didn't. And it may have hurt you. It may have felt unfair and unjust, but justice is still coming around. Your love wasn't wasted, and it never is. Even if you weren't getting what you wanted out of this situation, your love is never wasted. Your love is an incredible gift, Pisces. Anyone's love is an incredible gift, but there's something about the purity of your heart that hits different. And you know it, which is why it weighs heavy sometimes. To be the one that's always giving that love and feeling like most people aren't capable of even like recognizing the gift that you're giving, let alone giving it back. But you will find it. You will get it back. I think this person's going to step up. But even if they don't, someone will. So keep on loving, okay? All right, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you for hanging out. Please like the stream, share it, hype it, whatever the kids are doing these days. I don't even know what a hype is, but I can't keep up with YouTube's ridiculous changes that they make. But thank you for hanging out with me. I will be back to do another live soon. I might hop on and just chat and just hang out and chill a little bit. In lieu of the Capricorn full moon, like later tonight. Probably won't do a reading. It would just be a little bit of a hangout. But That's if I have the energy. But if not, I'll be back soon, and I'm going to put up a poll for the next theme, for the next all signs, okay? So keep your eyes out on the community tab. You also have today and tomorrow to order a reading from my Etsy at a discounted price, the 15-minute reading. Just choose the option, special 15-minute reading, and it's just, it's not customizable, but it is the what spirit most needs you to hear right now. So it's the message that's most important to come through for you. So if you guys are interested in that, you have a couple days left to take advantage of the sale, but I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm sending you all of my ooey gooey Piscean love. And yeah, I will talk to you guys again very soon, okay? Bye, babes.